Torcon number goes up to a 9. So we're close enough where even a 7 is a sky-high number on any given day, but we're so close to a 9. We have a concern of seeing tornadoes. Sun is setting officially right now at about 5 minutes past the hour of 7, and we'll see it get completely dark outside of the street lights and the home lights, building lights around 7:30 or so. So this threat continues overnight. Our tornado watch expired at 7. We expect a new one to be issued any time here, and that will go overnight tonight. The good news is once we get past tonight and get towards tomorrow morning, this will be over except the cleanup. The big concern is we're still not out of the woods in terms of the risk for tornadoes in this area. And we had a tornado warning in Lee County earlier, not here in the city of Tupelo, but close enough to us where the sirens are going off last hour. And you have to remember that tornado warning came from a severe thunderstorm warning, and then 15 minutes later it went tornado with clear rotation within it. So as you head throughout the night, and I even heard Dr. Deb mention this, you should treat severe thunderstorm warnings as the same respect you should treat tornado warnings. You have no idea what's happening out there. And again, tornadoes come from severe thunderstorms, so they quickly can produce tornadoes, and we're getting to a very vulnerable part as people get ready to put their kids to bed, put themselves to bed overnight. Not only have one way, have multiple ways of being weather aware and aware of what warnings could come your way as we head over this very dangerous night. Now again, the back edge is getting close to us. As the crow flies, we're about 90 miles from Memphis. Let's go to our Justin Michaels, who is there. And Justin, you're starting to see the beginning of the end of your severe weather threat as we head over the next hour or two.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Paul. In fact, I can show you the end of this nasty outbreak of storms right here. It's going to be coming through Memphis pretty soon. Rodney Hall behind the lens. Rodney, show them the sun. There it is, folks. That's the edge of this. On the back side of it, that's as far west as it goes, and that is coming at us here in Memphis. I can tell you the tornado watch expired about 5 or so minutes ago, right at 7 o'clock local time. So we are seeing quite literally the light at the end of this very dark tunnel, but that does not diminish the threat. That does not diminish the dangers that present here and east of where we are and southeast of where we are. Remember, just because it's ending here doesn't mean it's ending everywhere else. This is just the backside of a very huge and long-distant storm system that is pushing through, already bringing tornadoes to some areas, and it's certainly possible to do that in others moving forward throughout the night. So make sure you have your plan ready. As far as what we've experienced here in Memphis today, we had some intense rain earlier today. In fact, it was so bad you really couldn't, the visibility was virtually nothing, Alex, earlier today. But as the evening has gone on, we heard some claps of thunder. We saw a few bolts of lightning, some flashes of lightning. But now to see that sun behind me, it's certainly a welcome scene for people who live on this side of the storm, Alex.
Always a good feeling when you get some bright spots, truly, literally and figuratively. Justin, thank you so much. Staying safe there in Memphis throughout the day. He's been through a lot today, as you mentioned, some really big time rain. New video coming in today, and take a look at this. This is Strangford, Mississippi, and a very evident tornado. You can't see it reaching the ground there behind the tree line, but you know it's there. And you can hear just how gusty it is, even well away from the storm. Eerie stuff today happening across sections of the southeast. This is the kind of tornado that we have been concerned about here. A very well-defined cone tornado, at least. You know, it's hard to tell now that it's behind that tree line. But let this also be an example of what could be coming tonight. A lot of trees. It's dark, maybe in flashes of lightning. Can you tell that's a tornado if you hadn't seen the earlier part of the video? I don't know that you can. So super imperative you don't go out and try to look for these storms. We're getting into a lot of wooded areas. It's becoming dark now as we head into the evening, and especially overnight, it's going to be darn near impossible to see these things. So get to that safe spot, stay in that safe spot. Torcon of 9 through tonight across parts of Mississippi and into Alabama. And again, scenes like that show you why we've had those Torcon values that high. Parts of eastern Alabama, Torcon of 7 here. Western Georgia, Torcon of 5. That edges right up to the Atlanta metro area. And I think Atlanta eastward, Torcon of at least 3. Damaging wind threat, though, will most certainly be an issue here as we move forward into the overnight and morning hours tomorrow. Bear with me. I got to manually click this as my clicker wore out. Temperatures, they've been On the milder side across sections of Alabama, say around Birmingham, Montgomery, Atlanta, little cooler given our wedge, also a little fog. So still expecting those southerly winds to kick in and help to erode that wedge a bit and get things a little bit more favorable in terms of a severe weather outlook moving into the overnight and during the day tomorrow. As far as what we're going to be seeing here moving forward, we take a look at this future radar picture. And again, Birmingham, you're watching for storms through the mid and late evening hours and as we head into the overnight. So post midnight, you're going to be seeing those storms. I think 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, still storms around the Birmingham metro area. Atlanta seeing some storms around midnight, but the main event, that line of very strong storms coming into the Atlanta metro area just in time for the morning commute. So talking 5, 6, 7 a.m. By the way, damaging winds very likely, but still some spin-ups along that line, most certainly a possibility for the Atlanta metro area. And then we look at the upstate of South Carolina. We look at western North Carolina, including the Charlotte metro area. So again, this evening up until about midnight, generally north of Atlanta where some of the action will be. I think midnight to 1 a.m. we get some storms into metro Atlanta. And then again, our strongest storms, the winds, perhaps some kinks along the line. You can see it on the future radar. That would indicate that we may see some tornado spin-ups, especially the west side of Atlanta, but anywhere in the metro. Please use caution if you don't have to travel tomorrow morning. A good idea. We've already seen, Dr. Nab, some of the schools doing just the remote learning to keep people off the roads. I think that's a great idea because unfortunately with those storms coming through when many of us would be headed to work or school, puts you in a very vulnerable position.
And once again, really important to emphasize, it doesn't take a tornado warning to prompt you to take safe shelter, because if we look at what that line that's going to be moving into Georgia tomorrow morning has been doing in places like Mississippi, a lot of trees coming down, and some of those trees are coming down onto homes. So this is what's happened over the last 6 hours or so. So we've had kind of round one, but here's round two going through Mississippi, and that's going to go through Alabama. And what we've had going on here in Mississippi is pretty impactful with a number of the storm reports, and a lot of these are just straight line winds from severe thunderstorms. A home damaged, trees down a military road in Sandy Hook, way down there in southern Mississippi. Pine Grove, a tree down on a highway. That's another threat tonight. You're driving around at night after the storms have gone through. What if you go around a curve and there's a downed tree? You go right into that downed tree. That can be a way people get injured or killed in the aftermath. In Goss in southern Mississippi, power lines down, and in Kirby, tree limbs down along a highway. So again, tree debris on roads is going to be a problem. So here's Jackson, Mississippi, where they had a gust of 59 miles an hour. Trees down in Bolton, trees down in Utica, and then in Vicksburg, utility pole and tree lines down on Clay Street near the interstate. Then look at what happened closer up to Yazoo City. Mechanicsburg, you had a gust of 55. Yazoo City gusted to 50, and tree limbs down all over the place. Now, farther east, as that line has progressed farther to the east, Canton, tree and tree limbs down. Carthage, tree and tree limbs down on roads. And here in Cameron, which is in between Yazoo City and Philadelphia, tree down on a house. Imagine if you're in that home and that storm's raging outside and that tree comes down, you want to be in that lowest level. Most interior room, Philadelphia, gusted to 57 miles an hour. So, Mike, I know the tornado threat is front and center in a lot of people's minds, but those severe thunderstorm winds are taking down some trees and causing some damage.
And that may be a really big issue overnight tonight, Dr. Nab. We do have a couple of new tornado warnings to keep you up to date on, and especially through Alabama, northern Alabama, and now through southern Alabama. Up toward Cullman here, this is going to be north of Birmingham and south of Huntsville, a tornado warning here in Cullman County. This is a weak rotation right here. It's weak in some, right near Fairview right now. Fairview is going to be there momentarily, so we'd urge you to take shelter quickly near around Abraham here about 7:34, and Union Grove after that. Down around Selma. Now, I'm very concerned about this storm in particular. Why? Because in Dallas County, it's our third tornado warning of the day. But look at the rotation now, right on top of Selma. This one could be coming truly right through downtown Selma. You can see the city streets as we overlay them here with the warning being right in here. And I'm even going to back this up one notch, because look at I'll do a couple notches there to there. Look at that right there. That was about 10 minutes ago with rotation and a tornado right through the middle of Selma. We're going to time that one out for you, folks, and eventually moving off to the northeast very quickly. We're back after this.
we log at the top of the world, a mile high into the mountains. That's where some of the best logging is.
It's absolutely insane up here.
Careful, careful, careful.
There's lots of things that can go wrong.
The mud just does not stop.
You can't stay on the road.
You just hope you make it.
It's a battle against Mother Nature. It's not for everyone.
Let the fun begin.
Welcome back. New video to show you in Strangford here, Mississippi. A tornado rolling through right behind that tree line. Looked to be a pretty sizable tornado at that, too. We've had several tornado touchdowns today. The good news, out of all the tornadoes that have touched down today, we actually haven't had any reports of injuries yet that we've seen. Now, we have had some damage. Homes have been damaged, some of them obliterated. A lot of trees and power lines that have gone down, farm buildings that have been hit. But that was a pretty sizable tornado right there. We still have that tornado risk that is going to last through the overnight. And we're thank you for being with us tonight. We're doing our best here, folks, to keep up with the warnings and the watches and to keep you informed so you know what's going to happen tonight when you go to bed. We've got tornado watches in effect. And what this means is that tornadoes are favorable to form, all right? They may happen in these areas that are highlighted in red. Now, this area right here in particular is called a particularly dangerous situation, PDS, where we're anticipating long-lived violent tornadoes, and that goes until 3 o'clock in the morning, so well after dark tonight. A lot of action here across the south this evening with numerous severe thunderstorm warnings, flash flood warnings, a couple of tornado warnings as well. And we'll get you down to this one around Selma this evening. Tornado warning here, and one that probably came right over Selma. Tornado warnings in effect right now does include Dallas County. And once you get right down into Selma, it was this rotation right here that literally pinpointed right over downtown, unfortunately. So a lot of action with that storm, and it's now moving off to the northwest. A place like Valley Grande, you're next in line to be hit at 7:21 in Burnsville around 7:26. Valley Grande is now. Burnsville is about 5 minutes from now. Heavy rain now across Tennessee, northern Mississippi, northern Alabama. These are places where flooding is going to be an issue. Severe thunderstorm warnings here. Tupelo extending down through Columbus, Mississippi. Lowndes, Noxubee, Oktibbeha counties are all under severe thunderstorm warnings. A lot of wind with some of these storms as well, so be aware of that. I think we've got a pretty good bow echo forming right in there, maybe even a little bit of rotation headed toward maybe the Amory area. That's an area that was hit with a severe thunderstorm warning not that long ago. We're under another one now. Going farther south, just outside of Hattiesburg, good line of storms came through there. It's now pushing east toward the state line. Greene, Washington, Wayne County, all under severe thunderstorm warnings. Anticipate high winds with that. I don't think there's a big hail threat with that one at all. Two different thunderstorm complexes here, one north of New Orleans, one west of New Orleans. Assumption, Lafourche, and St. James parishes under a severe thunderstorm warning. And we tilt this 3D, you can see just how tall and intimidating some of these storms are tonight. So be ready for them. It's obviously dark now, and those storms are probably a couple of hours away from hitting New Orleans, but it's going to be rocking and rolling tonight. Folks, here's the deal. Look how far away the low is. Way up here around Tulsa. We've got the cold air on this side, warm air on this side, so two different seasons in the matter of, from Wichita to Springfield. That's it. Around Springfield, severe thunderstorm warnings for us tonight with a lot of wind with these storms here. Also some flooding could be happening for us. Christian County under a severe thunderstorm warning. Greene and Webster counties also under severe thunderstorm warnings. Alex?
All right, and then we've got that threat extending into the day tomorrow. Once again, looking at all types of severe weather, tornadoes, damaging wind gusts, and hail expected during our event on Thursday. In addition to the threat of tornadoes, we think long track and strong tornadoes also a possibility. Torcon values as high as a 7 on Thursday. This would be for parts of North Carolina, central and eastern parts of the state, Midlands to low country, South Carolina, and then getting into eastern Georgia. So Savannah and Charleston and Columbia and Raleigh and Wilmington, even Charlotte, Torcon values of 7. And with a 7, that tells us that numerous tornadoes are possible, with an increased chance of strong tornadoes. Those are the ones that are EF2 or stronger. Some, again, could be long track and basically, you just need to be ready to take cover, to seek shelter. If you get that watch issued for your area, now you know, all right, I need to be prepared. If you get the warning, you need to move. Get to that safe spot immediately. Charlotte, Torcon of 7 just to the west will drop to a 5 around Gastonia, over into Blacksburg and Gaffney, South Carolina. Charlotte, your timing is going to be mid to late morning on Thursday for the storms to begin to advance in. I think some of the worst of the weather around 11, 12 o'clock. Moving out into the afternoon, still an isolated shower or storm possible during the afternoon hours. But again, I think the bulk of the storms and that damaging wind, tornado, spin-up threat would be around lunchtime. Raleigh, North Carolina, Chapel Hill, Durham, Fayetteville, all 7 on the Torcon. We start things off at 6 o'clock with some scattered showers and maybe a rumble of thunder, but the main storm threat coming in during the afternoon, dinner time hours, and will continue into the evening. You can see even at 8, 9 o'clock, still some storms in the area. We're going to get you back to the current warnings when Weather Underground continues next.
Tornado in Strangford, Mississippi here. This tornado behind that tree line there looks pretty sizable too. We've had several tornadoes that have a touchdown today, causing some damage. Homes that have been damaged, trees and power lines that have been taken down, a farm that has been hit pretty hard in Mississippi as well. So there is still going to be a threat through the remainder of the evening, not ruling out tornadoes at all. New tornado watches have been issued till 3 o'clock in the morning across the South, in particular across Alabama. Let's get you to the radar tonight and show you what's happening. A lot of severe thunderstorm warnings out there. One tornado warning here just outside of Montgomery over on Selma, Alabama tonight. Tornado may have come right over Selma about half an hour ago. Autauga and Dallas counties under a tornado warning right now. Next in line, Billingsley and Valley Grande. I want to show you the velocities on this, and they came right over Selma, right there. Did you see that? I'll even back that up so you can see exactly when that was. We just step it back right there. The rotation was kind of maximized right there at Selma. So we may indeed have had a tornado come literally right through the center of Selma this evening. Heavy rain across northern Alabama and then northern Mississippi as well. Then a pretty good squall line here, now working its way through Columbus, Mississippi. Clay, Lowndes, Noxubee counties are under severe thunderstorm warnings. Severe thunderstorms have come past Hattiesburg tonight, and a pretty good line of storms about to hit us in New Orleans. This one back here may get us pretty good here, I think, with really heavy rainfall rates, a lot of lightning with these storms, and some brief gusty winds that could potentially gust over 60 miles an hour. One of the bigger threats we're seeing here, Dr. Nab, is a lot of these storms are producing very heavy rain. The flood threat is now ramping up.
It sure is, Mike, and that's happening in multiple states, you know, ahead of the cold front, along the front, and way back with our parent low way up here in Missouri. So Missouri, Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama all have some flash flood warnings. Let's start way up to the north and west. Springfield, Missouri now under a flash flood warning until 11:30 p.m. local time. This is up near the low itself, and we've had plenty of heavy downpours in a short amount of time. So I-44, Joplin through Springfield and up through Lebanon. If you're going through that area and get off on the low spots, could run into trouble on the roads. Jonesboro, Arkansas having trouble tonight. Flash flood warning with a considerable threat here. This is because of that really heavy downpour. Look at that training going on. It just keeps going up from that south to north path east of the low, and we're having reports of a number of streets flooded in South Jonesboro. So please be careful. Stay off the road, especially as it gets dark. You know how dangerous it gets. Louisiana, we've got our flood advisory here southeast of Baton Rouge, New Orleans. Not too much longer before you get the heavy rain. You could have some flooding issues there. And we had the issues in Hammond as well, a flood advisory there till 9:30 local time. And now Waynesboro, Mississippi, again getting heavy rain. This is a flash flood warning that was already in effect. Now they're getting round number 2, Paul. So Mississippi and Alabama, multiple threats, so many reasons for people to be staying off the roads.
Yeah, not to mention, Dr. Nab, that it's raining again here in Tupelo, another reason to keep people off the roads, so getting slick as well. Again, we're under a new tornado watch here going through midnight local time in this part of northeast Mississippi. It also extends into areas of Tennessee, so we're not out of the woods yet. Although looking at the radar, there is rain, even lightning kind of around us, but we're starting to see that rain move back into Tupelo. Parts of southern Lee County, the county where Tupelo is under a severe thunderstorm warning, and that cell has between 30 and 70-mile-per-hour winds with it as well. We're still concerned with that as well. The timing of this, though, we should start seeing the back edge of the rain come through over the next several hours. So if you're in your safe place, good, stay there. In fact, earlier today we visited a storm shelter, a very well-built public storm shelter in this part of Tupelo. It can hold about 1,000 people. They do expect to have people in this evening, so better just stay there until everything is clear, until the back edge of this comes through. It's better safe than sorry. Again, Mississippi, not too far, is no stranger to severe weather. There was a deadly tornado close to here back in 2014 that killed about 10 people. So I talked to one woman today who said, ever since that tornado, they take severe weather seriously here, and hopefully you don't have to go through something like that to deal with the concern of keeping you and your family safe. All it takes is, one person in the wrong place at the wrong time. So far, no reports of damage here in this part of Mississippi, but the night is still young. And we have a time lapse of a camera we have about a couple blocks away, seeing the fast-moving low clouds here, but then aloft, those clouds moving in a different direction. That's that shear that sets up spinning and long-lived tornadoes and long-lived thunderstorms as well. So still an ongoing concern. Our Torcon values here in Tupelo, a 7 on a scale of 1 to 10, pretty high. Again, our threat continues as we head on through the midnight hour here in northeastern Mississippi.
You know they're out there, morning, noon, and night. Eye allergens are on the attack, and the itch can stay with you 24 hours a day. Get Pt.4 Once Daily Relief Extra Strength, the first and only 24-hour eye allergy itch relief drop, now without a prescription. A single drop of Pt.4 once.
I was looking out the window and I was seeing it was getting pretty bad. Everything was going sideways. So I put my shoes on and ran to my basement, and then that's when the power went out. And then I started hearing trees falling, and heard this tree hit my house. It was pretty loud. And that's when I called my mom and just told her I was okay. But it was pretty crazy.
Yeah, scary stuff. Can you imagine being in your home and a large tree come crashing into the roof? This is why we urge you guys to please, get to that safe spot, even if it's a quote unquote just a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, all of these storms capable of taking down trees into homes, trees into vehicles, unfortunately prove deadly time and time again. Luckily, in this case, everybody okay. Now, moving through the overnight, we've got the opportunity for more of these damaging winds. Dr. Nab, we've already seen plenty of storm reports of trees taken down. Think we could see more into the overnight. So learn from that guy. Get to that safe spot.
You see that piece of the tree,
yes,
like a missile?
Yes.
Went right through the roof, and that's the kind of fear I have, even if it's not a tornado. Severe thunderstorm can bring something flying through the roof, and that's why you want to be in the lowest level, most interior room, so you have as much protection between you and the outside as possible. And it's interesting how some of the supercells in Alabama have been taking the same general path from like Waynesboro, Mississippi, across into the Selma, Billingsley area, northwest of Montgomery. That has been, over the last several hours, a train track of supercells and some damaging storms. Now, right now, we got severe thunderstorm warnings, we got flash flood warnings, but we still have storms going across the same general area. Here's that cell that generated the tornado warning for Selma and Billingsley a while ago. Now, look at the damage that we've had in that area. Here, this was a few hours ago in Billingsley. Multiple trees were blown down. One structure was damaged. In Pools Crossroads, just north of Billingsley, homes were damaged there. And then northeast of there, along this same path up in Higgins Ferry Park, tornado was on the ground. That was that northern end of that path. But you could trace the damage path all the way back to Waynesboro, and it was northeast of there in Alabama here at Campbell Landing Road in Clark County, Alabama. Tornado damage to 4 homes. 1 home was destroyed. 2 people were injured, and that was back at 4:30 Central Time. So the reports are coming in, and we know the damage that we've had in Waynesboro. So, Alex, that has been the corridor where the supercells have probably caused the most damage overall.
Yeah, and I think here overnight we're going to be seeing that strong line of storms rolling through Alabama into the state of Georgia, and that could offer up tornadoes as well as gusty winds. We look at Atlanta back down to 56. That wedge is holding fairly strong here around the Atlanta metro area. So we're going to watch in western Georgia up into the western part of the Atlanta metro area. Definitely has the greater risk of the severe weather, but I still think that Atlanta, the city of areas to the east, could see some very strong storms into tomorrow morning. So morning commute would be the time. You can see some of that warmer air, trying to surge north, but again, that cooler, dense air at the surface here, that wedge still really holding strong across some of these areas. So that may help preclude the threat, but I don't want you to write it off right now because we still have time and we still have enough of our other ingredients going for us that strong to severe storms most certainly likely moving forward. Here's 8 o'clock. Again, plenty of storms out there. Could see some hail. Again, could see some tornado warnings continue. That will be the norm as we go into the evening and even early overnight hours. Take a look at 2 o'clock in the morning. We get you right into Birmingham with those strong storms. And then we're watching again North Georgia, the Atlanta metro area. I think this line of storms will be strong enough that even though we're not dealing with a ton of available energy, you can definitely see it here around south of Atlanta and south, that yellow shading. But I think these storms will be strong enough and will have enough working for us that these storms could produce some damaging wind gusts. So falling trees, I would be most certainly concerned about. We see this time and time again in the Atlanta area, in Greenville, South Carolina, in western North Carolina. So we're going to be watching those areas tomorrow morning during that morning drive. We look at the Atlanta metro area again this evening. Most certainly possible to get some heavy rain, some thunderstorms into the northwestern suburbs. Then Atlanta, you could see some passing storms even at midnight, 1 a.m. But Mike, the main event, that line of storms coming in just in time for your morning drive. Already some schools are doing remote only, which makes sense. You don't want kids hanging out at the bus stop on a morning like that.
Not with that kind of rough weather, Alex. Thank you. We got some rough storms that we're following tonight across Louisiana, up through Mississippi as well. Pretty good line of storms here. No longer a severe thunderstorm warned, but just want to update you on that really intense line here that's getting closer and closer to New Orleans, so it won't be long before you get hit by that. Severe thunderstorms, though, extend up through Mississippi and right along the Mississippi and then Alabama state line here. Greene, Washington, Wayne counties. Severe thunderstorm warning here. Severe thunderstorms up around Columbus, Lowndes, and Noxubee counties. Severe thunderstorm warning. Same for us outside of Tupelo here. Chickasha, Lee, and Monroe counties. Severe thunderstorm warning here. Then a newly issued tornado warning just outside of Tupelo, just to the east of Tupelo, Itawamba, Lee, and Monroe counties with a tornado warning. The rotation not nearly there like it was before, but Nettleton could have some rotation right over top of you. The storm headed off to the northeast. We're back right after this. Plenty of active weather to cover for you tonight, including the storms around Tupelo, Mississippi. We've had numerous severe thunderstorm warnings, plenty of lightning with these storms, heavy downpours. The tornado warning just east of town has been canceled, but we've got severe thunderstorm warnings and flash flood warnings all around us. You can see it is just pouring right now for us, but Mississippi and Alabama being hit particularly hard this evening, and we think that flooding is ramping up now, but the severe weather will continue for hours and well after you go to bed tonight, unfortunately. We're going to start there in northern Mississippi. There's a look at Tupelo with all kinds of colors on the map tonight. Heavy rainfall rates exceeding an inch an hour, severe thunderstorm warnings, flash flood warnings, and in fact here, Itawamba, Lee, Monroe counties under that severe thunderstorm warning here, and Tupelo is included in some of these warnings as well. But look at some of the little spins that you're seeing here and there on the radar tonight. So brief tornado spin-ups could be possible for us. Down toward DeKalb here, including Kemper County and around the city of Scuba, a little rotation on this storm as well. It's right in there, and that's headed off toward Geiger. But also notice there's some spin around Geiger as well. So in your safe places where you want to be tonight, with along these squall lines, quick little spin-ups are very possible. Sometimes they last for just a couple of minutes and they're gone. That's more or less the nature of tornadoes that form in line segments like this. Greene, Washington, Wayne County, right along the Mississippi and Alabama state line. We have severe thunderstorm warnings here. Then a line of storms here that's come past Bogalusa and Picayune, and eventually could get hit with a few storms there in Slidell. But this line back here around Morgan City and LaPlace coming over toward New Orleans. That could be there probably in the next hour or so, so just want you to keep aware of that. Now, the big energy, the big low itself, actually spins way up here around Tulsa, where we've got the cold air on the backside, some snow around Wichita, warm air on the front side, firing up more severe storms here around Springfield through southwest Missouri. We've got a newly issued tornado warning in Douglas County around Ava here tonight, so not that far from Springfield, and a storm that might come across Highway 60 or maybe even eventually Interstate 44. Tornado watch in effect there, large area where we've got a tornado watch until 3 o'clock in the morning through Mississippi and Alabama. Does include Montgomery as well as Birmingham down toward Mobile and coastal Mississippi and down to New Orleans. We also have a tornado watch in effect this evening. Meaning conditions are favorable. That PDS one, by the way, Alex, if you don't know at home, that's particularly dangerous situation. We talk about these a handful of times a year, but long track violent tornadoes still possible overnight tonight.
Most certainly. They are more rare, but, you know, you take any tornado watch seriously. These ones you give special credence to. Through tomorrow, an outbreak of severe storms and tornadoes expected. Threat for not just tornadoes, but also widespread damaging winds, and also the potential for hail once again exists on Thursday. As for those tornadoes, tomorrow, we could again be looking at the opportunity for stronger long track tornadoes. So those that are EF2 or greater, and again, the long track tornadoes. Tomorrow, Torcon values as high as 7 for portions of North and South Carolina, for parts of the state of Georgia as well. So we will be looking at basically the Midlands to the low country of South Carolina. I think the upstate looking at more of a 5 out of 10 on the Torcon. That would be a place like Greenville or Spartanburg. Spartanburg, you're kind of right on the fringe. Charlotte, right on the fringe. You've got the Torcon of 7. Raleigh, Durham, these are also areas with a Torcon of 7. Raleigh, you're going to be watching tomorrow afternoon. With a Torcon as high as 7, how does that break down? Well, numerous tornadoes, most certainly a possibility, with an increased chance of the stronger tornadoes, those that are EF2, EF3 or greater. Again, some could be long track. Bottom line is you need to be ready to take cover. Know where your safe shelter is. Always be near it. You know, that you don't want to know, oh, my storm threat's coming during the afternoon. That's not the time to travel. Get in the car. Be away from a safe shelter. Charlotte, a Torcon, as I mentioned, of 7. We head west of town over into Gastonia, down 85 into Gaffney and Spartanburg, South Carolina. Torcon there of 5 as well. Tomorrow morning will be the time frame for Charlotte. You can see some scattered showers out there around 5, 6 a.m. We get you to the late morning, and now Charlotte really in the thick of things, with the strong gusty winds, potential for a tornado spin up, maybe some hail. I think into the afternoon, anything we see should be isolated in nature at best. Raleigh, you're a spot, though, that we'll watch the afternoon hours. 7 out of 10 on the Torcon. Farther to the north, up into parts of Virginia and extreme northeastern North Carolina, a Torcon of 5. But Durham, Chapel Hill, Raleigh, Greenville, and Fayetteville, all with a Torcon of 7. We time this out for you. Again, Raleigh, some spotty rain shower action during the morning, but the afternoon and into the evening is when that threat of strong storms and the severe weather will be with you. We are with you all night long. Carl Parker and Mark Elliott, I'm looking at him. He's coming your way next.
Sure, your health insurance tells you to see a doctor, but look around. These days, it's not that easy.
You're telling me.
But Humana helps make it easy. Human Care gives you tons of...
Welcome back to our ongoing coverage of a very dangerous day across the South. We've already had 20-plus tornado reports, and we're going to continue with you live all night long tonight. I'm Storm Specialist Carl Parker, along with Storm Specialist Mark Elliott, and we've got a lot to show you on the radar, so let's get right into it. First of all, tornado watches now in effect in Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, and that one right in the middle of your screen is the one we're most concerned about. That is a PDS watch. Particularly dangerous situation. A lot of concern about long track and violent tornadoes, and that going until 3 o'clock in the morning. You see where all the activity is right now. We've got a big line of storms extending through eastern Mississippi and into western Alabama. Many of the storms that were out ahead of that main line now beginning to settle down some. There is a tornado warning to tell you about in eastern Mississippi. That is Kemper County under warning. This is radar indicated, but we are seeing some pretty strong rotations showing up there, and that is now coming right across 45. So it's that area of bright blue and then darker red as well. That's where the spin is right now, and that is now moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So coming towards Electric Mills more immediately, and then moving towards Geiger as well. Also notice there is some spin just a little farther to the northeast there. No warning on that as of yet, but this is an environment in which there is a lot of wind shear, and that wind shear is only going to increase as we get deeper into the night, and so that's going to mean an ongoing threat even through the overnight hours. A lot of times you have storms settling down in the overnight. That is not going to be the case tonight. Now, to the south of that, this is northwest of Mobile, a big severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag, so it could be little spin-ups along that line, but mainly it's going to be a damaging wind threat. And then to the north of that, also looking at a whole series of severe thunderstorm warnings, those coming across 22 in northwest Alabama, and then storms just now beginning to move away from Tupelo, but still a pretty big cell sitting right across Tupelo. And we want to go now live to our Paul Goodlow. And Paul, the end is near, but certainly I know you've been going through it over the last hour or so here.
We have, Carl. Like you said, the end is near, but we've been through some pretty intense rain that came through here. As they say, it's always darkest before dawn, and before we get to the back edge of this system and our severe threat, we went through some extremely heavy rain. Parts of Lee County, once again, the county where Tupelo is, under a tornado warning. The sirens were wailing, and off to my right shoulder here is the dome here is City Hall building. The rain was going sideways with that. It was so intense as it came on through. By the way, we're still under a severe thunderstorm warning. That tornado warning is no longer valid for this area, which is great news. But still, severe thunderstorms have their own threat. We're seeing a lot of lightning, still some gusty winds as the cell is racing off to the northeast by around 35 to 45 miles per hour. So our winds could be gusting maybe up to 70 miles per hour. We're still under a tornado watch until midnight tonight. What that means is basically we have the risk of seeing severe thunderstorms quickly produce tornadoes. We've had that across this county for a couple of times this evening. In fact, when we first came on this evening, there was a severe thunderstorm warning, and then 15 minutes later, that same cell started to rotate and showing the signature of a tornado. So again, don't just sleep, oh, it's just a severe thunderstorm warning, we're out of the woods. No, severe thunderstorm warnings can quickly produce tornadoes. So bear that in mind, whether you're here in northeastern Mississippi and Alabama, Louisiana, or even in Georgia as we head over the next, say, 24 hours. Then we got the Carolinas to worry about as well. So this is an ongoing progressive concern all across the southeast into the Carolinas as we head into your Thursday as well. Here in northern Mississippi, another threat is this heavy rain. It's a little lighter than it was even just 10 minutes ago. We've had reports of well over 2 inches of rain widespread across the area. So now some of those low water crossings are now filled up with water. So be aware that even though you might no longer have a severe thunderstorm warning in your area, you still have a threat of flash flooding which will be ongoing not only here but across the entire southeast as this system brings all this moisture across this region. So it's also an ongoing threat. Earlier today, we got a chance to visit one of the community storm shelters that they have across Mississippi, and this one was, it's pretty well built. It kind of doubles as a rec center, kind of a indoor basketball area, but it could hold 1,000 people. And talking to the Parks and Rec guy who was actually manning the area that was open, said around 3 or 4 o'clock this afternoon he expects people to start coming in. Of course, you're concerned about COVID when you have severe weather and sheltering in place with people you don't shelter with, but it could hold 1,000 people pre-COVID. He said there are no limits because at the end of the day, do you worry about coronavirus or do you worry about the potential ongoing tornado outside? So you definitely have to yield to the imminent threat, which could be the severe weather. But there's still, they have masks available, and I'm sure there are people in that shelter right now as we've gone through a couple of tornado warnings this evening for the county. Nothing has actually included the city of Tupelo, but Lee County has been under a tornado warning at least 2 to 3 times over the last, say, 3 hours or so. So we're not quite done. We have that threat till midnight. Hopefully we'll have that threat end and push east of us before midnight, but there is still an ongoing overnight severe threat, not only here in Mississippi, but points eastward as well. So definitely be weather aware. Hopefully you have a way to get the alerts on your phone or a weather alert radio. Hopefully you have more than one way to stay weather aware as we head into the overnight hours.
All right, Paul, all very good advice there. Certainly storms are a lot more dangerous overnight. And let's take a look at a brand new tornado warning now in southwest Alabama. This is southwest of Tuscaloosa. We know you've had a long history with tornadoes there in Tuscaloosa. That's Green, Pickens, and Sumter counties going until 9 p.m. So we're actually watching 2 cells. We were pointing this out moments ago. There's one rotation right there and then another rotation right there. So let's go ahead and track both of these forward. First of all, the lead rotation, that is going to be coming into Lewiston more immediately, and then perhaps to Foster's if it's still going at that time. And then the one that is behind that, that coming up towards Geiger and eventually into Warsaw and New Mount Hebron. So ongoing rotation showing up in these storms. Now, I want to jump quickly up into parts of Missouri. This is closer to the center of this big system, and there's a tornado warning now for Douglas County that is radar indicated. Not seeing very much of a threat here. Sometimes you see little kinks developing along the leading edge of a thunderstorm, and this is just a plain old damaging wind threat, a serious one, no doubt, but not a tornado threat now coming across Route 60. So as we go much farther south, I want to show you what's going on in the atmosphere right now. We talk about wind shear, and low-level wind shear is very important. So you notice here now there are winds that are coming out of the southeast at the surface in Alabama, and then winds coming out of the south-southwest, and much more quickly. That's 50, 60 miles per hour, and that change in wind speed and direction in the lowest levels of the atmosphere is a really important part of what drives a tornado threat, and that low-level jet is actually going to be strengthening as we go through the night tonight. As we look at the instability or the fuel for these thunderstorms, there's plenty of that. You notice that there is less as you get farther north here. That is going to change overnight. The atmosphere is going to get a little more conducive for severe storms, so there will be a threat for severe weather reaching over into North Georgia, into Atlanta. That's going to be overnight and through the very early morning hours. But the greatest threat is going to be centered on Alabama. 9 out of 10 on the Torcon. So there's a threat for long track and violent tornadoes in parts of Alabama, and then a 7 out of 10 in northern Alabama. And we want to get out to our Reynolds Wolf. He's in Birmingham, Alabama tonight. And Reynolds, already several rounds of some very serious storms in and around Birmingham.
Yeah, absolutely right about that. Carl, I got to tell you, the way things feel here in Birmingham, you might hear the train cars right behind me on the tracks, slow mover, but the system overall, what it's meaning for so many people, millions in fact, is going to be the combination of that heavy rain, which you viewers at home certainly can see, the possibility of some large hail, and of course the damaging wind. And on top of all of it, you've got the tornado threat. It's as though you lift up the hood on a high-performance vehicle and you see the engine, all the parts are there. Every component to create severe weather, it's going to be in the mix for tonight. Carl was mentioning some of the places that have been ravaged by tornadic activity that has dealt with some rough weather during the evening, but you can go back just about a decade or so, 2011. You think about what happened in Tuscaloosa with a massive tornado that ripped right along parts of McFarland Boulevard in Tuscaloosa. And I'll tell you, people in Alabama have become very, very weather savvy when it comes to conditions like this. And the chapter of this book that we're dealing with in the evening and during the overnight tomorrow proves that the threats remain. Carl was asking me about some of the bouts that we've had today. He mentioned some of the heavy rain, and he nailed it. We have had some very, very heavy rain where visibility at times was hampered. Right now, light to moderate. The siren song that we're going to be seeing into the evening, though, is with all the moisture that's been coming down, some places easily several inches of rainfall, would not be out of the realm of possibility for places like Mountain Brook, Tarrant, Trussville, to experience some flash flooding because the ground is saturated. And it's not just going to be in the greater Birmingham area with a population of roughly 1.1 million people, but you expand down the 65 corridor through Chilton County, Alabama to Jemison, Thorsby, Clanton, even down towards Montgomery. I'll tell you, it's one of those things where you've got a very similar setup. Soaking rains that came through, another episode coming in during the nighttime hours, and you think about limited visibility from the lack of light. Driving around is not advised. And if you are driving around, you might find yourself with water crossing roadways. As we often tell you at the Weather Channel, by all means, turn around, don't drown. Just be smart. Just hunker down and watch coverage. And as Paul mentioned earlier, and rightfully so, have a way to stay informed. Now more than ever, it is so important to have something to alert you, your friends and family, to get to that safe space should severe weather come calling. And that certainly could be the case as we roll forward. Let's bring Mark Elliott for a moment. Mark, I'm going to hand the baton off to you, and I know that we're not finishing up. If anything, we're launching into even more of what could happen during the overnight hours, and Mark, well into tomorrow.
Yeah, you mentioned the dangers that occur with that nighttime threat, with the lack of visibility, with the lack of awareness, with the lack of alerts because you might be asleep. These are all things we need to be thinking about as we go through the overnight. And a place like Atlanta is going to be right on the cusp of these storms, whether it's the overnight or early tomorrow morning. I guess it all depends on what time that alarm goes off for you, because these storms are going to be knocking on the Atlanta doorstep by somewhere around the 5 to 7 a.m. time frame, a little bit earlier on the west side of the area, a little bit later on the east side of the area. So first, yes, we know we have this pronounced threat across Alabama for the rest of the night and the overnight hours. But you notice this kind of tongue of instability, this risk that goes in towards Georgia. And then we can continue east from there. Again, a more pronounced risk towards the East Coast. But there's this in-between zone where we're kind of overlapping, specifically in Georgia, for the overnight hours. So that's an area I want to focus in on now, because this line is going to be approaching Georgia. What's going to happen to this whole mess of thunderstorms with embedded tornadoes as it approaches Georgia during the overnight hours? Well, first, let's look at the temperatures. This is a 3-hour loop of the temperatures, kind of a proxy for how much instability there is still out there when you've got really warm stuff throughout the state of Alabama, the Florida Panhandle, South Georgia. On the other hand, we've got this real cold air in comparison on the east side of the Appalachian chain. And we can zoom in on the Atlanta area, 57 degrees right now with cloudy conditions, 59 in rain in Chattanooga, whereas just down I-20, Birmingham's closer to 70, then Montgomery's closer to 75. We can hope that some of this cool air is a stabilizing force, and as storms work their way down I-20 and towards the Atlanta metro area, that they will fizzle out a bit. Unfortunately, for that hope, that warm front is lifting north now as we speak. Will we bust through that wedge, that cold air that's at the surface? The models are still suggesting that we might, with some showers and storms that come through during the late evening and beginning of your overnight. Some of these could be strong, mind you, as they approach North Georgia. We're definitely still going to have severe weather along this line across Alabama. We follow this farther east. Look at the instability actually growing towards the Atlanta metro area and along that Alabama-Georgia border in the overnight hours, and that continues right up until the point that this line of storms crashes through places like Atlanta, places like Macon by 7, 8 a.m. This is going to be a real close call. Carl, it's an easy bet that Birmingham will continue to see rounds of severe weather during the overnight. It's not quite as certain what happens with that line as it moves east after that point. We clear out Birmingham by, say, 3 a.m., but those same storms will be coming towards Atlanta. We'll have this round of storms that helps the instability actually grow in behind it, and then here comes that line, 5, 6, 7, 8 a.m. for the Atlanta metro area. It's going to be a busy overnight and early morning for Alabama and Georgia.
Yeah, always a tricky forecast in that high shear and lower instability environment. And we've got an ongoing couple of warnings to tell you about right now in both Alabama and Mississippi. A tiny little sliver of an ongoing warning now for Kemper County in Mississippi. The storm is now right along the state line there. And then in Alabama, Greene and Pickens and Sumter counties under warning, a radar indicated tornado warning. So there are a couple of areas of spin. You notice how this one here has become elongated. So I think we are looking at less of a threat at this time from that storm. When it's sort of more compact and more circular, that's when you're worried about really strong rotation. And this one is sort of shearing out right now. So there's a little less concern about that. And then the one to the south, there too, it's not quite as pronounced as it was just moments ago. In fact, I'm going to go back just a couple of scans right in there, seeing a stronger, slightly tighter rotation right there. And now, in this case, it's not quite as pronounced. So at least for now, it appears that there's somewhat less of a tornado threat. It is a broad rotation that's now near Geiger and moving northeastward. That's coming into Geiger right now and then moving towards New West Greene as well. But, you know, these things sort of wax and wane all the time. They can tighten up a little bit and then loosen up a little bit and tighten up a little bit. So even if we're seeing that right now, don't take that to mean that we're not going to see it tighten up once again. Then to the south of that, severe thunderstorm warning in parts of Alabama and Mississippi. We'll have much more on all of this coming right up. Stay with us.
It was just living in the moment of disbelief.
Oh my God!
We really were caught off guard.
We couldn't leave. We were stuck there.
There was going to be nothing we could do except try to make it through safely.
That is the most scared that I have felt in my life.
Oh my God!
It's surreal.
Holy!
Welcome back to the Weather Channel. Our special coverage of severe weather, which is all across the southeast now, will be with you all night long, keeping you hopefully ahead of any dangers out here. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodman live in Tupelo, Mississippi. We are still under a tornado watch here. That could be perhaps pared back earlier than its set time of midnight expiration, because we're starting to see that heavy rain that blasted on through here earlier. We'll push farther east. We're seeing more light to moderate rain here. We see the back edge not too far away, and hopefully a quieter, more calmer and less unstable atmosphere. The same system also blasted on through the home of Mississippi State, Starkville, Mississippi. We have this video that was sent to us by a viewer. And again, Mississippi State, also a pretty good meteorology school as well. We can show you, this is what we dealt with also here in Tupelo. The rain coming down sideways as we're under a severe thunderstorm warning. They even had a tornado warning several times here in Lee County throughout this evening. And most trees don't have very many leaves on them yet. And trust me, these winds gusting perhaps 60, 70 miles per hour. Yeah, blowing what few leaves are on there off the trees in many locations. The copious amounts of lightning coming through as well, and the intense rain. This is not the first day of moderate rain across this part of Mississippi, so flash flooding is an ongoing concern. You can see the radar there. Those green outlined areas are called flash flood warning, meaning we have flooding occurring or it's about to occur. Many areas 1-2+ inches of rain, and still rain coming on through there. Even after the rain has moved out, there's still an ongoing flood threat because all that rain eventually gets into the rivers, and those will still flood even after the last raindrop has fallen from the sky. We're still not out of the woods in terms of severe thunderstorms. We're seeing them across parts of Mississippi, now pushing into Alabama, eventually parts of Tennessee and Georgia, and then the Carolinas tomorrow also under that threat. The good news right now, we're no longer under any tornado warnings here in the state of Mississippi. But again, severe weather doesn't know boundaries of what we make here on the maps. Let's go back to the lab now with Carl Parker. And Carl, there's still an ongoing tornado warning in parts of Alabama right now.
Yeah, that's right, Paul. And we expect that this threat is going to continue deep into the overnight, even tomorrow morning, perhaps, in the Atlanta metro area. There you see the broader picture, a big line of storms now from Tennessee down into western parts of Alabama and into Louisiana as well, southern Mississippi. And right in the middle of that is where we have the current tornado warning, and that is now not very far away from Tuscaloosa. Greene, Pickens, and Sumter counties, radar indicated tornado warnings. We're actually looking at a couple of cells here. I want you to notice how these have changed in character. You see those two distinct areas where there's sort of a bright blue and then red. Those are two circulations that came up into this current tornado warning. That lead circulation has really fizzled right now. There's not much to it. And then as we look at the second one, also not nearly as well formed as it once was. But let's go ahead and track it just to be on the safe side. And these things do often sort of cycle. They can go up and down. They can get a little bit stronger and then a little bit weaker again. That coming towards New West Greene and also towards Lewiston as well. Then to the north of that, severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for Fayette and Lamar counties, and a lot of flash flood warnings now in effect. Very wet weather across much of Louisiana and Mississippi and Alabama. So here's a look at the future radar, and I want you to notice how we have some lines of storms. That yellow shading there is the instability. That is actually going to be surging northward overnight tonight. So this line, as it comes through Alabama, is going to have enough to work with, and the wind shear is only going to be getting stronger as we get deeper into the night mark. And so even though we're going to be losing the daytime heating, we're actually going to continue to see a very serious threat right into tomorrow morning.
Lots of spin in the environment, which means a continued tornado threat. You really got to, feel for the people that have seen multiple tornado warnings today, potentially multiple tornadoes. Remember, the Tuscaloosa area just south and west of you is a tornado warning. And look at this. This was from earlier. This is not the current tornado warning. This was an earlier tornado warning near Tuscaloosa. You saw that building go flying, the swirling black clouds there as well. And obviously tornado in progress from earlier today as that front came through and those storms came through. This is the Clayton, Alabama area. Look at the lowering there. My goodness, it looks like the whole base of the cloud gets all the way down to the ground. So when that type of rotation is that close to the ground, you can pretty much assume that there is at least some tornado action going on underneath that. It's not always the most violent when the whole cloud base is that low, but it can be. Okay, and then look at this behind the building. We can't see if it connects back to the ground because the building's in the way, but scary, scary clouds there. Ominous skies for sure. This is in the Demopolis area of Alabama. Again, our view a little bit obscured, but you can assume that there was at least the need for warnings with that. And here's another one, a lowering from the skies earlier in Brookhaven, Mississippi. Remember, our severe weather continues Mississippi, Alabama into Georgia tonight.
Hello, America. Welcome back to continued coverage here on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf coming to you from Birmingham, Alabama, where the skies are beginning to light up. They've been lighting up for much of the afternoon. And sure enough, as we turn the page into the evening hours and overnight, there's more to follow. quite a bit of it. So not only do we have the reverberance that we're going to have with the thunder and the lightning at times, we've got, of course, the pitter-patter of rain that's been coming down at times, incredibly heavy. In fact, one of the big concerns will lead from really that excess of water. Ponding on roadways is going to be a sure bet. We do expect a lot of streams, a lot of rivers to be compromised, rising up because of the abundance of water. So people, I got to tell you, my friends and neighbors out there, please be careful out there. And if you've got an area around your town where water tends to collect, this is going to be one of those times in the following hours, and certainly possibly for the next several days, we could see this be an issue. Now, the story does not begin or end in Birmingham, Alabama. We've seen issues back into places like Arkansas, through the great state of Mississippi, of course, here in Alabama, and eventually we're going to see these problems linger into Georgia, into the Carolinas. More lightning popping up across the sky. Again, thunder's going to follow, and we may be seeking shelter fairly soon. Off in the distance, you might be able to hear a couple of sirens. They've been busy tonight. Law enforcement trying to keep people safe the best they possibly can. Best way that you can stay safe, ladies and gentlemen, is to have a way to stay advised, to stay warned. If you have a no-weather radio, certainly want to make sure you've got those batteries that are charged up, ready to go. Of course, if you've got the ability on your smartphone to stay advised on certain warnings that might be in your area, or better yet, Carl, to keep it here at the Weather Channel, we'll keep you up to speed with what you can anticipate. But certainly, Carl, it's been a busy day, busy night, and possibly a very busy morning and day ahead.
Yeah, a long way to go on this one. And let's take a look at the tornado watches as they stand right now. And you see them from parts of Tennessee all the way down into Louisiana. The one that we are really concerned about is right there. That is what we call a PDS watch. And the Storm Prediction Center calling this a particularly dangerous situation. So violent, long track tornadoes will be possible within that area, and that watch is going until 3 o'clock in the morning. Don't be surprised to see a watch extended up into North Georgia as well, as there's going to be a line of storms that will make its way into the Atlanta metro area. Mark's going to be talking more about that coming up here in just a moment. So here's the current situation. No tornado warnings right now. A relative lull, but that can change in an instant. I've got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings to tell you about. One of those for Hancock, Harrison, Pearl River County. Another one, this is southern Mississippi, by the way, for Perry and Stone County. So looking for some damaging wind and possibly hail coming across Route 49 there. Then off to the north, notice this sort of a curly Q on the southwest side of the cell right there. That is definitely a rotating cell. Right now, there's not a tornado warning on that, but there very well could be. So we need to keep a really close eye on that. That coming towards 65 and not very far away from Clanton in Clifton County, where we did have some damage from a tornado earlier today. So that's Autauga County under warning and coming into areas just south of Billingsley. Then another warning here for Marion County, and that is northwest of Birmingham, and that going until 8:45 Central Time. So I want to expand backwards, and you can see how there's this area of red there. That is the available energy for these storms. You notice that it's lacking right now in Atlanta and northern Alabama, but Mark, what we expect, as is often the case, is that that's going to be changing overnight and into tomorrow, and the wind shear is only going to increase. So that's going to bring that threat into North Georgia tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I think that's right. As that front approaches, we're going to see the instability growing even in the overnight hours. And while it won't be huge levels in the Atlanta area, because if you step outside right now in Atlanta, you're in the soup, right? It is just kind of gross. You got to push the air out of your way. It is foggy. It's been kind of drizzly. Temps in the mid-50s. None of that really screams severe weather coming, and yet the conditions are going to change, which is why when you look through the overnight hours, we've got this potential for tornadoes kind of leaking into Georgia from Alabama, and it picks up even more so as we work our way through the day tomorrow. So Atlanta to Macon to Albany are kind of on the line. They are on that border between overnight and the forecast for overnight and the forecast for tomorrow, because that line is going to be barreling on through. What's working for kind of the storms is, as Carl mentioned, the instability growing and lots of spin. What's working against the storms and for all of us in North Georgia is the cool temperatures, the lack of instability because of that. Zooming in on that, you can see that's the cold air wedge coming off the spine of the Appalachian chain, and yet the forecast still calls for those storms to kind of overcompensate that cool air, first with storms through the late evening and the beginning of the night, and then this whole line comes through by right around the morning rush. We still have severe weather to follow tonight, including a new tornado warning. This in Alabama. We'll give you an update right after this.
Frito-Lay variety packs.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel. Continuing coverage of severe weather that's rolling across the southeast as we speak with you all night long to keep you ahead of these storms. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodell live in Tupelo, Mississippi. The good news is our visibility has increased. Look behind me. That's City Hall here in Tupelo. You can actually see even well past City Hall because our cloud deck has lifted. Our heavy rain has moved well east of us. And we still have some clouds overhead, some light rain, some drizzle. We're not out of the woods yet in terms of maybe some rain, but in terms of the strongest, heaviest rain and strongest winds, those have pushed well to the east of us right now. We are still under a tornado watch until midnight. That could be dropped as it looks like our threat is pushing eastward as well, but that's a call that the Storm Prediction Center will or will not make. That's on them, not us on TV. But one thing we did notice is that we picked up more than a half an inch of rain the last hour or so. So when that back edge of the heavy rain came through, that is what's concerning a lot of people in terms of flash flooding. The numerous flash flood warnings going on for the multiple inches of rain that's already fallen, and that's also pushing eastward, and so is that threat as well. But speaking of tornadoes, you go south of us on towards Wayne County. We have video of a suspected tornado that hit there earlier this afternoon. And Wayne County is probably about a 3-hour drive from here in Tupelo. But you can see that large wedge tornado coming on through there. Some of the tree line is obscuring that. And yeah, definitely several people did report this. You have the video in here as well. Not quite sure what type of damage it has done there, but that's something that'll definitely be surveyed by the local weather service office as we head on towards daylight tomorrow when it's far safer. But we're not out of the woods in terms of more severe weather across the southeast, including Alabama, even Georgia. Then tomorrow, the Carolinas. I know Carl Parker back in the lab is watching this very closely. And even here, Carl, we can tell things are changing. More stable atmosphere. Our temperature has dropped dramatically over the last, say, 40 minutes.
Yeah, you can really feel that, and that is good news when that comes through. You've got a big shift in the level of threat there. Paul, thank you so much. And let's talk about where the threat is going to be highest through tonight. And there you see the 9 out of 10 on the Torcon in central parts of Alabama. That's where we are most concerned about the possibility of violent or long-track tornadoes. Also a 7 out of 10 in northern Alabama, another spot where we tend to get some pretty bad storms. And then a 5 out of 10 into west central Georgia, and that does partially extend into the Atlanta metro area. So there could be some very strong storms overnight tonight, early tomorrow morning in Atlanta, probably coming through 5 to 6 on the west side of the metro, 6 to 7 on the east side of the metro. So please, please check before you head to work tomorrow morning. You could run into a really hellacious line of storms if you are leaving early. So let's take a look at the radar right now and show you what's going on. There's a tornado warning. We talked about the cell rotating moments ago, and they went ahead and decided to to issue a tornado warning on this. And so Autauga, Chilton, Elmore counties. Chilton, by the way, same county where we had a tornado earlier and some damage. And right now the rotation is certainly there, but it is broader. So it's that area right there where we're seeing the green and the red, not as tight as it was moments ago, but nonetheless an ongoing tornado threat. That coming towards Marbury will be there at about 8:49, and then into Schley at about 8:59 or so. But again, it's a broader rotation right now. We're a lot more concerned when you see a really tight, really intense rotation. This is broadly rotating, but that could change at any time. They can tighten up just like that, so you want to be aware of that threat. Then also a severe thunderstorm warning to the south. That is Clark, Monroe, and Wilcox counties, and we're looking at a severe threat coming towards Monroeville as that moves off to the east. And then an ongoing severe warning along 22 there in Marion County. But you notice this mass of rain that is coming through, and a lot of flash flood warnings now in effect across much of northern Alabama. It's going to be a really wet night in these areas. And this severe threat is going to go through the overnight and then mark into tomorrow in the Carolinas. That's pretty typical when these systems come through.
Yeah, but gosh, with this kind of setup, with this much spin through the atmosphere, I think when you have that much spin, it overcompensates even some other ingredients that otherwise wouldn't be so high on the scale. These types of spin events really do support severe weather through overnight hours and for several days. So this is into tomorrow, that as the severe thunderstorms and tornadoes continue. Several tornadoes, damaging winds, and hail will all continue for tomorrow as well. In fact, we already have sevens, or I should say again, have sevens on the Torcon for tomorrow. Eastern portions of the Carolinas and then portions of central Georgia, 7 out of 10 on the scale. What that means is that numerous tornadoes are possible. Seeing strong tornadoes that last a long time cannot be ruled out. Let's talk a little bit about the ingredients. We've got this front going through. That's going to provide some spin to the north. And we have a little bit more instability growing throughout the day near the coast. And that's also where we'll have the best wind shift near the coast. So that will support some tornadoes. Everyone else, very strong winds aloft. And so as the rain falls through that and pushes that down to the surface, that's how we get the strong wind threat with these storms as they move through. But the modeling suggesting that we may still have individual storms along that line, which could support tornadoes throughout the afternoon tomorrow.
Oh.
Welcome back to our coverage of an ongoing severe threat, and look at this video from Wayne County, Mississippi earlier today. You're looking at a couple of things there. You see the tornado, of course, nearest the ground, but then there's this very large tube that is above that. That is what we call the mesocyclone. That extends usually 30, 40,000 feet up into the sky, sometimes even higher than that. That's the big rotating updraft, and the tornado develops within that area. It's right along the edge, basically, of that rotating updraft. But, sometimes you get a really good look at that rotating updraft extending very, very close to the ground. And that is precisely what you're looking at in this case there, the mesocyclone and then the tornado within that. Remarkable scenes from earlier today. We've had at least 20 reports of tornadoes so far. And this is a look at the radar and where all those reports have been. So we had a prolific wind-producing area of storms that came up through central Mississippi, but then a whole slew of tornadoes, primarily here in southern Mississippi as well as in Alabama. And again, more than 20 reports of tornadoes so far. And it's not over yet. We've got a ways to go because conditions are still going to be favorable for tornadoes even in the overnight hours. We've got a lot of wind shear in place, and there's an ongoing tornado warning right now that is northwest of Montgomery. This, by the way, the second warning that we've seen in Chilton County. Actually got some damage in Chilton County earlier today. That is a radar-indicated tornado warning, and that coming towards Marbury. I'm going to get a little bit tighter now on this velocity image right there, and looks like it's just a shade tighter than it was before. So there is a potential tornado where you see that red and green coming together, and that is very close to Marbury. And moving north, that's going to be moving very close to Mountain Creek here in just the next few minutes, and then coming into Schley beyond that. So heads up, a possible tornado coming your way, moving north about 35 miles per hour. Then southeast of that, got a severe thunderstorm warning, a big line of storms with a damaging wind threat coming into Clark and Monroe and Wilcox counties. And then as we get farther north, got a flash flood warning, a reissue there for Walker and Winston counties. A lot of heavy rain now in central and northern Alabama. So flash flooding is also going to be a very big threat going through tonight and tomorrow. Now, part of what drives a tornado threat is what we call wind shear. So notice how, especially in northern Alabama, you've got some winds that are coming out of the east southeast like that. So that is the wind at the surface. That's the surface wind. And then you've got wind at about a mile up in the atmosphere racing out of the south-southwest, 50, 60, 70 miles per hour. So you have a real big change in wind direction and wind speed in the lowest levels of the atmosphere. And that's part of what creates that low-level spin that gets tornadoes going. And Mark, that low-level jet is actually only going to be strengthening as we go through the night tonight. So even with more limited instability, we've still got a major threat overnight and tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and not only that, but that low-level wind is also transporting moisture up from the Gulf of Mexico. And you kind of hinted at this. I think we're going to transition to a flood threat in northern Alabama, maybe the southern Tennessee Valley, North Georgia. It is raining to beat the band right now in Huntsville, Alabama, low 60s right now, and pouring rain, and it's actually going to get heavier before it stops. I think we're really going to see that rain filling in. So this corridor could see some just torrential numbers when all is said and done with regards to rain through the overnight. However, we can't forget about, of course, the tornado threat that also continues through the overnight hour. It's an easy assumption that we'll still have tornadoes across Alabama. The question marks start coming towards the east. You see this shape that we have, the Atlanta area is right on the cusp of the 3 to 5 on the Torcon through tonight. And tomorrow, partially a function of when this line of storms comes through, you're still there, right? Early morning storms on this western edge. So overnight into early tomorrow is what I want to talk about right now. And part of that is the high spin in the environment, but also where the instability will be. We can look at the temperatures right now. Look at the green and yellow intersection. That kind of 60 to 70 degree cutoff here is going to be really crucial. And as we zoom in on North Georgia, I think we're actually starting to see that wedge of colder air breaking down. The warmth is growing. This is the past hour for temperatures, and we're well after dark now. We're in the overnight, but temperatures are starting to actually go up. Those southerly winds are starting to win out. The east wind coming out of the northeast, for example, is exiting the picture. I think that will help support more storms as we go through the overnight, setting the stage for severe weather by early tomorrow morning.
Welcome back to our coverage of what has been a very dangerous day across parts of the Deep South, and there is an ongoing tornado and damaging wind threat that will continue through the overnight, even tomorrow morning. There you see the current tornado watches that are in effect, and the one there in much of Alabama going until 3 o'clock in the morning. You see that PDS, that means particularly dangerous situation. Violent, long-track tornadoes are going to be possible within that area. You've got a really energetic atmosphere and enough instability certainly to support an ongoing severe weather threat. Now let's take a look at the current radar picture, and right now we don't have any tornado warnings, but don't take that to mean that we're done. By no means. Again, you've got a really energetic atmosphere. There's no reason to believe that it won't continue to be active well through the overnight and even into tomorrow morning. Now, here you see a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Perry and Stone counties just for about another minute or so, and then another one that is in effect just to the east of that, and that now for George and Greene and Perry County. And the threat here is 70-mile-per-hour wind, and sometimes you get a really good look at that wind right in there, that area of sort of brighter blue, and that is coming towards Loosedale generally is where we're seeing some of that stronger wind. There you see an inbound velocity of 68 miles per hour. That's not terribly far off the ground, not that far from the radar site. So that's the type of wind that is is going to be coming into areas near Loosedale not very long from now. Then a brand new warning here for, that's George and Greene and Perry. We talked about that. And then we've got a new warning here to the east of that. Clark and Monroe and Wilcox counties under warning until 9:15. So a damaging wind threat. You know, there's a lot of wind in the atmosphere in general. The parent storm is really, really strong, and there's a lot of wind at many levels of the atmosphere, and that drives a severe weather threat in addition to a tornado threat, and that is generally going to be coming towards 65. And then farther north, big mass of rain. Sometimes that can help you out a little bit with the severe threat. It can mitigate that somewhat when you've got a lot of rain that is broadly cooling the atmosphere some. It makes it a little less likely that you get the really powerful updrafts that are necessary for tornadoes. And so, you know, that could be helpful tonight. But with all that rain, we've got a flash flood threat, and of course getting into some mountainous terrain here in northern Alabama. So Walker, Winston counties under warning right now, and then also a flash flood warning to the east of that. Cullman and Morgan counties under warning, and that is going until 10:30. Now, I want to take you farther west and show you what's happening here in northern Mississippi. We have a couple of ongoing flash flood warnings, but you see the back edge of all that weather has now started to move away. We want to go out to Paul Goodloe. And, you know, Paul, we can breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief now in northern Mississippi, and that certainly is good to hear because, of course, when you've got severe weather at night, that is exceptionally dangerous, and we do tend to have more fatalities from severe storms and tornadoes at night.
Yeah, Carl, the data definitely shows that more people lose their lives at night because tornadoes, because it's when you're vulnerable, you're asleep, you don't see the dark clouds coming or the flashes of lightning because hopefully you're resting overnight. But the good news is, at least here in Tupelo, that threat has diminished greatly. Our temperatures now have dropped as well. We look behind me towards the south at City Hall on the right side of your screen. We can see a lot farther off to the south now because the intense line of storms, strong and severe, have pushed well to the east of us right now. Again, our temperatures dropped from around 68, 69 degrees down to around the mid-60s right now, as well as our dew points from they've been hovering in the upper 60s, low 70s. Now they too are in the mid to low 60s and dropping as well. So we're starting to see that threat diminish. Our atmosphere start to slowly stabilize here. It's also going to cool down as well. I'll show you that forecast coming up. But right now I want to show you areas south of here by about, well, here's the forecast. You can see our temperatures will drop dramatically as we head towards tomorrow. Last 3 days, our highs have been in low 80s here in Tupelo. We'll be in the 50s the next 48 hours or so for high temperatures the next 2 days. This is down in Brookhaven, Mississippi. It's about, say, 4 hours south of us or about 2 hours north of New Orleans here. And that's a suspected tornado that rolled through there earlier this afternoon. So we've been dealing with this across the state of Mississippi all day long. It looks like that is about it. As we head on towards daybreak tomorrow, it's just the cleanup and the surveying of any type of damage. And this is one of a couple of suspected tornadoes that were reported here in the state of Mississippi. But again, we can feel kind of the cooler wind coming in. We're not quite out of the woods. I don't think our tornado watch has been allowed to expire yet. It goes till midnight. I wouldn't be shocked to see that cut down earlier as our threat has greatly diminished in this part of Mississippi. That's some great news. Good news for us, not so much good news as this system is still blasting eastward into Alabama, into Georgia as well. Again, the forecast calls for a much colder environment here as we head on towards Thursday and Friday. Highs not getting out of the 50s. So once again, Carl, behind these crazy spring or early spring storms here, and spring starts on Saturday, we go from having the air conditioning on to having the heat on as we have a dramatic shift in our temperatures as we head over the next couple of days here. But again, that threat still ongoing east of here. I know you're still tracking storms in Alabama and also heading on towards Georgia right now. Yeah, it really tells you something about the contrast in the seasons, the duking it out that occurs at this time of the year. Paul, thank you so much. And let's take a look now at the radar, and then also that red and orange coloring right there is instability. And what do we mean by instability? Well, that is warm and humid air at the surface, but it's also the temperature profile as you go up through the atmosphere. And as it gets colder as you go up, that makes the atmosphere more likely to rise. When you get a thunderstorm developing, it's going to be more likely to rise if it's getting colder as you go up. So that's basically fuel for storms where you see that red. And you notice there's a real absence of that fuel there in northern
North Georgia. It's been cool today. Temperatures have been in the 50s, a lot of low cloud, drizzle, and rain. It's been kind of a yucky day in North Georgia, and a lot of times that can sort of keep that severe threat at bay. But what we think is that as this system moves east, the southerly winds are going to pull that instability up ahead of that area of storms, and the result is that there is going to be a severe threat. So here's another way of looking at that instability. It's depicted in yellow as opposed to red in this case, but you get the idea. We'll go through the model here, and you see that we've got a line of storms coming across Alabama overnight, and then right as that's starting to come up into Georgia into the early morning hours, we're starting to see a little increase in that instability, and that's what may be enough to give us some pretty strong storms in Alabama tomorrow. I want to get out to Reynolds Wolf. He's been reporting on the storm in Birmingham. And Reynolds, a lot of rain around central and northern Alabama tonight.
Right. Oh, absolutely. You're right, Carl. We do have plenty of rain. It's coming down right now. We're actually in a little bit of shelter. We may have to go back to our cars. We actually had one intense line that came through, and if you look at radar, you'll see the second installment from our west and closing in rather quickly. As it does so, it's going to bring with it more wind, more rain, and with it the lightning that can be awfully dangerous. So yeah, we're going to be seeking shelter in just a bit. The tornadic threat, we certainly have that, and it's something that's not just located in and around the Birmingham area, but again, throughout much of the deep south, throughout the southeast, and it is on the move, affecting people during the evening hours, overnight, into the early morning, and then for much of tomorrow too. So this is not just a quick shot. It's going to be one that's going to last for quite a bit. A couple things working against us here when you think about this part of America. Certainly as a guy who grew up in Alabama, I can tell you that this is an area where you have a lot of rolling hills. So even if we had brighter conditions and it was not nighttime, you would still have a really hard time. The horizon very short because of the trees and because of the undulations you'll see in the southern end of the Appalachians that you have here in parts of Alabama. I mean, it's the complete opposite of what you'll find in places like, say, Oklahoma or in the flatlands of say, Kansas. Here you do have the rolling hills, so really hard to see. What is easy to see is, again, we're going to seek shelter pretty quickly. You can hear the sirens off in the distance. Law enforcement, first responders are working very hard to keep people safe. And still, we got quite a bit of a night to go. Okay, we're going to send it back pretty quickly back into the studio, and we're going to get this crew back in and seek some cover. All right, back to you.
Yeah, good idea there, Reynolds. Another round of lightning is headed your way, and so, you know, we practice what we preach. If we can hear the thunder, if we see the lightning coming in, we use all the tools at our disposal to see how far away that lightning is, and we bring everybody inside. So this severe threat continues right now and through the overnight hours. Want to break down where we're seeing that threat. Now, this is a long look at the radar picture the past several hours, and then overlaid on top of this are all the different counties that have some power outages. That trend is growing. It's not the only thing we can see on this radar. We also have these, cells going this way, south to north off the Gulf of Mexico, and this big push of storms coming in west to east. That's the spin in the environment. These are lower base showers, right? So they're feeling the low-level winds coming up from the Gulf. These are giant thunderstorms that go through the whole atmosphere and feel those big winds aloft coming in. That's the spin that will occur through the overnight hours and only increase, not only down here near where you're seeing that, but also throughout Georgia, throughout the rest of Alabama. Flood threat to the north where we've got all this rain ongoing. So these are the threats that will continue as we work our way through the overnight hours. First, your tornado threat. That does continue through tonight, specifically through Alabama. That's where our highest numbers are. We also see that into Georgia as the line will be moving east. Tomorrow, and depending on your point of view of when tomorrow begins, right? If you're an early bird, 4 a.m., starts tomorrow. For us, that's still the overnight forecast back here, right along that Alabama-Georgia border. Through the day, it gets all the way to the East Coast. But it's that overnight in-between zone that kind of gets overlaid on both of these maps. And I want to follow for a little bit. Number one, we know that the spin in the environment is going to be huge and growing. So more than enough shear, that change in wind direction, direction with height to more than overcompensate some lower ingredients when it comes to severe weather. One of those ingredients is the instability, which is a function of how much moisture is there, but also the temperatures at the surface. And so we've got all kinds of warmth holding their own, right? It's into the nighttime hours now, still in the low to mid 70s, southern Alabama, South Georgia. Pretty easy assumption we'll continue to see storms rolling east. But look at Chattanooga at 58, 59. Look at Atlanta, 57. Augusta now back to 66. What's happening here? Well, this is the cold air wedge, the cold air dam coming down on the east side of the Appalachian chain. We've been stuck in this north or kind of east wind, trapping that cold air into North Georgia. But over the past hour, we've actually seen the warmer temperatures pushing north, coming into the south side of the Atlanta area. Remember, the airport is here on the south side, so we'll see what happens in the next hour or two. Will Atlanta jump from the mid-50s, where you've been all day, to 60, 65, right? If that starts to happen before our storms arrive, we've got a much better chance of seeing strong storms, not only through the overnight with this first round that's lifting through over the next several hours, but maybe more crucially, along this line of storms. Because unlike many lines of storms, which will have a straight line wind threat, that will be there too, don't let me fool you, but with a high shear environment and, so that's spin in different levels of the atmosphere, and with this instability growing as the line approaches, look at this forecast for the Atlanta area. We could have these storms crash in starting around 4 a.m. on the west side of the area, right over the city, 6, 7 a.m. or so, and then the 8 a.m. time frame to the east. This is a dangerous setup because of the timing. You might think, oh, we escaped it. I'm going to head out for my morning commute, and that's when the storms come. You have to stay weather aware overnight in a place like Birmingham and all the way through morning in a place like Atlanta. Birmingham, your risk really does start to come down, say about 2 a.m. in town, maybe 3 a.m. for everybody, and then by morning commute time, you're fine. You can't say the same thing in the Atlanta area. Here's the zoomed in look at the Atlanta metro area. We'll see that instability growing, temperatures climbing overnight. By about 3 or 4 a.m., we start really mixing up that atmosphere. The west storms come in 5, 6, 7 a.m. and then blast through 8 to 9 a.m. and you're basically done from there. Carl.
Mark, you're talking about the wedge there, and I always find that so fascinating because you've heard people say, well, the mountains cause us to not get as many tornadoes, and we know that that's not true. You can absolutely get tornadoes in mountainous areas, but in a sense, because the mountains, the Appalachians, help to create the wedge, it actually does form a little bit of a protective area.
It certainly makes the forecast that much more complicated. There's that added wrinkle because that cooler air is there. Without the mountains, it wouldn't be.
Right, and when you think about where we are latitudinally compared to Birmingham, they get way more active weather than we do in North Georgia, and so that's actually it's both a blessing and a curse. We don't enjoy it so much when we've got ice storms coming in, but we like it when we've got severe weather coming through. All right, let's take a look at some video from earlier today and remarkable scenes from some of the severe weather. This is Gardendale, Alabama, and look at that. I mean, think about the force that it takes to take an entire root ball of a tree and just pry it right out of the ground. And you see actually a branch coming through the ceiling there. Major tree damage there in Gardendale. I'm not sure if this was actually a tornado damage, but it certainly looks like it. And we had a lot of reports of tornadoes today. That Morgan County, Alabama, this is going to be another of the things that we're really worried about tonight, and that is very heavy rain. Huge, massive rain now coming up across northern Alabama, perhaps mitigating that severe threat in the northern part of the state in particular, but we've also got a growing flash flood threat in those areas. Severe warning to tell you about now in southern Mississippi, George, Greene, and Perry counties. That's going until 9:45. We've actually had some pretty strong wind coming into Lucedale. You can see that big surge right there as it moved towards Route 98. Then to the north of that, got a warning west of 65. That is Clark, Monroe, and Wilcox counties under warning until 9:15. And so, a little bit of a lull right now. We don't have any current tornado warnings, but don't let your guard down because we still have a very energetic atmosphere, and we very well could be looking at more tornado warnings through the overnight and even into tomorrow morning. More on that coming up.
We log at the top of the world, a mile high into the mountains. And that's where some of the best logging is.
It's absolutely insane up here.
Careful, careful, careful.
There's lots of things that can go wrong.
The mud just does not stop.
You can't stay on the road.
You just hope you make it.
It's a battle against Mother Nature. It's not for everyone.
Let the fun begin.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel. Our continuing coverage of the severe storm threat, which is still rolling across the south. Here's a live look at Bourbon Street here in New Orleans, where the rain is coming down and the sky, if we have the skyline view, it is just lit up with lightning coming on through here. We are not under, there you go, flash of lightning. We're not under a severe thunderstorm warning, but it's still a pretty angry storm coming on through here. The good news is things will be clearer tomorrow. The bad news is next hour or so, some pretty intense wind and lots of lightning coming through, as well as that heavy rain. So this is all part of that same system, which is still pushing through portions of Alabama, pushing into Georgia, or pushing into the Carolinas as we head on towards daybreak tomorrow, and still sort of panhandle with some storms as well. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodlow here in Tupelo, Mississippi, noticing and feeling the cooler, drier air coming in here because we're seeing the back edge. Again, this is looking south, and the storms have pushed to the east of us. And in fact, our tornado watch, which was up till midnight here, has been pared back from this part of northern Mississippi. That's some great news. That's kind of a signal that, you know what? The rest of the night should be a lot quieter in terms of things coming from the sky. The concern still ongoing, not only here across northeastern Mississippi, but much of Mississippi, is the flash flood threat. Even though the rain is no longer falling from the sky, we still have rising creeks and rivers and streams and ongoing flood concerns. In fact, even here, we picked up more than a half an inch of rain in about an hour. The back edge, before we got cleared out, we had some pretty intense rain where the rain was being blown sideways off of that dome here of City Hall behind me. That is all cleared out. Our atmosphere is slowly starting to stabilize, and that's some great news in terms of things quieting down. Our weather will dramatically change as we head on towards tomorrow. The rain is out of here, but so are those 80-degree temperatures that we enjoy the last 3 days for high temperatures. Next 2 days, we'll see 50s for high temperatures. We'll really notice when the sun comes up tomorrow, it'll be far colder than it is right now across this area. So far, no reports of injuries or damage or tornadoes here in northeastern Mississippi. Different story south of us. Let's take you on towards Wayne County. We have video of suspected tornado damage from storms that rolled through there earlier this afternoon. And again, they were under tornado warnings and tornado watches across the area. You can see those buildings are just now splintered from a suspected tornado across that area. So this is just one of several areas which had tornado warnings and possible damage from multiple storms that rolled through the southeast as we headed over the last really 12 to 18 hours or so. So we're not quite done. We still have this overnight threat pushing eastward. Once again, let's go back to the lab with Carl Parker. And Carl, city like Tuscaloosa or even Birmingham, they were hit earlier today, and now they still have another threat as we head over these overnight hours, too.
Yeah, we don't want to relax, that's for sure. We are seeing a relative lull right now in the warnings, but there certainly could be a lot more going into tonight. Now, here you see some video from earlier today in Smithville, Mississippi. Appears to be a funnel in the distance there. Sometimes it can be difficult to tell. Sometimes you see a lowering like that, and you don't see a whole lot of rotation. That does look like it is probably a tornado, but I'm not seeing any rapid rotation there. Sometimes it can be a little bit difficult to tell, but certainly we've seen a lot of tornadoes today. We've had more than 20 reports of tornadoes thus far, and an ongoing threat, including the PDS watch there in Alabama. That is a particularly dangerous situation. So that means there's going to be a threat for possibly violent or long track tornadoes going through the overnight hours. But again, at least right now, we are seeing a relative lull across a lot of the southeast. And so let's take a look at the radar picture here. And we actually do not have any severe thunderstorm warnings nor any tornado warnings. So there are no severe warnings of any kind right now, but there are many flash flood warnings. We were just watching this area moments ago, coming across parts of southern Mississippi. That warning has been allowed to expire. But as we get farther north, notice these areas where we've had, 3 to 5 and even more than 5 inches of rain all across northern and central parts of Alabama. So a lot of rain already and a lot more on the way. Flash flood warning for Walker and Winston counties, that going until 10. Got a newer warning here in the Huntsville area that is for Jackson, Madison, and Marshall counties, and that is going until 12:30. So there's this huge mass of rain, and it's sort of a trade-off. When you've got a lot of rain like that, you tend to reduce the instability that brings down the severe threat, but of course you've got flash flooding to be concerned about. And here, by the way, is a look at the instability, and so you see that it is more limited in central parts of Alabama, but not as much in the southern part of the state. So we are certainly not out of the woods in terms of severe weather. The watches continue well into the overnight. We're going to have more on that coming up.
Hello, America. Welcome back to continued coverage here on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf coming to you from Birmingham, Alabama. At our situation downtown, we are actually just north of a row of hills referred to as Red Mountain. And I'll tell you, the mountains and valleys we've been dealing with weather-wise throughout much of the afternoon and evening hours has been a daunting one. And if you were to take a look at radar, you would see that we're actually between almost in a valley between two ridge lines of storms. One driving off to the east, another one swiftly approaching from the west and bringing trouble with it. Some heavy rain, possibly some damaging wind, large hail, and maybe even, some tornadic activity cannot be ruled out into the overnight hours and into the early morning. But lightning has also been an issue, and at times we've had to seek cover and go into the safety of our vehicles, and I think we're about to get to one of those times relatively soon. But I'll tell you, it's going to be one of those nights where I hope you have that plan in place of where to go, where to seek shelter. Lowest floor away from walls and windows, always the best place to be. But I'll tell you, this is not the time to go out and about and go joyriding, because visibility, obviously, it's going to be poor. It's dark. That's a no-brainer. But at the same time, in this part of the world, you've got a lot of hills, a lot of bridges, and you might be going over a small hill into a valley where the roads are covered up with water. When you think with the amount of rainfall we've had during the earlier parts of the day, certainly into the afternoon, we had rain coming down and just downpours. And right now, it is coming down fairly heavily. And you have to think with the ground saturated, it's not going to be a good result. We can expect a lot of creeks, a lot of streams, a lot of rivers to be really compromised. Rising water is going to be an issue. And even after the second installment of rain raises its way on through, that water is going to keep rising. So even by early tomorrow morning, when the wind begins to die down and the temperatures drop with it, and they will indeed drop, you'll notice a tremendous difference in how things are going to feel. Danger can still be out and about. The danger we've seen during the afternoon has involved what could have been some tornadic activity, especially south from a location. We're all to hop into a big car and go south on 65. You'd find your way into Shelby County, eventually into Chilton County, Alabama, and not far from Clanton, there are reports of a tornado and with it some damage in that part of the world. But I'll tell you, we might see more of those problems. In fact, I think we will see more of those problems during the overnight hours in places like Georgia and perhaps even, Carl, into the Carolinas. So we still have a long way to go with the story. And by all means, it's certainly not time to let our guard down, Carl.
No, that's for sure. I mean, things are looking a little bit better right now, but could very well be a big day for severe weather tomorrow, and we absolutely could be looking at more warnings overnight tonight. But again, we are seeing a relative lull right now. We'll show you that in a moment. I want to look at this video from earlier today. This is Wayne County in Mississippi, and you see that sort of a stepped appearance. There's obviously the tornado just behind the trees, but then you see this, large, almost, boxy looking thing, and that's basically what we call the mesocyclone. So there's a very large rotating updraft in this storm. That's the nature of a supercell, is that it's got a big rotating updraft, and that's the bottom edge of that big tube that is rotating in the storm. That's what we call the mesocyclone, and then the tornado develops from that. Sometimes you can very clearly see those two distinct pieces. So, again, right now, we've got a relative lull in the activity. There's been a lot of wet weather, and that's certainly helping things out, because when you get a lot of rain, that makes the atmosphere a little bit more stable. It's a little bit less bubbly, less likely to rise. And so, you've got an ongoing flash flood threat. and that's not good, but it is at least bringing down the severe threat in some areas. Notice how, by the way, a lot of this activity has been coming up into North Georgia and then just fizzling, just collapsing. Well, look at what's going on with the instability. Those yellow and orange colors indicate where you've got low to moderate instability, and you've got none in North Georgia right now because it's been cool, it's been cloudy, it's been rainy. So as these storms come up across central Alabama and come into North Georgia, they just fall apart as they get into North Georgia. Now, we don't think it's going to be that way indefinitely. Most likely we're going to see some of that instability begin to come up and into the Atlanta area and start to eat away at that cool air overnight and into tomorrow morning. And right as that's happening, the winds are actually going to be getting stronger. And the winds, the low-level winds, the mid-level winds, that's all part of what drives the tornado threat. So, you know, right as you're getting just enough instability coming into the Atlanta metro, we're going to have a lot of wind, and that could mean some tornado warnings. So even though things are settling a bit right now, don't, you know, fall into the trap of thinking, well, that's it, we're done for the night, because it's very, very common for there to be sort of a waxing and waning that occurs in events like this, where, you know, it's busier for a time and then less busy. You know, the trend is encouraging here in the last couple of hours, but by no means are we done with severe weather overnight tonight. Big, massive rain coming up across southern parts of Alabama right now. Would not be surprised to see some flash flood warnings coming out there, as that is not moving very much at all. We'll have more on this coming up in a few minutes. Welcome back to our coverage of an ongoing severe weather outbreak, and take a look at this video from earlier today in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Of course, we're highly sensitive about severe weather in the Tuscaloosa area with that devastating storm that came in just about exactly 10 years ago. And there you could clearly see little circulation and some debris showing up as well. Couldn't see the funnel as well in that case, and there you can. A lot of different almost chaotic motions in a tornado. There is, of course, spin, but there's also a rising motion as well. And there are little areas of spin that sort of rotate about each other. These little areas of vorticity, as they're called, in computer model simulations, they just look like a rat's nest. It's just amazing how many little spins are actually within those. And there you see the very low clouds, and that also typical of southeastern tornadoes with very low cloud base. And look at the damage in Wayne County, Mississippi. It looks like some farm buildings there, some silos, pretty serious damage from tornadoes earlier today. And, you know, again, there is an ongoing threat through tonight. We have seen a bit of a lull in the action, and, you know, that's certainly some good news. You know, it could be in part that we're not seeing quite as much lift in the upper atmosphere right now. Also, there's a lot of rain coming down, and that helps to stabilize the atmosphere some. It's been really stable across North Georgia. So as storms have been trying to come in, watch how they basically hit the state line there in Alabama and Georgia, and then they just fall apart. But we do think that we're going to see a little narrow area of warmer, more humid air coming up overnight, and with that, there is going to be a severe threat in the early morning hours in Atlanta. Mark's going to talk more about that in just a moment. Taking you down into southern Mississippi, a lot of rain coming across the same area, sort of training, as we say, so I'd be concerned about a developing flash flood threat there. We've certainly seen that farther north. You notice these areas where we've got 3 to 5 inches of rain in the last 12 hours, where you see that yellow coloring there, and a lot more coming down right now. There's a flash flood warning in Clark and Wilcox counties, and that line of storms coming towards I-65 right now. A big mass of rain in the Birmingham metro area. Flash flood warning for Walker and Winston counties, and then up into the Huntsville area. Another flash flood warning in effect right now for Jackson, Madison, and Marshall counties. That is going until 12:30 in the morning. So, you know, I think this is going to be one of the bigger threats that we're dealing with overnight tonight in northern Alabama, really helping to reduce that severe weather threat, but we're looking at an ongoing flash flood threat that's probably only going to be getting worse as we continue through the night. So there are still tornado watches to tell you about. I want to mention those very quickly. It may be that we are seeing a little less of a threat right now, but there is a watch going till 3 o'clock in the morning for central and southern parts of Alabama. And that is what we call a PDS watch, particularly dangerous situation. And so that means that strong and maybe even violent tornadoes are possible in that area because you've got a very energetic atmosphere. But again, the trends in just the last, say, hour to 2 hours are encouraging. Does not mean that we're not going to see any warnings overnight tonight. By no means does it mean that. It's just that it's cautiously encouraging that we're seeing a little less of a threat right now. But we can also see a resurgence. That's entirely possible. That's going to happen tomorrow in the Carolinas, but even early tomorrow, Mark, we could be looking at some pretty strong storms in the Atlanta metro area.
That's right. This front is moving into, slightly cooler air, but more spin. And sometimes having more spin in the environment can really get storms going even without temperatures in the 70s and 80s. It doesn't feel like severe weather in Atlanta. It is cold by severe weather standards, right? 57 degrees, clouds and drizzle and low fogginess and just an all-out sloppy soup out there. And yet we are anticipating strong storms to crash in just about the time that the kids would be at the bus stop or that you'll be trying to get to work, which is why many of the schools around the Atlanta metro area decided to either go virtual for tomorrow or cancel class because of the school bus issue first thing in the morning. Here's the line of storms that we're watching. This line is knocking out power around the Birmingham area. It already came through portions of central Mississippi and northern Louisiana. So power outages growing as this line is moving east. So there's still a lot of wind energy with this, and there is a tornado threat. So overnight, we know that Alabama is at play for tornadoes. But what about farther east? What about middle Georgia? What about North Georgia? This kind of overlaps from overnight tonight into tomorrow, and then it really ramps up again as you exit Georgia and go into the Carolinas, because again, not only will we have more spin, but we'll have the benefit of the afternoon hours. The daytime heating will go a long way to increase that instability. But for now, we've shown you that, there's plenty of warmth still in southern Alabama and southern Georgia, but I think that warmth is actually increasing into North Georgia also. Look at the wedge, the cold air actually retreating a bit. You're seeing the yellow colors start to walk their way north towards Atlanta. I'm carefully monitoring that Atlanta temperature over the next couple of hours, because not only does this batch of rain kind of sneak by over the next few hours, but this is the main show, and it doesn't come into, say, North Georgia until 1 a.m. to the north, and for the Atlanta area, it's 4, 5 through about 7, 8 a.m. That's your big risk overnight to early tomorrow. Active weather all afternoon, continuing tonight. I want to show you some video here from earlier as storms came through Brookwood, Alabama. Widespread tree damage here and trees that are snapped about halfway up, which is often the sign of a tornado going through. We'll have to, of course, have the survey teams out. Many tornado warnings through the day today and into the night. And so it's, impossible to say if this particular one was a tornado or not. And then, how about that? Lightning strike off in the distance. We're told that it actually did strike a home out there in the distance. Hard to kind of see through the trees, but that's what we were told, that it struck a home. That is another risk, right? If you're close enough to hear thunder, you are close enough to be struck by lightning. And if it happens, the first strike, there's always a first strike. So you got to be just weather aware. Don't be caught outside if these storms are approaching your area. Many storms still out there tonight. So I want to go back into the lab where storm specialist Carl Parker is with us tonight. And Carl, this whole line of storms is barreling east. Lots of lightning activity with it right now.
Yeah, a ton of lightning right now along the Gulf Coast, and we'll show you that in just a moment. I wanted to focus a little bit on the forecast because we are seeing a relative lull in the activity right now. Is that going to continue to be the case? Well, what we're looking at here is the high-resolution future radar. So this is a high-resolution model, a mesoscale model, as we call it, along with the instability. And so instability, you can think of that as fuel for thunderstorms. That's low-level warm and humid air and a change in temperature as you go up through the atmosphere. So here we go into 3 o'clock in the morning, and you notice that, there's not a lot of instability. There's actually very little in the Atlanta area, so it's, just going to be some heavier rain in the overnight hours. But you see there is still enough to keep things going there across south central Alabama. And if you look closely in here, I want you to look for a shape that looks a little bit like that. And you can see that in these cells that are in central Alabama. And so what that is the model picking up on the fact that there is a lot of wind shear and there is enough instability for there to be these rotating supercells that tend to have that shape, that sort of a kidney bean shape. And, it's entirely possible that we'll see a resurgence in terms of the number of warnings that are occurring. Right now, we're seeing, again, a relative lull in the warnings as compared to earlier today, this afternoon, and earlier in the evening. But that could change in the overnight. And one of the things that is actually going to be increasing is the level of wind in the atmosphere, the low-level wind, the mid-level wind, and that is a big part of what drives that severe weather threat. Then we go into 5 o'clock in the morning, and we're still seeing evidence of that kidney bean shape there along the Alabama-Georgia state line, and we're also seeing a little bit of that instability creeping up into the Atlanta metro. So while we may not see widespread warnings in Georgia in the morning, it's entirely possible that we could be looking at some tornado warnings. So just be aware of that. Have a way to be notified, whether it's your phone on your bedside table or whatever it is. Then we see a little more activity going into the morning hours. And as you mentioned, Mark, we're going to see a lot more going on through the afternoon. Now, I do want to mention a brand new warning now that is in the central part of Alabama, and that in effect there, and let me zoom down on that. In effect, in the Montgomery area, Autauga, Elmore, and Montgomery counties under warning until 11 p.m. Mark, over to you.
Gusty winds headed right towards Montgomery. It's been quite the day in Montgomery. Another round coming towards you. How about what's going to happen in Clemson? For what you can see of it right now, you're also in that kind of pea soup atmosphere. Low clouds, fog, cool temperatures in the low 50s, and yet our Torcon for the Clemson area is in that 5 to 7 range because of the potential for this to change in a big way, that as we go through the overnight, temps could actually start to climb. That wedge that's affecting places like Atlanta and Clemson is going to be breaking down. So tomorrow, we're still talking about a severe weather outbreak continuing, including tornadoes, some of which could be long track tornadoes again and quite strong. That's where we have the 7 on the Torcon on the map here. That potential is high. And then, of course, the Clemson area right on that border, 5 to 7. So again, with that Torcon of 7, expect tornadoes. Pretty likely that we'll see them, and some of them could be quite strong. This same cold front's marching in. The instability will grow through the day. The moisture is going to be there, especially if you're near the eastern seaboard, and still shifting winds with height. A very strong wind aloft, too. Now, that's this mid-level wind right in here. So if you don't get a tornado, you may still have severe thunderstorm warnings with very strong winds. We'll watch this line barreling through the eastern seaboard as we work our way through tomorrow, getting all the way off the east coast by the evening.
Oh.
Welcome back to our coverage of an ongoing severe weather threat through tonight and tomorrow. And there you see some video from Selma, Alabama earlier tonight. There may have been a tornado that came right through downtown. Some very serious tree damage, as you can see there. And the threat is not over in central and southern parts of Alabama. We may see additional strong storms through the overnight. In fact, there is a warning right now for the Montgomery area for possible damaging wind. And welcome back to our ongoing coverage of severe weather. I'm Storm Specialist Carl Parker. There you see the tornado watches that are now in effect, and that is a particularly dangerous situation. That PDS watch there going until 3 a.m. That means that there is potential for strong and maybe long track tornadoes, though we have seen a relative lull in the amount of warnings here in the last couple of hours. And so at least in the short term, some encouraging trends. Whether or not that holds through the night remains to be seen, because we've still got a lot of wind shear in place, a very energetic system, and there's going to be enough instability to support some storms. It's not a tremendous amount of instability. That's one ingredient that's sort of lacking, especially in areas where there's been a lot of heavy rain, northern Alabama, for example. But we could be looking at more activity going through the night tonight. Here's a look at the current radar and satellite, and you see this big, massive rain up into northern Alabama. Several flash flood warnings in effect there, and then some severe warnings ongoing now. Looks like we'll get a brand new severe warning in southern Mississippi. I'll get to that in a moment. So right now in Alabama, Butler and Crenshaw under warning right now. Counties under warning until 10:45. And then to the north of that, looking at a warning for Montgomery. That is Autauga, Elmore, and Montgomery. Counties under warning until 11 p.m. And we're looking at a damaging wind threat for the most part here. But I do want to point out that we have seen some little areas of circulation showing up on the radar picture. So right in there, there is one, that little bit of green and then sort of darker red. And then here's another one sitting right in there. And then here's another one right there. And another one right there. And so you've got a whole series of little spins that have developed right along the leading edge of this area of damaging wind. Whether one of those tightens up enough to warrant a tornado warning remains to be seen, but you've got a lot of wind shear across the region tonight. I also wanted to jump back very quickly and show you that new warning that has popped up in southern Mississippi, and that is in the Biloxi area. And so that is Harrison and Jackson counties under warning until 10:45. And that is now coming into Gulfport, looking at the possibility of some 60-mile-per-hour wind there in Gulfport as that moves on through. Now, let's go back over and take a look at the rain threat, because that is very serious. The heaviest of rain is now just about ready to move away from Birmingham, but we've had a terrific amount of wet weather, well over 5 inches of rain in some spots tonight. So ongoing flash flood warning in Cullman and Morgan counties in the northern part of the state, and then also here up into the Huntsville metro area. And looking at the model forecast going forward, we expect to see more storms developing through the night tonight. Now, this is a look at the future radar along with the instability. And so that's a really key part of this. Where you see that yellow shading right there, that's where there's enough fuel to support ongoing thunderstorms. You don't see that across northern Alabama and North Georgia. So, at least through the overnight, as we've got wet weather coming through, it's just not going to have enough warm and humid air to support a severe weather threat. It will have enough in central and southern Alabama and northwest Florida. So those are the areas in particular where we may continue to see an ongoing severe weather threat. And then into the early morning hours, you notice that it does creep up into Atlanta. And so that is one of the question marks, Mark. Will we see enough instability to support perhaps some tornado warnings in the Atlanta metro in those pre-dawn hours?
Yeah, I think there's a kind of a reservoir of that instability between, say, I-10 and I-65 and points just east from there, southern Alabama continuing into South Georgia. Very gusty wind threat will continue overnight, so that's a big part of the story. Lots of lightning, that's a huge risk as we go through the overnight hours. It's a very highly electrified line of storms that's coming through. And again, as Carl has been mentioning, there's these individual kind of pushes of stronger winds that may have embedded circulations along with it. That's the tornado risk that continues overnight now, losing some of the characteristics of the supercell thunderstorms, but you could argue more difficult to pick out spins along the line of storms that could also have tornadoes kind of fleeting there 1 minute, gone the next, but could still bring damage to your house overnight if it comes right on through your town. This line of storms has also been knocking out power. We've seen the counties reporting power outages increasing in and around the Birmingham area. As this line came through outside of Montgomery, we had some outages there as well, and northern Louisiana and towards New Orleans as that line came through. Nothing, on the, the super giant numbers on the power outage tracker, but power outages are increasing nonetheless, and that tells us that there's still a lot of wind energy with these storms, and of course the lightning itself could be knocking out some power also. So overnight, Alabama has the biggest risk of tornadoes, mostly with those tornadoes that are embedded within the line. But it doesn't end in Alabama. We're also looking at Georgia, and that could be overnight, and as Carl mentioned, maybe right about the morning commute time. Problematic timing in Atlanta. All the school systems had to figure out what they were going to do because you don't want the kids waiting out at the school bus as this line of severe storms and maybe embedded tornado circulations comes in. That timing is roughly 6 to 7 a.m. On the west side of Atlanta, and then through 8 a.m. on the east side of Atlanta. Gosh, that's a terrible time to have the kids outside, right? And then it actually could have another resurgence as we go through the day tomorrow, but really focusing on the overnight, this area, the Alabama to Georgia kind of border zone, kind of straddles both of those time frames, overnight into early tomorrow. Part of that is because of the temperatures that are still out there. We've got lots of warmth kind of baked in across southern Alabama and South Georgia, but a cool pocket has worked its way down from the Appalachian chain. We've had a strong northeast or east wind all day that has locked in that cool, foggy weather, lots of stable air really, and not what you would anticipate with severe weather. And yet, check out Birmingham. Even in the rain, you're still in the upper 60s. And at the Alabama-Georgia border, you're now climbing. Temperatures have been climbing as we go through the last couple of hours here. And so that is the cold air wedge being eroded away, being broken down by those stronger south winds aloft. And we're going to see these temperatures actually marching up through the overnight. You may be warming in Atlanta throughout the overnight hours. So the combination of very strong wind shear, where winds at the surface kind of look like this, and winds aloft look more like this out of the southwest, that connection, that loop is what the storm feels. That spin will be there as storms arrive. Combine that with a little bit more instability, which is the yellow colors on this map, and you've got the recipe for kind of a sneaky return to more warnings through the overnight hours. So we'll watch these storms continue in that corridor between Birmingham and Montgomery throughout the evening hours. Bigger storms still possible the farther south you go, where there's more instability and a very strong push of wind. And so storms could be kind of pushed forward and then loop back on themselves with some tornado activity. If this batch comes towards Atlanta, say 2 a.m. or so Eastern time, that could stabilize you even more. I think it's more likely that it misses Atlanta and goes north, leaving behind the potential for this line of storms to show up for the rest of your overnight into early tomorrow. Again, very problematic timing here for the overnight hours here, Carl. We're watching that kind of border between Alabama and Georgia with instability growing, lots of spin in the environment, and bad timing because it starts the next day and everybody's going to be either going to work or going to school and kind of figuring out what the overnight mess left behind. Hopefully we can get through this, but it does appear we'll have more warnings tomorrow morning.
Yeah, Mark, we've had this conversation before, but there is definitely a thing about Atlanta getting its storms in the morning, and whether or not that is some sort of diurnal component to the development of the long wave pattern. I've always wondered about that because I'd love to see what the stats are, because it seems like all the time the storms develop in the Mississippi and Alabama in the afternoon and then come through Atlanta in the early morning hours.
Yeah, it could be partially a function of how those that cold air wedge that we've been talking about and that cold air at the surface, how it gets eaten away, maybe partially because of the stronger winds that kick off as the sun sets, right? That wedge was in place all day long, and then the low-level winds, the low-level jet really starts cranking, and that's what finally pushes that cold air away. So there, you know, sometimes you can build in some help for the Atlanta area overnight leading into morning storms.
Yeah, but you know, I still have this ongoing question about why the morning, you know, why not, you know, late night, you know, why not the afternoon once in a while? When's the last time you remember Atlanta getting severe storms in the afternoon? It's been a long time since that's occurred, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Hey, we want to show you some video from earlier today talking about some of the severe weather that occurred. And there's Gardendale, Alabama. Now, think about the velocity that it would take to pull an entire root ball of a tree out of the ground like that. And then, of course, the branches coming in the house, and that's always very scary when you've got all that weight coming down in a house like that. I'm not sure if that is, in fact, tornado damage, but we had many reports, probably a couple of dozen tornado reports at least today in Alabama and in Mississippi. So a very scary day, no question about that. And it hasn't just been wind and tornadoes. It has also been heavy rain. Look at that. That is Morgan County, Alabama. Of course, you've got a lot of terrain in Alabama, and that makes it even more torrential. That can channel and funnel the water, and you end up getting scenes like that. And, you know, that is going to be an ongoing threat tonight. We are seeing the rain ending slowly from west to east, now across the western and central part of the state, but it's going to continue for a while yet, especially in the northeast part of the state. Then in Smithville, Mississippi, what appears to be a tornado there on the horizon. You know, I've looked at this a couple of times now, and it is tough to tell. The one thing that I don't really see a lot of is motion, and that's one thing that you're looking for. It, you know, could very well be that there had been a tornado, and that was sort of what was left of it at that point, but you're just not seeing a lot of motion around that lowering right there. Now let's compare that to another tornado video that we saw earlier today, where you can very clearly see that that is a tornado. So that's the tornado right there, that little wedge. But then you've got this larger feature above that, and it's this enormous area of spin in the atmosphere, and it's what we call the mesocyclone. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. And so you've got, you know, first of all, the tornado coming up like that, and then you have this very large tube, and that is the mesocyclone, and that extends up, you know, 30, 40,000 feet into the sky. That is the rotating updraft that makes a supercell, and from that, the tornado is extending downward. So every once in a while, you get a really good look at both of those things. And, you know, also another thing that happens sometimes, in some cases, is that wall cloud, that bottom edge of that mesocyclone, can actually lower all the way to the ground, and then it becomes really difficult. You know, if you take that and you move it down to the ground, it can be really hard to know what you're looking at. You just see this big wall with motion coming towards you, and that's especially true in the southeast because there's a lot of tree cover and the cloud bases tend to be very low as well. But just a really remarkable scene there earlier today in Mississippi. So let's talk about the ongoing watches right now. And there is this, what we call a PDS watch, and that's going until 3 o'clock in the morning. PDS means particularly dangerous situation. Now, you know, at least for now, we're seeing a relative lull in the action, but it does not mean that we are out of the woods. Got a long way to go. 3 a.m. Central Time, 4 a.m. Eastern Time, obviously, and we may yet see a resurgence in storms developing across particularly central and southern Alabama and maybe northwest Florida, Mark. So, you know, we don't want people to think, all right, well, it's over now. I mean, it's encouraging what's happened here in the last couple of hours.
It's better than the alternative, that's for sure.
Yeah, but it may not be over yet.
Yeah, and if it's not tonight, it certainly could be tomorrow as well, because this whole system is still chugging its way towards the East Coast, and there's going to be lots of spin in the environment for tomorrow, too. So a 7 out of 10 on the Torcon again for tomorrow for eastern portions of the Carolinas, portions of central Georgia also included in that for tomorrow. If you're not familiar with what a 7 may mean on the Torcon, it means Tornadoes are likely, number one, but also the stronger kind of upper echelon tornadoes are certainly possible, and tornadoes that could stay on the ground for a long time as well. Here's the setup. We know that this strong cold front is going to be marching its way east. The instability is going to be highest right along the east coast. You've got all day to kind of warm up again and allow that environment to cook and get unstable. Also, added spin near that warm front to the north and near the area of low pressure, which I think will also help to give us spinning storms. Otherwise, the winds aloft are favorable for that spin. You've got winds at the surface coming out of the south, winds at 5,000 feet up or so coming out of the southwest, and very strong mid-level winds, which will help to organize these storms into little bowing segments and give you those embedded tornadoes along the line of storms, which there will be that line of storms, right? We were talking about the Atlanta area for the morning. Look what happens as we head through the morning into the afternoon, mid-afternoon, right along the southern Atlantic coast. It'll take until the end of the day for the northern mid-Atlantic coast, and even some storms near our area of low pressure lingering into the beginning of the night.
Last year.
We log at the top of the world, a mile high into the mountains. That's where some of the best logging is.
It's absolutely insane up here.
Careful, careful, careful.
There's lots of things that can go wrong.
The mud just does not stop.
You can't stay on the road. You just hope you make it.
It's a battle against Mother Nature. It's not for everyone.
Let the fun begin.
And welcome back to continued coverage here on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf, coming to you from Birmingham, Alabama. Now, Birmingham, Alabama is home to some 200,000 people here in the city, but you really expand that population quite a bit when you include the metro area. It goes up to 1.1 million people, but the population and cloud cover up above through much of the day, that really has been the true story of the day. We've had plenty of rainfall, quite a bit of it. Times it's come through just crushing downpours, and then it's caused the ground to be saturated in many places. A lot of creeks, streams, rivers are all going to be compromised. Water is spreading above those banks, and I can guarantee you a lot of low-lying spots in places like, say, over in Trussville, perhaps even into Bessemer, low-lying areas in Mountain Brook. You'd see the water covering roadways, so please be careful if you have to go out and about. Really, the best course of action is just to stay at home and take it easy. But remember, keep those weather radios on, keep it on the Weather Channel to stay up to speed with what could happen, because we still have the risk of rough weather during the overnight hours, and we see the bulk of this risk eventually make its way a bit more towards the east, affecting Georgia, into the Carolinas too. So the overall story is not done by a long shot. We've certainly dealt with our share of damage. Places like Mountainville, Alabama, there's been reported damage there. People are going to be doing their surveys tomorrow. In parts of Chilton County, Alabama, more of the same. But I'll tell you, as the sun comes up, we're going to have the full revelation of the damage that we have across much of Alabama, into Mississippi. We mentioned Arkansas also, and into the Carolinas, and perhaps even into Georgia before all is said and done. Right now, we've had a train that is moving through. We're talking about how we've been hearing the sound of the train, that haunting sound of the cars going down the track. But it has been that really the locomotive action, those showers, the storms lining up like one car after another, boxcars on train tracks, that have really caused that water to really come through and make the big difference. But a break in the action starting to come through. The rain beginning to diminish as the bulk of it moves off towards the east. But I'll tell you, Carl, right now, we can definitely feel a little bit of a shift, a slight shift in the wind, and certainly the temperatures, they do feel a bit cooler. So changes underway, and hopefully those will be good ones, Carl.
Yeah, certainly good to know that you've got that west wind coming through. We're going to see much less of a threat there in the Birmingham metro. Reynolds, thank you so much. And let's take a look at what's going on right now across the southeast. And we're seeing a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. So we are at least looking at a damaging wind threat. It's been a while now since we've had tornado warnings. There you see a lot of lightning along the Gulf Coast, a big mass of lightning producing storms. One of those looking at some severe threat potential, severe wind potential that now in Biloxi and coming towards Pascagoula. That's Harrison and Jackson counties under warning as that moves off to the northeast right along that I-10 corridor there. Then another warning near Greenville. That's Butler and Crenshaw counties under warning until 10:45 for damaging wind. Yet another warning in the Montgomery metro, Autauga, Elmore, Montgomery counties. 60-mile-per-hour wind will be possible. That is now coming right into downtown Montgomery, so areas on the east side of Montgomery, you're going to be getting some strong wind in very short order. Then another warning here, and that coming up towards Talladega. We're seeing a little bit of the sort of a backward C shape right there, indicating some potential for some strong wind, and that's going to be coming up towards Talladega and across the I-20 corridor as well. And then the other big part of what's going on tonight is this area of heavy rain in northern and central Alabama. Several streaks of heavy rain, and Mark, as a matter of fact, now getting report of some water rescues near Colbert and Lauderdale counties there. Sheffield, apparently there are several people who have as much as 5 feet of water in their homes, and so it's been pretty rough in some parts of Alabama tonight. Over to you.
Yeah, absolutely, Carl. And you know, we have some video from earlier in Arkansas before those storms got all the way to Alabama. I want to show you the Jonesboro area. This is sometimes these storms have, not to personify them too much, but have kind of their calling cards, have a DNA. Look at how much rain there was sweeping through this backyard, right? There's a river back there somewhere, but I don't think it was supposed to be quite here. My goodness, that is a lot of water. The threat continues as we go through the overnight into tomorrow. Look at the huge zone of green on this map. This is where flash flooding is possible. And we can break this up in two, right? We've got near our upper level low with lots of storms and continued rain to the north. And we've got our crazy cold front and all of the rain and embedded severe weather associated with that down towards the south. As for how much rain we are still anticipating here across the south, where we get those repeated thunderstorms, that's a quick burst of 1 to 2 inches of rain on the way. And that could be enough in a soggy south. It's been rather wet already to create some flooding. And near the eastern side of the Appalachian chain and even into the northern mid-Atlantic tomorrow through Friday morning, there could be flooding there too, as we've got a nice little burst of rain on the way across that area. Here's a current look at the whole radar picture. Remember, there is some ongoing flooding back here near our upper level low and in Alabama, where we've had so much rain today.
In the summer of 1976, a young coffee salesman by the name of William Miles Wolfe Jr. moved here with his family to Birmingham, Alabama, and he had a son by the name of Reynolds Wolfe. That obviously was me. And I can tell you, as a kid from 1976 to present day, spending a lot of time in the state of Alabama, I knew as a kid and certainly knew as an adult that the weather can change very quickly, and the skies, which are all so beautiful over the state, often can explode with anger. And that certainly has happened in the past, and to such terrible effect. We saw that just a decade ago in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, back in 2011. A lot of loss of life with a massive tornado that caused all kinds of problems, and sure enough, over the years, we've seen that process repeat itself. Quite often it happens during the springtime. It's the exchange of seasons when things begin to get so volatile. That certainly is the scenario that we've seen this evening. I can tell you that right now in Birmingham, things are beginning to die down considerably in terms of the intensity of the wind, the heavies, the rainfall that has moved off towards the west, but the problem still exists. So folks, let me tell you, this is certainly a time you don't want to let your guard down. And you also have to remember, severe weather season continues for quite a while. So to stay safe, you got to always be prepared. You have to be vigilant. And one of the best ways you can do it, watch the Weather Channel. That's right, and we certainly have a long ways to go. This system still has quite a bit of steam with it. It's going to roll its way across parts of eastern Alabama, up to places like Anniston, Alabama, and places like Rainbow City, eventually crossing into Georgia, the Carolinas. So a long way to go with this scenario, and certainly we've seen our share of damage in places like Mountainville, Alabama, and Chilton County. We've had sporadic damage there too, and as soon as the sun comes up tomorrow, and it will, we're going to see the revelation, more light popping up, and more damage that we're going to see. One of the big issues, though, that we have was the abundance of rainfall that came down. That rain is still collecting. There's this thing that we call gravity, and that gravity is going to pull that moisture down a lot of the hillsides. It's going to begin to pile up across a lot of low-lying areas. Streams are going to be rising. Your rivers, certainly, they're going to be swelling up too. So please use extreme caution when you go out and about and explore your communities to see what these storms left behind. A lot of people, in fact, I saw the numbers around 10,000 of customers without power at this hour, and there's certainly men and women of Alabama Power going out and about trying to restore those services. But still, Carl, in speaking of power, still a powerful system, a lot to deal with over the next several hours. Back to you, Carl.
Hey, Reynolds, you know, earlier you were talking about the 2011 tornado outbreak in Alabama and, you know, how profoundly impactful that was. I don't know if you remember or not, but Jeff Morrow was doing live shots from the Birmingham area as the Tuscaloosa tornado was coming in, and it was about 20 miles to the southwest, and it was moving at about 60 miles per hour, so it was also about 20 minutes away. So being that far away, during his live shot, he actually saw debris falling out of the sky in Birmingham with the tornado still 20 miles to the southwest. I don't know if you ever remember that or if you saw that. I'm not sure, but it was one of the most amazing things I've ever seen on live television.
I do recall that, Carl. I mean, it is the stuff of nightmares. It's a strange preponderance. It's a mixture, a potpourri of both fear and fascination when you learn about that kind of stuff. I do recall, Carl, memory of pieces of mail being picked up by a post office from the tornado. I'm sorry, it's been a late hour. From the same tornado, and actually dropping pieces of mail in places like North Alabama, up near the Hartselle-Somerville exit off 65. So to your point, it's amazing. It's just crazy what these systems can do. But it is certainly something that once you see it, once you hear about it, you don't forget it. Stays with you forever, Carl.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, you know, Tuscaloosa will forever be tied to that event, that incredible tornado. Reynolds, thank you so much. We actually do have a little more activity right now on the radar. It's all severe thunderstorm warnings, no tornado warnings. Also, you know, this is interesting. We've been talking about the modeling and showing that a line of storms would come into the Atlanta metro in the early morning hours. I think that it's going to happen a lot sooner than that. I think this is going to be what is coming into Atlanta, and I don't know that there's going to be anything really developing behind that. So, you know, it may be a whole lot earlier than, say, 5 to 6 o'clock in the morning. That's going to be knocking on the door in the northwest part of the metro in the next few hours here, most likely. Now, let's go through some of these warnings. I've got a warning right along the Gulf Coast, and that storm coming into Biloxi right now. Harrison, Jackson counties under warning. Then another one just to the north. I'm going to move this manually because that just popped up. So that's Baldwin, Clark, and Monroe counties under warning. And, you know, as we've talked about, there's still a lot of wind with this system in many levels of the atmosphere, and that feeds into these storms and helps to drive that damaging wind threat. Also, another warning here just east of Greenville, another one up into Montgomery, and then in the counties farther east, and yet another one up towards Talladega. We'll talk more about all this severe weather coming up here in a moment.
Managing type.
Welcome back to our ongoing severe weather coverage, and I want to show you some video from Tuscaloosa, Alabama earlier today. And you see the very low cloud there, but what you don't see immediately, and there you see it there, look at the spin and then that debris going around. So that is a tornado. And, you know, they're not always that sort of classic shape. You don't always see that, you know, kind of a V shape or a very well-defined funnel. You see a more well-defined one there, but sometimes it just looks like a swirling mass, and, you know, that's all you can make out. And you also see here a lot of chaotic motions, a lot of different types of spins. There's a vertical motion, there's a spinning around, there's spinning around the spinning. That helical structure right there kind of looks like DNA. All of this has been modeled really thoroughly in computer models. It's amazing how interesting tornadoes are when you look at them that way. And then also you see that very low cloud there. That's a key component of southern storms, to have those very low cloud bases. And because there are a lot of trees And there you see some debris being kicked up right there. Because there are a lot of trees and the cloud bases tend to be low, it is much, much harder to see tornadoes coming. And so generally in the southeast, there's a higher societal vulnerability to tornadoes as compared to, say, the plains. Now, also look at this video from Clanton, Alabama, and you can see this lowering. That's probably a tornado right there, most likely. I'm not seeing a lot of rapid motion there, but that's also not a real high quality video. It's a little difficult to tell, but you know, when you see a big mass like that, basically down on the ground, in a lot of cases, that is going to be a tornado. Now another video to show you. Brookhaven, Mississippi. Look at the blackness of the sky there. You know, it's so amazing the way nature gives you all these cues. And the reason why the base of the clouds is so dark is because of the tallness of the cloud. It's a really tall cloud and blocking out a lot of sun as a result of that. And that tallness is directly related to the severity of the storm. And so, you know, it's certainly a visual cue. It can tell you, hey, this is most likely a mean storm that is on the way. All right, some interesting developments on the radar tonight. And so this is the radar with the current instability superimposed on that. So instability is basically fuel for thunderstorms. It is warm and humid air in the low levels of the atmosphere, and then also the temperature profile as you go up. And depending on how much instability there is, thunderstorms are going to be more likely to punch up through the atmosphere or less likely. Where, for example, you don't have any instability really at all, and that's the case across a lot of North Georgia, well, as these storms get into that environment, they're going to tend to settle down. Now, what we've been talking about in the modeling tonight is, first of all, that there is going to be enough instability to keep things going in south central Alabama and also in northwest Florida. You can really see that. You see that sort of a deeper orange color right in there. So that's going to keep things very active. What's interesting to me is that we've also seen in the modeling this idea that there would be a resurgence of the instability up into Atlanta, where winds turn around and the warmer air comes in, and there's just enough to bring us some really severe storms. Well, these storms are, I believe, coming in even more quickly than the models had depicted earlier. And so the result is that I think they're going to run into that air where there's not a lot of instability. So I think that is really going to help out with the severe threat in the Atlanta area. You know, the modeling had been showing this line mark coming across Atlanta 5 to 6 to 7 o'clock in the morning. And, you know, looks to me like it's going to be a lot earlier than that, and that it may well be that we just get a lot of heavy rain and lightning.
Yeah, you know, a few hours away, and we'll see if that instability can grow back into the area. Then those storms will last right through that same forecast time frame. But you're right, it does seem to be getting a little bit ahead of itself. So maybe this cool air that's in place in the Atlanta area that you see here, this pea soup that's been in place all day, maybe it doesn't have enough time to get scoured out by that southerly wind, and that will absolutely help the Atlanta metro area. Not a guarantee yet, but it is something that we're following. You know, you're a little bit farther east in, say, Clemson. Will you have enough time to scour out that cool air? There's a slightly thicker layer of that cool air in the Clemson area, but you've got more time with the southerly wind cranking. So it's a, you know, it's a battle, right? Will that southerly flow out ahead of this line be able to take away the cool air on the east side of the Appalachians and really support thunderstorms? We know there's spin in the environment, but it's so conditional. What that means is if we can get big storms, then they will spin. But the big first part is if we get big storms. It's not a guarantee. But, you know, it is more likely here across the south where we do have a little bit more action. And I think we have a new tornado warning that is popping up. So let me jump to that real quickly. I'm going to change gears here just a bit. New tornado warning just starting here in Alabama, just outside of Alexander City. This is Coosa County, and Goodwater and Kellyton are at play here. What we're looking at here is inflow air coming in like this. At the same time, we've got big outflow air, right, coming out of the storm where those meet up. We've got the potential for a spin-up tornado right in here, working its way north and east towards the Goodwater area. Updates right after this.
Welcome back to our coverage of severe weather. We've got a couple of tornado warnings to tell you about right now. As we mentioned earlier, even though there had been a little bit of a break in the tornado warnings, we did expect that there would be opportunity for more. And now one in Coosa County in Alabama, radar indicated, coming up towards Alexander City. Now, as we look at the velocity data, I'm not seeing as much evidence of a spin right now. I'm going to go back a few frames, and right in there you see that little pinpoint showing up right there. That could very well have been a brief tornado, but then you look at successive frames here and it's a lot more washed out. It's not nearly as well defined. So I think we're looking at a little less of a threat there. Then a tornado warning for DeKalb County in Alabama, and this is west of 59. Here too, we're not seeing as much evidence of rotation. To go back a couple of frames, and right in there in particular, you see that sort of a bright blue and then the darker color. That was a lot more robust of a circulation, and now already it appears to have settled out. And, you know, that's not surprising because there's not as much instability here. The air is a little bit cooler. Temperatures are in the 60s, and there's been a lot of rain as well. And, you know, that will hopefully help things out going forward. We may continue to see these spins. There's a lot of wind in the atmosphere, and when you've got a lot of wind in the low and mid levels of the atmosphere, that creates a shear which can get into storms and get them rotating. But then when there's not as much instability, they tend to not last as long. It tends to be a brief spin up and then it's over with, but still can cause plenty of damage, and that's the worry through the overnight tonight, because you've still got a really energetic atmosphere with just not as much instability. Severe thunderstorm warning now for Gadsden and Anniston. That is going until 11:30. Heads up, this is all going to be coming up into the northwest part of Georgia, and then also now looking at a warning for Lee and Macon and Tallapoosa counties until 11:45. That's going to be making its way towards Auburn, Alabama. And then yet another warning here for Baldwin and Clark and Monroe counties going until 11:15 tonight. Another big part of what has happened tonight, we've seen a lot of heavy rain, and you notice here these streaks of 3 to 5 inches and even more than 5 inches in some spots. We got a report of water rescues ongoing in Colbert and Lauderdale counties near Florence, apparently as much as 5 feet of water in some homes and some ongoing water rescues. Also now flash flood warning for the Huntsville metro, but as you can see, the rain is at least now beginning to move on out. All right, we want to go over to Mark right now and talk a little bit about where we go from here. And you know, Mark, as we look at the current satellite and radar picture, I've been trying to reconcile that with what the modeling is showing. You know, the modeling is showing this area coming through here, but then a new area of storms developing in the southwest part of Alabama and then coming up and into Atlanta. But, you know, as you look at this, you know, I'm not sure that the model really has a good handle on this. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I was basically going to talk to you about that same thing. On two separate kind of sides of this line, we've got in the steady rain a tornado warning. So that still tells us that we have a lot of spin approaching that North Georgia-Alabama border. On the other hand, on the extreme south side of that line, Carl, in southern Mississippi right now, we have unbelievable amounts of lightning right now. So there are some huge towers separating out the charges. You know, we have to kind of remember that I think there is a continued threat in southern Alabama, the Florida Panhandle, areas that we haven't maybe spent as much time talking about. I think there's a lot of risk there.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. And, you know, this is another way of looking at that. This is looking at the high resolution model forecast along with the instability superimposed on that. So, you know, this is doing, you know, a reasonably good job of showing what's going on right now. It's not exactly like what we're seeing on the radar, and that's what we call the initialization, whether or not the model is capturing what's actually happening right now. And what this model is showing is this first area coming up through Atlanta, but then a second area developing behind that. And it's going to be really interesting to see, you know, whether that comes to pass. And if that does happen, you know, then we might have enough instability for things to really get going at 4 to 5 o'clock in the morning. But, you know, where it's interesting is that it's not, you know, when you see this development like back in this area, right in there, and you compare that to what we're seeing on the satellite and the radar picture where you've got this trailing stratiform area right there, that is really interesting. There is still some instability there, but whether or not we're going to see a whole big resurgence of storms behind this big line, I'm not so sure that that's going to be the case.
And yet the storms on that leading edge in southern Mississippi, southern Alabama right now are going to trek east in unstable air. We'll show you that coming up.
Welcome back to our ongoing coverage of severe weather. I'm storm specialist Carl Parker, and you're looking at the current situation. Severe thunderstorm warnings now in effect in parts of Alabama. We did have just a couple of very short fuse tornado warnings, which is what we would expect because there's just not a lot of instability there in the north and eastern part of Alabama right now. Temperatures have been a little on the cool side, but we do have an awful lot of wind out there, and there is a severe threat. There you see the tornado warning. That was a very brief warning. We saw just a little spin up here that lasted for a short period of time. Right in there, you see that little pinpoint of a brighter color and also red right there. And so there may have been a tornado in that case, but certainly did not last long. But there is a severe warning to the south. And that is Calhoun and Cherokee and Etowah counties under warning until 11:30 for damaging wind. That's coming up towards Rome and Cedartown as well. Then to the south of that, west of Auburn, got a warning for Lee and Macon and Tallapoosa counties. That is going until 11:45 Central Time. And then northwest of 65, Baldwin and Clark and Monroe counties under warning until 11:15. Another big part of what we've been seeing tonight is the heavy rain threat, and we're talking about flash flooding in many areas and even some water rescues. There you see more than 3 inches of rain indicated by that yellow and orange shading there across northern and central Alabama. Got a report of some swift water rescues in Colbert and Lauderdale counties earlier this evening, and the rain has now moved out, as you can see. Also an ongoing flash flood warning for Jackson, Madison, and Marshall counties. That until 12:30 Central Time. So going forward, really interesting question for tonight. We're going to watch this area of rain come into the Atlanta metro without a lot of instability. What this model is showing is a lot of development in the wake of the line that's now coming through southern Alabama, and that eventually coming up into the Atlanta metro. But that might be tricky. We'll see if that actually does come to pass. So it's still possible that with a little more instability developing overnight tonight, that we could see some severe storms and maybe even a couple of tornado warnings overnight tonight into the Atlanta metro area. That would be really more towards, say, 5 to 6 to 7 o'clock in the morning if that were to occur. But, again, not seeing a lot of evidence that we're going to get a whole lot of resurgence behind this area right now. You see how it's all kind of bowing out here, kind of stretching out. And so what the model is indicating is that there's going to be new development right there that comes up and eventually moves up into the Atlanta metro. And I'm just not so sure that that is necessarily going to be the case. But certainly we will continue to keep our eyes on it. And I want to tell you also about a new tornado watch that has just come out, and that from the Storm Prediction Center, and that is for central parts of Georgia. So that certainly is where you're going to have a little more instability overnight tonight, and that including the Macon area and Columbus and Albany. That is going until 6 o'clock in the morning, and then the west central part, the western part of the Atlanta metro area, and the west central part of the state of Georgia in general. So there is certainly going to be some threat. It's going to be a close call, Mark, as we watch that instability work up, and whether or not we see a lot of really significant development in the wake of everything that's coming through here in the next few hours remains to be seen. But there is going to be that potential, because you've got a really energetic atmosphere. There is going to be that potential for severe weather overnight tonight.
Yeah, and the models are onto something, because we are actually seeing the temperature starting to climb in the Atlanta area, just shy of 60 degrees, and south of the airport it's even a little bit warmer than that. So things are changing in the Atlanta area. Storms are still possible. We've seen a lot of storms today in the south, including tornadoes. One caused significant damage near the town of Clanton in the Birmingham area. Our Charles Peak is there now with a look at some of the damage. And Charles, you talked to one family who has just an incredible survival story.
Yeah, Mark, it was very interesting as I got into the area and was seeing so much damage around multiple homes that were just totally destroyed. And I saw a home that had a few vehicles out and went up and talked to them. And as I'm hearing this incredible survival stories, literally of one woman being sucked out by the tornado is what they described. And his son ran out and grabbed her and was able to pull her into the basement just as the tornado was getting there. And so Tommy Cox, I was able to interview him, and he shares his story with us tonight.
Well, the weather had got bad, and there was one line of storms come through, and we all got in the basement. They went through, they missed us, they went below us, and not long after that, another line started coming through, and all my family came and got in the basement of the house. They live across the road, both sides across the road from me here, and within 15 minutes, it hit here. We heard a loud noise, loud like a train coming. It hit, but we had all got in the basement. So all my kids, my grandkids, and my 2 great-grandbabies, 1-year-old and 4-year-old, got in there, and I had a section in that basement to get behind, a wall built. And when it come through, it wiped out everything around here, blew the doors in on the basement. But thank the good Lord, all my family's safe. All the kids are safe. We was holding things up. There was stuff blowing everywhere. We was holding all over the faces. But my son's house and everything around here, my mother's house, is all just demolished and gone. I mean, if my son hadn't got out of that, his family hadn't got out of his house, it was over here 15 minutes, they would be scattered across that field, a half a mile wide, just scattered pieces. And I'm just thankful the good Lord got them over here. It's just stuff, it's our stuff, and we want it, but you know, it's just stuff. And we're just so thankful that the good Lord spared us, and I can't just recommend so much for people to get in those safe places when these storms are coming.
Tell me what happened with your sister that you was telling me about.
My sister was down at the basement. She pulled up, tried to get out of her car, and it was just, the wind was just sucking her away. And my son, Trent, went out the door, grabbed a hold of her, and jerked her through the basement door, got her in there. He was pulling on both of them, but he got them back in the corner where we were. And when it hit, I mean, it was just a mess. It destroyed everything around here. It done some damage to my house, but it's still, my house is fixable.
An incredible story there, Charles. You know, I want to ask you about that again. You know, you've been storm tracking for us for a while now. You've been in some of those crazy winds, maybe not right in a tornado, but even the inflow winds can be so strong. And if you're trying to open a door into that wind, or, you know, that wind catches the door, it can absolutely feel like you are being thrown into the air as the winds can get really violent leading into these storms.
Oh, absolutely, Mark, and just the emotion that they're having to deal with at that point in time is you're literally seeing things scattered. He was saying in his house, the back doors on his house actually blew open and completely covered his house in leaves and debris, and then right outside, literally about 20 yards, one of the single wide trailer was completely destroyed then across the street. And so just going through that, it's just the emotions, but such a great attitude that everybody was okay. Just really, he was just so thankful for that, and that it's just stuff. And, you know, he goes, it's our stuff, and we don't want to lose it, but it's just stuff, and we've got all our family members.
So it was a very active day. You obviously came upon this area with, you know, debris from this home everywhere, it feels like. What else did you see today? Was it more of this, or were you in a lot of different tornado paths today? Tell us about it.
I was started out southwest of Tuscaloosa in Moundville and catching that as it came to Tuscaloosa. And again, just barely caught glimpses of the tornado because of the trees and stuff. And it kept going. And I sort of hopscotched it for, I'd say probably a couple of hours, and ended up northeast of Birmingham with that storm, and it finally got away from me. But there was some damage up there, trees down. I interviewed a gentleman that had a tree come crashing on his house and limb coming through the roof of his house. And the police chief there was just telling me that the community was just quick to get out there and help one another and get out there and start getting the trees cut down, and the power companies. So it was also a good feeling to see the community coming together in a difficult situation, but helping one another as they could.
Absolutely. That's Charles Peak, storm tracker for us tonight. Thank you so much for that story and all your work out there today. You know, I want to bring back Carl Parker, who's in the lab for us tonight as well. And Carl, that story from Charles, it shows us everything, right? Mobile homes that were just thrown around that area, cars that were rolled, and trees that were on them. But people that got into a basement were then able to walk back out and see that mess.
It's so scary, and it's a shame that we don't have more for safe rooms. There are some programs in some states that fund some of these safe room development programs, but that is a really critical thing to have, especially in a place like the Deep South or in the plains, where you do tend to get more of these really intense tornadoes. When you have a fortified room like that, whether it's underground or just a concrete brick lined room, which is also can be much better than a plain old closet, that can really make the difference. It can make a huge difference. And again, there are some programs that allow you to get reimbursed for at least part of that cost. But it's something that certainly a lot of people would like to see a lot more of, especially in these regions. All right, let's get out to Reynolds Wolf right now, and he's been reporting on the storm in Birmingham, and Reynolds, things certainly improving there in central parts of Alabama pretty rapidly as all the worst of the weather has made its way farther east.
Oh, you're so right about that, Carl. Right now, people are just kind of holding a collective breath to see what is going to happen in the morning. When the sun comes up, they get a chance to examine really how they were left, what the system left behind. One of the best ways to show you a bit of the illustration of what has unfolded is, well, with video. And we're going to show you, again, with the magic of video, we're going to take you down to, this would be in Dallas County, Alabama, not far from beautiful Selma, parts of Selma. If you've ever spent time there, you know the beauty of the Pettus Bridge. You've seen Sturtevant Hall, it's just glorious, but this not so pretty. You see a lot of the damage, which unfortunately has become commonplace this hour. Notice these trees on the roadside; those are going to have to be cleared out, and those trees, goodness, you'll find just this majestic, gorgeous trees that you have scattered across parts of central and southern Alabama. When these winds come through, at times something has to give, and unfortunately it happens to be many of these trees. Some of them have been there for centuries, and when they fall, they often cause all kinds of destruction, and with it, a lot of power outages at this hour. We still have thousands without power in the state of Alabama, but the system remains powerful, and it's still going to cause more problems as it rolls its way a bit more towards the east and eventually into northeast in places like the Carolinas. But still, a lot to follow, and Carl, again, a lot of people with trepidation waiting to see what the light will reveal. Back to you.
Yeah, and we've got ways to go yet tonight, and we're going to get into that in just a moment. I want to show you some of the video from storms that we saw earlier today, and take a look at this from Gardendale in Alabama. Look at that big root system that has just been yanked out of the ground there, and of course you get some of the branches coming right through the roof and through the ceiling. Very scary moments with trees coming down. Could very well have been tornado damage there in Gardendale, Alabama. We've got about 21 reports of tornadoes today mostly across Alabama, but also into Mississippi. And another big part of what happened tonight was heavy rain. And in fact, we got a report of some water rescues, swift water rescues in Colbert and Lauderdale counties, in the Sheffield area, as much as 5 feet of water in some people's homes. And of course, when you get into northern parts of Alabama, you've got a lot more terrain there, which channels and funnels the water, makes it a lot more likely that you get a sort of a violent flow like that we're seeing there in Morgan County. Now, at least a lot of that has moved along pretty rapidly, so that threat is beginning to come down. Now, here's a video from Smithville in Mississippi, and we've been looking at this for quite a bit tonight. I'm not sure that is actually a tornado. The one thing that video is really lacking is motion. Even though there is clearly a lowering there, you're not seeing any sort of motion, especially near the base of that cloud. So it may well have been that that was a tornado, and that was just what was left of the cloud there. But I'm not sure at all that was in fact a tornado. It's just moving very, very little. Now compare that to this video where you can very clearly see that there is a tornado right there. There's no doubt about that. That's the tornado. But then also this larger feature right in there, and that is what we call the mesocyclone. That is a giant part of the rotating updraft of the storm. And rotating updraft is what makes a supercell. That extends 30, 40,000 feet up into the sky, and sometimes extends well below the base of the cloud. And from that, you get the tornado. So you see these two distinct features there, that mesocyclone and then the tornado underneath of that. And looking at the radar picture right now, we've got some severe warnings ongoing, including a warning now in northwest Georgia, Bartow, Floyd, and Polk counties under warning, tornado possible. We'll talk more about that coming up.
Not everybody.
We log at the top of the world, a mile high into the mountains. That's where some of the best logging is.
It's absolutely insane up here.
Careful, careful, careful. There's lots of things that can go wrong.
The mud just does not stop.
You can't stay on the road. You just hope you make it.
It's a battle against Mother Nature. It's not for everyone.
Let the fun begin.
Yeah, sometimes you can just step outside and you can just feel that the weather is a bit unsettled, or soon might be. And that certainly was the case here in Birmingham, Alabama. Welcome back, everyone. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf. We've been covering this unfolding weather situation from earlier today through the evening hours, overnight and into tomorrow, and possibly for a good part of tomorrow into the Carolinas and portions of Georgia. Yeah, we're following these intense thunderstorms, the production of some tornadic activity, damaging wind, large hail, and yeah, with it, the rising water, some flooding out there. But let's take you to Mount Olive, Alabama, and you can see a scene that unfortunately has become commonplace in many places across the southeast. Trees have been knocked down. This is what happens when you have nature throwing a tantrum in the atmosphere. Scenes like this can become commonplace, and that is the situation throughout much of the Deep South. Now, not only do you see trees, but you see what happens when these trees are like projectiles that get shoved into homes, into all kinds of structures, businesses, and then the wind will eventually die down. Then we're going to trade those sounds, the sounds of chainsaws, beginning to clean things up as the steps of rebuilding, repairing, and preparing for a better and grander day ahead. But right now we're right in the middle of the reality of what's been unfolding. We still have a lot to deal with as this atmospheric wrecking ball continues to drive its way a bit more towards the east. But I can tell you, in Birmingham, we've really detected quite a bit of a change, a shift in the wind, which earlier in the day it was coming from south to north, is bringing in all the moisture. Very unsettled atmosphere. Now that the boundary has come on through, it's been replaced by something distinctly different. It's more of a westerly breeze, and with it, you can definitely feel cooler conditions out here, almost refreshing in a sense. But the problem with it, Carl, is with the darkness, there is a lot of guesswork, a lot of conjecture of what people will find when the sun finally comes up and out. But that's the story here in Birmingham. It's certainly a loud night, but things just breezy for the time being. But we'll take it, Carl. Back to you.
All right, Reynolds, thank you so much. We may see yet some activity across central parts of Alabama. It's going to be interesting to watch the radar trends overnight tonight. Looking at the larger picture right now, a line of storms that's pretty rapidly coming up and into western parts of Georgia. There is, in fact, a warning right now in the Atlanta metro area. Now, what's interesting about this particular radar picture, and I've been talking to Mark about this, is that some of the high-resolution models have been showing some resurgence. There's still a front farther west, and the models are showing a resurgence and a second area basically developing and coming up into Atlanta into the early morning hours, like the pre-dawn hours. And, you know, it's not at all clear that that is necessarily going to be the case. I think it could be that the system is more disjointed than what the models have indicated. So just be aware that we're looking at it carefully, and there is still some threat in the Atlanta metro, and there is a new tornado watch that has been issued for parts of the metro, most notably the western and southwestern part of the metro. I'll show you that here in just a second. Here's a look at a severe warning coming into Auburn, Alabama, and perhaps that eventually taking aim on Columbus as well. A couple of warnings on either side of the Alabama-Georgia state line. Calhoun and Cherokee counties under warning right now, as well as now into northwest Georgia, Bartow, Floyd, and Polk counties. And so you can see basically where this is headed. It's going to be coming up and across the northwestern part of the state. And looks like a brand new flash flood warning has just been issued as well. Let's get a look at that. And so flash flood warning now for Chattooga and Floyd and Gordon counties. And that's because of this mass of rain that is now coming through and coming up towards that 75 corridor. So that has been a real problem through the night tonight. In fact, you see this large area of heavy rain here. We've gotten these stripes of 3 to 5 inches and even more than 5 inches in parts of Alabama. Ongoing flash flood warning in the Huntsville metro, and then a brand new one. And we're getting reports of a very serious flooding now in Jackson County. Considerable threat here as we've had water coming up to homes. I'm going to read this very quickly. Almost up to the top of mailboxes being reported by emergency management there in Jackson County in northern Alabama. Mark?
Yikes, that is too much water, that is for sure. And you're right, the Atlanta area and the overnight threat is such an interesting setup right now. It's been soupy in Atlanta all day. It has not felt like severe weather. Maybe that will protect you. The storms are arriving on the west side of town already. Is that the end of the story or just the beginning? That is still a question that we are analyzing right now. This is a 3-hour loop of the temperatures. Remember, the cold front's still all the way back here, so there is room for redevelopment, especially if, as these thunderstorms that are approaching the the western suburbs of Atlanta, if they can help to scour out that cold air even a little bit more, maybe there could be some redevelopment coming in towards the Atlanta area by morning, as this model tends to suggest there will be. It's not a guarantee at this point, and let's cheer against it. Let's hope that we can avoid the mess for the morning commute.
Oh.
I was looking out the window and I was seeing it was getting pretty bad. Everything was going sideways. So I put my shoes on and ran to my basement, and then that's when the power went out. And then I started hearing trees falling, and heard this tree hit my house. It was pretty loud. And that's when I called my mom and just told her I was okay. But it was pretty crazy.
All right, welcome back to our coverage of an ongoing severe weather threat. And there you see some of the damage in Gardendale earlier, major tree damage there, entire trees being ripped out, their root systems being ripped out of the ground and coming down on houses. Very scary moments this afternoon and this evening. At least now 21 reports of tornadoes, mostly in Alabama, but also in parts of Mississippi, and even a couple of reports in Louisiana and in Arkansas. Welcome back to our severe weather coverage. There you see the local storm reports. All those red circles indicate where a tornado was reported. So there were a couple of cells that produced multiple tornadoes, as you can see, especially there in central and southwestern Alabama. Now, tonight, we've got less of a threat. We have not seen very many tornado warnings over the last couple of hours. We've had a couple that popped up very briefly. This line kind of racing ahead here. One of the big forecast questions, and Mark's going to talk more about this, is whether or not we're going to see some redevelopment in this area as there's still a front off to the west. Some of our modeling indicating that that could happen, and if it does, as we get more warm and humid air coming up overnight tonight, that could bring a second round of storms into Atlanta, and we could be talking about some tornado warnings because you've got so much wind in the atmosphere. Very strong winds at several levels of the atmosphere, a lot of wind shear, as we say, and that's what really creates that tornado threat. Right now we're looking at a severe warning well east of Montgomery, that for Bullock and Lee and Macon counties, and this is kind of surging east here. It's going to be coming into Columbus before very long, so there could be some gusty wind on the way for you. Also now looking at a severe thunderstorm warning in Bartow and Floyd and Polk counties. You can kind of get a sense of how this is moving pretty rapidly off to the northeast, and so that's just basically going to clip the northwest side of the Atlanta metro area, make its way up into Calhoun and into Dalton as well. And there is also right now, by the way, a flash flood warning for the same areas. Here's a look at the flash flood warning for you, and we're talking about Rome and Cedartown, Chattooga, Floyd, and Gordon counties under warning with this big mass of rain that is coming through. And we have seen a lot of reports of flooding tonight, especially in Alabama. Major issues up in Colbert and Lauderdale counties. Ongoing flash flood warning in the Huntsville metro, even though the rain has now moved out. And in fact, a brand new flash flood warning for Jackson County. And we got a report that there's water up to the mailboxes in a neighborhood there in Jackson County. So a very serious ongoing flash flood threat, even though the rain has moved on from that area. So tricky forecast tonight, Mark, and let's get into some of the details with that.
Yeah, so gosh, the rain, a guarantee. Just saw a storm report from that area that's on your screen right now of a car submerged. So yes, there is a lot of water coming through. But where does this go overnight into tomorrow? Because, you know, little wrinkles in the Atlanta area is going to affect Clemson down the line, right? Down I-85. And little wrinkles in Clemson are going to affect what happens in Raleigh later on tomorrow. You know, we are certainly still expecting the potential for severe weather as we work our way through the night and into tomorrow. As of right now, the Torcons remain at 7 for tomorrow. Eastern Georgia, coastal portions of the Carolinas. A 7 would mean fairly widespread tornado activity, some of them on the ground for a long while, and some strong tornadoes as well. Some of the more upper echelon, more violent tornadoes would be possible. Can't rule this out yet because I think the farther east you go, the more opportunity there will be for the atmosphere to kind of reset and recharge and warm up and become unstable. So unstable air for the eastern seaboard, as you see here, but also added spin near our area of low pressure and near our warm front. And so it may be that, say, the Raleigh area winds up being in an unfortunate spot because the warm front just gets there. We think there's going to be plenty of moisture for that eastern seaboard and across North Carolina into Virginia as well. Different winds with height, kind of similar to where we were from Mississippi into Alabama, although not quite as strong a change and thus not quite as pronounced a tornado threat. And then everybody else gets a wind threat moving through the eastern United States. So we'll follow this line out of Georgia through the morning and all the way to the East Coast through the day.
Welcome back. Take a look at this video from Tuscaloosa, Alabama earlier today, and you see that very low cloud there, and then look at the spinning on the right-hand side. That is a tornado that developed, and a lot of times it happens just like that. You don't see the sort of classic Wizard of Oz funnel, but rather just a little bit of spinning debris, and that was a tornado right in there. Now there's another view of this sort of a transient feature here. You can see a lot of different types of motion, the sort of helical structure, and then just as quickly as it arrived, it begins to go away. It doesn't necessarily mean that there's not still a tornado there. It's just that it's not quite strong enough to form cloud, condensed cloud, to the point to where you can see it. And that's exactly what we saw earlier. There was not a cloud there, but rather just a spin and some debris. A lot of low cloud today. That is really typical with storms across the southeast. You have very high moisture content in the air, and so the cloud bases tend to be a lot lower. And between that and the trees, it is generally much more difficult to see tornadoes coming in the southeast. And so the southeast has what is called a high societal vulnerability to tornadoes relative to the plains. Mark?
Yeah, and gosh, we saw a little glimpse in that video near Tuscaloosa of trees down and power lines down. Well, here's more of that. In the Brookwood area, trees snapped in half, lying across power lines. Already the cleanup crews are out trying to clear out the roads so first responders can continue down the roadways and make sure that people are okay. But when you see this much tree damage, you know it's going to take some time to get all of the power back on, to get all the roads back together, and, you know, to pick up the pieces, because there were some structure damage reported today. So that is something that, you know, you never like to see. Hopefully we've avoided any loss of life. There seemed to be a lot of attention spent and paid on this event because of the potential here. So hopefully that is indeed the case. We can show you the Demopolis area of Alabama. It is assumed that this is a tornado back behind this building. It's certainly a pronounced lowering, and so a wall cloud or the mesocyclone, which is the kind of the main rotating part of these thunderstorms, that's absolutely this. Was there the smaller scale tornado behind this? We'll say probably, but we can't see it from this vantage point, so not a guarantee that we are looking at a tornado in this video, Carl.
Yeah, you know, it's oftentimes very difficult to see in cases like that. And here you see the really black sort of cloud there, indicating a very tall cloud and what looks like a little bit of a lowering, but sometimes that can be deceptive. We're not seeing a whole lot of motion within that, but certainly that is a mean-looking storm that we are seeing there. And, you know, we want to tell you that we are not out of the woods yet. We've got a ways to go with this tornado threat. There you see the watches that are in effect, and we've got one going until 3 a.m., that extending through eastern and southern Alabama, and then the newer watch from the Storm Prediction Center going until 7 a.m. That does just start to get into the western and southwestern part of the Atlanta metro area. Atlanta sits right there, so Atlanta proper not included in that tornado watch, but it's very close, and then extending down into west central parts of Georgia and northwest Florida as well. And I want to show you what the model is showing us, and this is the high resolution model here. It's called the HER. And we're also looking at, in yellow, that's the instability, which has been, you know, a little more limited, especially, say, in northern Alabama, where we've had an awful lot of rain, and then in North Georgia, where it's been cool and cloudy and drizzly and rainy for the better part of the day. So what this model is showing is that because the front is still off to the west, that there could be some redevelopment in southwestern parts of Alabama in the next couple of hours. And if that were to occur, then, you know, you've got this first round of rain that's coming through here, and then a second round could be developing and coming into Atlanta right as you've got moisture moving up from the south and the instability increasing, Mark. And so we still can't rule out the possibility of some really strong pre-dawn storms in the Atlanta metro, though, you know, it's been real tricky based on what we're seeing on the radar now. We're just starting to see a little bit of development west of that area of rain in southern Alabama.
Yeah, so if southwest and west central Alabama gets going again tonight, then the Atlanta area could get going by morning, and all of this heads east from there. So this is a look at the Huntsville area, which just got absolutely slammed with rain. The reports coming out of Huntsville and areas just south and east are quite frightening, to be honest, with water up to either, you know, the mailboxes or water over cars. If you are under flash flood warnings, please be careful. But remember, this all goes east by tomorrow. And even with the question marks around the Atlanta area, and because of what's happening or not happening, as the case may be, back in Alabama, no matter what, the atmosphere has enough time to get ready for tomorrow's severe weather threat. That's why we've got a 7 out of 10 on the Torcon tomorrow across eastern Georgia, eastern South Carolina, and eastern North Carolina. This is a pronounced threat again for tomorrow, so please stay weather aware for the next 24 hours.
Welcome back to our coverage of severe weather. There is a live look at the Atlanta metro area, and boy, it's been like this pretty much all day long. Temperatures in the 50s right now. A lot of low cloud and fog and drizzle and generally unfavorable conditions for severe storms. But what we do think is going to happen is that winds are going to start coming out of the southeast and then eventually the south, and that is going to bring more warm and humid air up into the metro. And so there is going to be some potential for severe weather, especially on the south and west side of the metro. And so that is why the Storm Prediction Center has issued the tornado watch for parts of the metro, the west side in particular, and then down to the south towards Macon and Columbus, Albany, Dothan, and Panama City. That is going until 7 o'clock in the morning. So we do expect that there's going to be more activity, even though things have kind of run out ahead of the system today. And so we've got some lingering severe storms right now. There could be a resurgence overnight. There could be more development in the wake of all this. You see this one area of storms is coming up into Atlanta right now, another one that's kind of leaning over into Alabama now. And what the model, one of our models is indicating, and actually a couple of them are indicating, is that we may see some redevelopment there that will make its way up into the Atlanta metro. But it's going to have to start happening soon if that is in fact going to happen. We're seeing, just a little bit of activity in the wake of this. But, when you've got all this trailing stratiform rain here, that is, not necessarily a favorable environment, but that could turn around in the overnight hours. And so this may just be round one. We might be looking at another big round of storms coming in from, say, 5 to 6 to 7 o'clock in the morning in Atlanta. In the meantime, a severe warning right now for Bartow and Floyd and Polk counties. That is going until 1 o'clock in the morning, and looking at some pretty strong storms near Cedartown right now, and then a big mass of rain coming up into northwest Georgia. So a flash flood warning in effect for Chattooga and Floyd and Gordon counties, that until 6:15 in the morning. It's been a lot of rain in Alabama so far today. You see these streaks of 3 to 5 inches of rain, and we've had reports of swiftwater rescues in the northwest part of the state. And right now, the most recent flash flood warning for Jackson County until 3 o'clock in the morning, getting report of water up to mailboxes in one neighborhood in that area. Mark, over to you.
Yeah, that's scary. That's a lot of water. The other thing that can be scary this time of year in particular, and maybe in this part of the country in particular, is when you can get tornadoes overnight. They're a little bit more likely across the south comparatively to some other parts of our country. And when a nighttime tornado happens, it's more than twice as likely to be deadly compared to daytime tornadoes. But emergency alerts on your smartphone can save your life. Meteorologist Paul Goodlow walks us through the steps to safety.
We're not always by our TVs and radios when severe weather strikes, but chances are we do have our mobile phones with us. The emergency alert features found on most smartphones can be a lifesaver during severe weather. Here's how to make sure yours are enabled. On the iPhone, simply go to Settings, click Notifications, and scroll down to the bottom. Make sure the emergency alerts and public safety alerts are toggled to the green on position. For many Android phones, look in your message settings for the word Alerts, and you can choose which ones you want to enable from there. Some alerts can be in other locations on Android phones, so just search for the words Emergency Alerts. Fortunately, these smartphone alerts will work in any town you are in and will warn you of any possible dangerous weather heading your way.
Thank you, Paul. Good advice there. Now, we're watching for more storms through the night. Luckily, right now, it is not a widespread continuing tornado situation, but we could see that change. We know that there's still these little segments of storms, one right in here, another one right in here, and a third back here. And with enough of that wind pushing forward, we could see spin-up tornadoes continuing through the night. And then overnight, this is where we're at now, and then into tomorrow, that tornado threat ramps up again. So at some point, this does change over. Please stay weather aware through the night. Part of the reason that we're not seeing as much action in North Georgia right now, for example, is because it's been so chilly today. We've got the wedge going on, the cold air dam on the east side of the Appalachian chain. This is starting to break down. See all the green colors exiting this area, turning over to yellows for 60s instead of 50s. That is warmer temps coming up overnight from the south. So we're still waiting to see if this storm in particular, it's not there yet. Models suggest it'll be there. That's the one we really got to watch as it heads towards Atlanta. Not a guarantee we get that round in overnight, but there is a guarantee that we've got plenty of time as this moves east for tomorrow. Continuing coverage right after this.
And thanks for joining us this morning for our special live coverage of the severe weather threat outbreak striking the south. I'm meteorologist Ray Stagik.
And I'm meteorologist Todd Borick.
And we're going to continue to monitor not only the severe storms heading out of Alabama, but also into Georgia. There's a tornado watch in effect until 3 a.m. local time in some of these spots. And right now things have kind of settled down here in and around Birmingham. And as you can see, visibility good. Most of the storms now have pushed on off to the east. For now, I think the largest question is going to be, do we get more tornadoes? Do we get more large hail? There's still a front to the west, and that possibility actually does exist. We'll just have to wait and see here over the next couple of hours what happens with the front as it passes on through. Already over 20 reports of tornadoes across the south as we've gone through the day on Wednesday. Now as we get into Thursday morning, still looking at that chance of seeing more severe weather. We can look at the radar right now, see what's going on. Our most active area right now getting into northwest Georgia and extending down through south central parts of Alabama. That's where storms are strong and producing heavy rainfall, reports of flash flooding. But look at the configuration of our tornado watch, and there is a reason for this. This watch includes western counties of the metro Atlanta area and down near Macon and Columbus, some areas like Peachtree City, down toward, even into Dallas and Paulding County in Georgia. You are in a tornado watch until 6 a.m., but this kind of wedge of cooler air is the reason why the Storm Prediction Center has not put the Atlanta metro area in the watch, because it's in the 50s here and 60s where we've got the watch. So the rich tropical air mass, the more, let's say, buoyant air or the unstable air leading to the better chance of development of severe storms is actually just west of Atlanta. Right now, it's a heavy rain threat. There's no active severe thunderstorm warnings and or tornado warnings in North Georgia right now, but heavy rain for Chattooga, Floyd, and Gordon counties. This is a flash flood warning now. That includes Cartersville, Dalton, and Rome. Heavy rainfall, and that's until 6:15. So this area of rain is moving in this direction. Watch this line of storms heading toward Carrollton here as we get down toward areas west of Atlanta. Some of those storms may have the capability of going severe, and even there, if you look on the tail end, a little bit of a notch developing in that line. So we may see some of these storms not only become severe, but the potential to also rotate. So we're not saying your chance is 0 for a tornado, but it has been a little bit less here now as we've gone through the early morning hours, especially as you head further toward the east. So look at the velocity. You can see that's cell going through Cedartown. There may have been a little rotation there. And there's that little guy down there near Carrollton. Really not seeing too much in the way of rotation, but dangerous storms nonetheless are still possible. We watch the line now. Once again, non-severe heading into Columbus. Gusty winds, maybe some hail with some of these storms, and even a little thunder and lightning heading down toward Omaha and up toward LaGrange. But at this point, the good news is that none of these storms are severe. We check the velocity once again, looking for rotation. Not really seeing much here as you go north of Omaha. Might be a little bit of a couplet there, but once again, not very well defined. Either way, strong storms with the capability of becoming severe will continue to roll through the early morning hours. Further south and west now, as we get into southwestern Alabama around Mobile, this is a heavy rain threat. And heavy rainfall could also produce some flash flooding, so may get a little slow in the roadways here early during the morning hours if you do have to head on out. The storm is back to the west and the southwest near Biloxi. Strong, but not severe. No winds in excess of 58 miles per hour, no large hail, and thankfully no active tornado warnings at this time. But we do have power outages, so numerous customers out in parts of Alabama and Mississippi where we do have stronger storms roll through earlier, and those stronger storms continue to push east now. But you can kind of see where we're starting to get maybe some more development with the front. So that may be the second line of storms that may try to develop after we continue to watch this main line move on through here. So, Todd, it does look like we're going to see one round go through. We'll have to watch that front all morning to see if we get additional storms, but there will be more storms as we head on through the early morning hours on Thursday out across parts of the south.
That's right, Ray. In fact, Thursday could be quite a dangerous day. Now, looking back to Wednesday, at least 21 reports of tornadoes so far from the outbreak. One appears to have caused significant damage near the town of Clayton, Alabama. That's in the Birmingham area. Our Mark Elliott talked a short time ago with storm tracker Charles Peak, who shared one family's incredible survivor story.
I got into the area and was seeing so much damage around multiple homes that were just totally destroyed. And I saw a home that had a few vehicles out and went up and talked to them. And as I'm hearing this incredible survival stories, literally of one woman being sucked out by the tornado is what they described. And his son ran out and grabbed her and was able to pull her into the basement just as the tornado was getting there. And so Tommy Cox, I was able to interview him, and he shares his story with us tonight.
Well, the weather had got bad, and there was one line of storms come through, and we all got in the basement. And they went through, they missed us, they went below us, and not long after that, another line started coming through, and all my family came and got in the basement of the house. They live across the road, both sides across the road from me here, and within 15 minutes, it hit here. We heard a loud noise, loud like a train coming. It hit, but we had all got in the basement. So all my kids, my grandkids, and my two great-grandbabies, 1-year-old and 4 years old, got in there, and I had a section in that basement to get behind, a wall built. And when it come through, it wiped out everything around here, blew the doors in on the basement. But thank the good Lord, all my family's safe. All the kids are safe. We was holding things up. There was stuff blowing everywhere. We was holding all over the faces. But my son's house and everything around here, my mother's house, is all just demolished and gone. I mean, if my son hadn't got out of that, his family hadn't got out of that, his house, it was over here 15 minutes, they would be scattered across that field, a half a mile wide, just scattered pieces. And I'm just thankful the good Lord got them over here. It's just stuff, it's our stuff, and we want it, but, you know, it's just stuff. And we're just so thankful that the good Lord spared us, and I can't just recommend so much for people to get in those safe places when these storms are coming.
Tell me what happened with your sister that you was telling me about.
My sister was down at the basement. She pulled up, tried to get out of her car, and it was just, the wind was just sucking her away. And my son, Trent, went out the door, grabbed a hold of her, and jerked her through the basement door, got her in there. He was pulling on both of them, but he got them back in the corner where we were. And when it hit, I mean, It was just a mess. It destroyed everything around here. It done some damage to my house, but it's still, my house is fixable.
An incredible story there, Charles. You know, I want to ask you about that again. You know, you've been storm tracking for us for a while now. You've been in some of those crazy winds, maybe not right in a tornado, but even the inflow winds can be so strong. And if you're trying to open a door into that wind, or, you know, that wind catches the door, it can absolutely feel like you are being thrown into the air as the winds can get really violent leading into these storms.
Oh, absolutely, Mark, and just the emotion that they're having to deal with at that point in time is you're literally seeing things scattered. He was saying in his house, the back doors on his house actually blew open and completely covered his house in leaves and debris, and then right outside, literally about 20 yards, one of the single wide trailer was completely destroyed, then across the street. And so just going through that, it's just the emotions, but such a great attitude that everybody was okay. Just really, he was just so thankful for that, and that it's just stuff. And, you know, he goes, it's our stuff, and we don't want to lose it, but it's just stuff, and we've got all our family members.
So it was a very active day. You obviously came upon this area with, you know, debris from this home everywhere, it feels like. What else did you see today? Was it more of this? Were you in a lot of different tornado paths today? Tell us about it.
I was started out southwest of Tuscaloosa in Moundville, and catching that as it came to Tuscaloosa. And again, just barely caught glimpses of the tornado because of the trees and stuff, and it kept going. And I sort of hopscotched it for, I'd say probably a couple of hours, and ended up northeast of Birmingham with that storm, and it finally got away from me. But there was some damage up there, trees down. I interviewed a gentleman that had a tree come crashing on his house and limb coming through the roof of his house. And the police chief there was just telling me that the community was just quick to get out there and help one another and get out there and start getting the trees cut down, and the power companies. So it was also a good feeling to see the community coming together in a difficult situation, but helping one another as they could.
Absolutely amazing story out of Clanton, Alabama. Live look right now in Atlanta, and there's fog out there. And if you've been around the Atlanta metro area throughout the course of really the last 2 days that wedge was in place, we had cool air. One of the reasons why it felt a little more stable in Atlanta as opposed to areas just really off to the west and down to the south. Let me show you the bigger perspective here. And Atlanta, we're not done. In fact, we're just beginning with that severe threat as we head through the early morning hours on Thursday, and as Thursday does progress. Let me show you with the high-res future radar here. Also overlaying the available energy. That is this little area that is shaded in yellow here. We still have the cold front still well off to the west back into Mississippi. So as we head through the pre-dawn hours, we're going to start tapping into a little bit more of the warmer air, a front down to the south. So by the time we hit into the pre-dawn hours, notice how that little yellow shield will end up starting to bring up some more of the available moisture our way, starting to bring a little more of that tropical moisture toward Atlanta. And this is why we still have that severe thunderstorm threat and the severe threat coming our way. Now, by the time we hit about 5 o'clock in the morning, this is Eastern Daylight Time, 5, 6, 7, 8 o'clock for Atlanta Metro. This is where we end up seeing that line of storms moving through. And, well, anytime you have a nice little line that's going to pass through, we may end up having a little tiny little kinks along this line. That could end up being some spin-up tornado threat that certainly is out there. Now, there aren't any watches for the Atlanta metro area right now, but you can also tell down in the farthest south, even down into this area here from Macon on down in the far southwestern parts of Georgia, Panhandle, Florida, looks to be a better opportunity where we could still see that available threat with a few severe thunderstorms, maybe even a tornado or two. Right now for Birmingham, we have a couple of cells that will pass through by 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. This is now Central Daylight Time. By the time we hit 4 o'clock, we get a little bit of a break in the action. Remember, though, we still have another round. We still have that cold front that's going to be coming in from the west, so there could be more activity as Thursday progresses. For Atlanta, this is going to be more so toward that evening or the morning commute. One of the reasons why we're seeing a lot of school districts have delays to the school or maybe even going back to virtual for the day. By the time we hit 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, here comes that line, especially over toward Kennesaw, down into Rome. Then here we are 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. This is going to be where the main action happens, right along the perimeter. Really a bad time, really no good time for any line of severe storms to go through, but particularly in and around the Atlanta metro when it comes with the morning rush hour threat. You can see it extends up along the I-85 corridor. By the time we had 9, 10 o'clock this morning, the threat pushes off to our east. Now Athens gets in on it. Now eastern parts of Georgia gets in on the action. But I want to show you the bigger perspective here. One of the reasons why we are looking at the lack of severe storms, at least early on for Atlanta, was that colder wedge of air. Notice how we stay in the 50s in Atlanta, where we had all that moisture-rich air well down to the south. That's going to start pushing into Atlanta and also off to the north and east. So Birmingham getting in on it, Ray Montgomery already in on it, but now we're going to start seeing a major metropolitan area with Atlanta getting in, and we're not quite done yet with places like, well, Charlotte and the Carolinas. A really big active day for Thursday.
Yeah, and coming back and talking about what's already happened, look at this chilling video. Tuscaloosa, Alabama on Wednesday. Watch this. Yeah. Tornado blowing buildings apart, continuing to push off and pass just about through downtown Tuscaloosa. At times we did have kind of a touch and go situation there. You could see the funnel cloud and now touching ground. Some of the University of Alabama students were in duck and cover. Saw some video of that. Have some friends that are there. But just a dangerous afternoon. Luckily, at this point, didn't have any reports of any significant damage with this cell, but we have had reports of significant damage from over 20 tornadoes on Wednesday, and we're still rolling here as a severe storm threat continues as we head through the early morning hours. Now, we don't have a bunch of warnings right now, so let's get you updated on what the watches and the warnings mean. Now, a watch means that the conditions are favorable, so there's no active warnings at the time for tornadoes. So be ready, know what your plan of action is going to be if you do get warned, because when you get to a warning, tornado is imminent or is occurring. That's either by ground truth or we have rotation within the cloud within the thunderstorm. So that is something that can be either Doppler indicated or reported by a spotter. And nighttime tornadoes are popular here out across the south, especially in Arkansas and Tennessee, 43 and 46% respectively. And as we head through and take a look at what you should do is prepare yourself in a safe room with food, water, helmets, shoes, and protective coverings. Communicate with your friends and family about the severe weather threat. Turn on your NOAA weather radio and or mobile alerts also, or have your weather radio ready also, because we do have that threat of severe weather, and it will continue even while those are sleeping. So you got to have yourself a way to get woken up. And places to shelter, not in mobile homes. That's one of the worst places. But one of the best is above or below ground storm shelter, a FEMA safe room. Also, if you have a basement in your home, it's certainly one place that could be one of the better places, or an interior room if you do not have a basement. And as we continue to watch our severe weather, we'll continue with our coverage through the early morning hours. We're going to continue with live coverage coming up here next after the break.
We log at the top of the world, a mile high into the mountains. That's where some of the best logging is.
It's absolutely insane up here.
Careful, careful, careful. There's lots of things that can go wrong.
The mud just does not stop.
You can't stay on the road. You just hope you make it.
It's a battle against Mother Nature. It's not for everyone.
Let the fun begin.
And an eerie sound no matter where you are. This is Houston, Mississippi, with tornado sirens going off. This is Wednesday as strong storms whipped through the area. Thousands of customers did lose power. And a busy day with over 20 reports of tornadoes and damage. And right now we're continuing to watch what looks to be maybe a little bit of a lull in the action, which is a good thing. But we're here live all night, taking it right on through 5 a.m. before AMHQ early picks up. We'll watch these storms and watch the front back to the west. That's back here, and there may be some more redevelopment. But right now, strongest storms going through and just west and north of the Atlanta metro area, also southwest of Montgomery and getting ready to go through Mobile and Alabama. These storms packing a punch. Tornado watch is in effect, but right now, no active tornado warnings, and most of the severe thunderstorm warnings have now been allowed to expire. But this watch is in effect for the western counties and southwest and southern counties of the Atlanta metro area, but not all of them. And that's because I've got a unique situation here, and that's the cold air damming. And that cold air, the cooler air here, kind of wedged out down the spine of the Appalachians, keeping the air mass relatively stable in the counties just to the east of the watch. So that's the reason why Cobb County and up toward the north in Bartow County and northern Fulton and Fulton County and areas in and around Atlanta aren't under the watch right now. That does not mean you can't get a strong to severe storm, because the watch is defined as in and around the watch area, the tornado watch. So we're still not saying that it's completely not out of the question. We get a storm that could go severe, maybe tornadic, but it's less likely. As you can see here, here's the 60s and 70s. The more rich tropical air mass, the more buoyant and unstable air continues to be just to the west. But for now, it's been a rainmaker. There is a significant weather advisory that was issued for Cobb County and points north and east for heavy rain and gusty winds. But right now, those winds do look like they stay below severe criteria, which is 58 miles per hour. And heavy rainfalls produced flash flooding to the northwest. Chattooga, Floyd, Gordon counties in northwest Georgia, Cartersville, Dalton, and Rome, flash flooding, most likely on some of the roadways occurring or is imminent. That's what warning means when you get into flash flood warnings. So heads up, LJ, Canton off toward Dahlonega and Blairsville. Heavy rain for now on the way. And with these storms coming through, we're looking at the velocity now, one kind of version of the radar that shows rotation, and you look for green touching red, and right now we really don't see any of that. Maybe earlier, briefly down to the southwest of Cedartown, might have had a little bit of a couplet there, but at this point not showing any rotation in any of these storms as they push through the west and northwest side of the Atlanta metro area. We jump south now, right on the border here of Alabama and Georgia. Columbus seeing some strong storms go through. Again, non-severe, non-tornadic, so gusty winds, maybe some small hail with the thunder and lightning, even back east of Union Springs, some stronger storms. And looking at rotation at this point, the good news is we don't see any of these storms rotating, but that doesn't mean that can't change. Further southwest around Mobile, strong storms coming through. At this time, gusty winds, heavy rainfall, Todd. But the good news is that for now we've got a little break in the action, but those storms are heading east, could get busy once again today.
That's right, Ray. In fact, we're going to be looking at an area that could get busy. We're talking Chapel Hill, North Carolina. Now, right now, very quiet, but it's what happens later on in your Thursday. We're going to see the showers and storms brew back up again, particularly this afternoon. And the timing when these storms reach places like Chapel Hill, that's not good, because some of these storms, well, could be severe by then, after dealing with some fog during the morning hours. That's what we're seeing live right now. So let's jump ahead through the rest of your Thursday. Of course, we still have to deal through the pre-dawn hours on Thursday. We're talking more so late morning into the afternoon. And look at this. We have a Torcon value of 7 for a good part of North Carolina, a good part of South Carolina as well, and pushing into south and southeastern parts of Georgia. And the timing here really does, again, look to be more of a late morning or early afternoon. So we're talking about Torcon of 7. This is what we're talking about. Numerous tornadoes are possible. The increased chance for strong tornadoes of an EF2 plus, well, certainly increased. Could be long tracked and be ready to take cover. So now's the time. If you're up right now, this is time to prepare. If you have bike helmets, it might be a good time to grab those things out, because you got to know exactly where your safe place is. And you also have to do things like protect, well, your head if you're going to be heading into your safe place. So this is one of the reasons why we're looking at the severe threat. We have low pressure moving through. We still got to wait for that cold front to pass its way eastward through Georgia, but it's all about that air mass, very unstable. We have the southerly flow of air, so a lot of moisture, a lot of that tropical moisture streaming up toward that warm front as it lifts a little bit farther off to the north. And then in addition, well, we have shearing going on. We have strong low-level winds turning southwesterly, so we have that change in heights. Now we have that spin in the air. All we have to do is get a little air parcel to jump up in the air, and we have that strong west-southwesterly mid-level winds. So we have a lot of shearing going on, not only speared shear, but also a directional wind shear, and that is all the ingredients we need in order to bring some showers and storms certainly our way. So that's why we are a little bit concerned about how things are shaping up as we head through the rest of your Thursday. You can see the storms moving its way on in. So we'll be back in just a bit, let you know how things are shaping up. Watch out, severe storms still trying to come your way. Live look at Atlanta right now. Foggy storms coming your way. There's strong winds you can see through Columbus, Mississippi, and well, you can see this is out of a ring cam. Taking a look at how things move through with those very strong gusts, showers of storms after 1 o'clock in the morning. It's cloudy and now becoming partly cloudy in the area. That just passed its way through for Columbus, Mississippi. So that's what it looks like when these storms pass through your area. And there's going to be a lot of areas if you have the ring system on your house. It's going to look like that for many areas as that front will continue to work its way on through. So welcome back to our special coverage of Southern Tornado Outbreak. I'm meteorologist Todd Borick.
And I'm meteorologist Ray Stajic, and the severe weather continues to be a threat as we head through early on this Thursday morning. Probably going to be a better chance as we go through the daytime hours, especially to the east of places like Atlanta and into the Carolinas. But Alabama starting to get out of the woods for now, but there still may be another round. You can see this live camera here down near Mobile in the southwestern parts of the state. Still some thunder and lightning out there. Keep it on there long enough, maybe we'll see another lightning flash. Just picked one up. But wet streets here early on a Thursday morning and dangerous travel, although there's no significant warnings that a wet road surface will certainly be a little active. Yeah, there's a little thunder and lightning there. But right now, none of these storms are severe. And at this point, it's a rain threat. But the past has been the past, and now the future looks like more active severe weather as we head on through Thursday and into Thursday evening. But right now, it is heavy rainfall coming in through eastern Tennessee, northwestern parts of Alabama, and now getting into northwest Georgia, and southwestern Alabama. Thunder and lightning, too, but at this point, no active warnings. We do have, though, some flash flood warnings, and that's out across parts of northern Alabama here, where areas just around the Paint Rock area do have a flash flood warning. Look at all this heavy rain that's going on through here, and that flash flood warning for Jackson County. So Paint Rock and Woodville until 3 a.m. The threat is considerable here for what we're talking about, and that's in terms of flash flooding. So seek higher ground. The rain has lessened up, but starting to see more showers develop. That's actually the front that's just to your west to try to get things going a little bit more. Now, this is from just a little bit ago in Gurley, right around Paint Rock. A car submerged at Rock Cut Road at Highway 72. Water was flowing over the roadway, so do not cross water-covered roadways because you do not know what's underneath it. You don't know how deep that water is. And at Owens Crossroads, high water rescue underway with an SUV in 4 feet of water near a creek on South Green Mountain Road and Old Big Cove Road. Both occupants were successfully rescued. So this is where that rain was and where it's going into northwest Georgia further east. That potential for flash flooding is most likely going to continue. But at this point, the tornado watch is in effect. So in and around the watch area until 6 a.m. Central Time. The potential is there for tornadoes. No active warnings right now. But remember, it's in and around the watch area. So just because you may not be in the watch, if you're in one of the adjacent counties, you still do have a chance. The problem here for North Georgia and around the Atlanta metro areas, that is a cooler and a more stable air mass. We'll have to see what happens when the front comes through, as one round of thunderstorms has gone through. But Todd, the front's back to the west, heading east. We'll see if we get more development of thunderstorms early in the morning.
Yeah, we keep an eye on that, and we're also going to keep an eye on something like this as your Thursday progresses. Possible tornado in Brookhaven, Mississippi. That's in Lincoln County. Check this out. And yeah, you can definitely see that not only the tornado there, but also a little mesocyclone above that. Severe weather will continue across the south as we head through the rest of your Thursday. So while it may be a bit quiet now, that doesn't mean it's going to be quiet through the rest of the day, because we're going to be tapping into more of the available moisture and more of the energy as we head through at least the next 24 hours. Let me show you how we're timing this out now. This is the high-res future radar, and with that, we are going to be looking at this system moving its way on through, and it does look like we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has popped up over in Baldwin County. We'll get to that in just a moment. I just want to show you this line of storms that is moving its way across by 3 o'clock hour. Now, we're into Eastern daylight time, at least for now, and we can see this line trying to work its way toward the Atlanta metro area for the morning commute. But Ray, let's talk about that severe thunderstorm warning that just came up now for Baldwin County.
To Baldwin County, Todd, we are looking at severe weather Severe weather here in Baldwin County. Thanks, Todd. Sorry about that. So as we had said on this tail end of these storms, the line showing some signs of severe. So 58+ mile-per-hour winds, maybe some hail with the thunder and lightning. If you're in Foley, Point Clear, or Robertsdale until 1 a.m., this is getting into southwestern Alabama. Take cover now. There's the potential that this storm could rotate. Right now, looking at the velocity, right in here, maybe a little green, touch of red. And this still may actually get a little bit stronger. But for right now, this is a severe thunderstorm warning. We are in southwestern Alabama, right over Mobile Bay. So Foley, Point Clear, Robertsdale, and Baldwin County until 1 a.m. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. Well, we'll continue to keep you updated here as we head through the early morning hours on Thursday with continuing coverage of our severe weather in the south. How about that? Thunder and a big bolt of lightning right there. Homewood, Alabama, yesterday. Minor flooding is forecast along portions of the Black Warrior River beginning Thursday night. So not only severe weather with thunder and lightning like that, but also heavy rainfall. We've had numerous reports of flash flooding, a couple of water rescues going on, and that threat's not over yet. And neither is a severe weather threat, as we do have active severe weather warning right now. It's a severe thunderstorm warning out of the panhandle of Florida. But look at the line of storms coming in. This first round now producing flash flooding in northwestern Alabama. Trying to get some storms now going on the front. So we may see a few more showers and thunderstorms, a second round coming in as we head on through the early morning hours in parts of Alabama and Georgia. This tornado watch remains in effect for the panhandle, Crestview, Pensacola, and out into southern parts of Alabama. That does include Monroeville, over to the east near Dothan, and also southwest Georgia. Panama City also in that. So the threat for severe storms that could rotate, aka tornadoes, for this area in and around the watch area. Here's an active severe thunderstorm warning. This is in Baldwin County. There's also a marine warning for Mobile Bay too. And this storm for Foley, Point Clear, and Robertsdale may be producing some gusty winds and possibly even some rotation. There's a tornado possible here with this threat as it continues to roll on off toward the north and east. So if you're in the Alberta area, Robertsdale, Clear Point, take cover now. Gulf Shores, you may be next with some of these stronger winds coming on in as we get a little closer inspection here. This is the area we would look for right in here for any possible rotation. But a pretty healthy looking thunderstorm now as it continues to push on off toward the east. And right in here, if there is any rotation, the green touch and the red there, right now looks like it's weak, but there could be something trying to develop right there. But right now, nothing confirmed in terms of tornadoes, but just a severe thunderstorm warning Baldwin County here out across southwestern Alabama. So these storms continue to roll on off toward the east and further north, trying to get on the front or just out ahead of a cold front now, thunderstorms to refire. Now, some of the models did indicate this would be happening. The question will be, will these storms again become severe? As this atmosphere has kind of been worked over a little bit and has become a little bit more stable, I think is the right term for that. So we'll have to keep an eye on that for Birmingham and Cullman and up near Huntsville. You've already had some very heavy rainfall, but as you can see here, a little less stability here. Cape, convective available potential energy. I think that's what this map is showing. Either way, if you see these areas in orange and yellow, that's where the atmosphere is more unstable, meaning more favorable for thunderstorm development. So that's why we're getting some stronger storms back here in southern Alabama and weaker storms and heavier rainfall up in the cooler, more stable air further toward the north. So we'll have to keep an eye on this front as it rolls east. There is that potential we get more storms into the Atlanta metro area in the next few hours. The tornado watch will stay in effect until 6 o'clock Central Time. Western counties west of Atlanta, that's Paulding County further south here as we get down toward Peachtree City and down toward Columbus and Macon. Also a tornado watch in effect until 6 a.m., meaning the storms as they come in may have the potential to rotate, possibly become tornadic again. This is why that watch does not get into Atlanta. Although temperatures are kind of hovering around the 60-degree mark, we kind of have this cool wedge of air that's come down the spine of the Appalachians, and that's more stable, the cooler air. But look at LaGrange. You're at 68 degrees right now, and over the past few hours, you've been in the mid-upper 60s. Same thing in Birmingham. So there is a little bit more moist, unstable air to the west and southwest of Atlanta. The question will be, Todd, as those storms roll east, will we get more severe weather out across parts of northern Alabama and northern Georgia?
And that's something we'll certainly watch over the next couple of days. Atlanta, here's live look right now. We still have a little bit of fog out there, the low cloud deck. And we're waiting for that cold air to try and retreat a bit. And even if we have that line of storms moving through, there'll be some elevated chances for at least a few severe thunderstorms. Let me show you the future radar. We're going to take it from this morning, and then we're going to push a little bit farther off to the east because we're not done yet with this severe outbreak because, well, it's going to lead into your Thursday as well. So right around rush hour, already seeing the showers and storms in the Atlanta metro area and even down into far southwestern parts of Georgia. You're going to have to keep an eye on the potential for a few more severe storms. Let me take this through the rest of the morning. For Atlanta over toward Macon, well, that line is already through. But the worst time basically coming between about 5 and 8 o'clock this morning. But now watch out in North Carolina. This is when things really start getting active. And notice the timing here. Now we're talking 10 o'clock in the morning, heading into the afternoon hours, starting to really tap into the heat of the day as well as that rich tropical moisture, because by that time we have that warm front farther off to the north. So we're really bringing in a little bit more of that available moisture, a little bit more of the available convection there. So here we are by 3, 4 o'clock this afternoon, places like Raleigh, over toward Charleston, South Carolina. This line here, we may be running into the threat for severe storms as well as maybe a tornado, maybe a couple of tornadoes out in this area as well. So here we are by the 8 o'clock hour. That line has now pushed off to the east. We still have the cold front still waiting to work its way through, and then some that area of low pressure is heading up toward the Ohio Valley. So we could still see a couple of hit or miss showers behind this. But the main batch, the main threat for severe storms today looks to be more so into the late morning, early afternoon hours. By the time we hit early on Friday, maybe a backside of this as well. But watch out places like Charlotte. Again, we're looking at a Torcon of 7 for this Thursday. So this looks to be more of a late morning, more so afternoon threat for Charlotte. So certainly prepare now for that threat for severe storms. And also, let's take a look, right? Live look, Panama City, Florida. And already starting to see, yeah, it's a little dark out there. But we're also looking at that very rich tropical moisture in place. Panama City, we're not done with the severe threat for you. Current temperature 72 degrees. Right now, we'll be right back after the break.
Birmingham, Alabama, no active watches or warnings for you at this time. Looks like a little more development trying to come with cold front coming in. It's actually screaming toward the east, but there's a good chance here that storms may stay below severe criteria for the rest of this event. Now, further east, a little bit more of a different story now as we're getting heavy rain and down toward the south of the Gulf Coast. We do have some severe weather going on currently, but strong storms, but at this point limited severe, but that'll be changing as we head on through the day on Thursday. Well, take a look at the line right now. You've got plenty of thunder and lightning now going to the northeast side of Atlanta. Flash flood warning in northwest Georgia. This active area out across southern Alabama, now getting ready to go into the panhandle of Florida, has given us a severe thunderstorm warning in our tornado watch. So tornado watch defined as, possibility of tornadoes in and around the watch area. And this does include Crestville and Dothan, Monroeville, Pensacola, Mobile, and Panama City. So if you are in any of these areas, be ready to take action if you are warned. And this warning is a severe thunderstorm warning, but a tornado is possible as there may be some rotation within this thunderstorm for Baldwin County here for Foley, Point Clear, and Robertsdale. That's a severe thunderstorm warning until 1 a.m. Southern Alabama, even around Mobile Bay. There is an active marine warning also. So this storm, once again, does have the potential to show rotation. Severe thunderstorms can and occasionally do produce tornadoes. So take cover if you are in the areas just to the west of Foley now, getting upon you, Point Clear, clear. And once again, Robertsdale, I'd say in Gulf Shores too over the next hour or so, storms heading on off toward the east could actually start producing some strong winds. Right now, not seeing much on the velocity in terms of rotation. That's what this piece of the radar does. Up toward the northwest of Foley, maybe a little weak rotation there, but nothing really strong. Most of this is probably just strong winds under 58 miles per hour, but there may be some winds that could cause some damage to maybe some small trees. Right now, not a significant threat for strong wind, but heavy rainfall along with this severe thunderstorm in Baldwin County. So that's until 1 a.m. Central Time. Further up the line, watching the thunderstorms now trying to redevelop just out ahead of the cold front. So Birmingham, you're not on a watch, but that does not mean these storms may not get strong. I don't know if we'll go severe or tornadic, but from Huntsville down to Coleman and Birmingham and further south and southwest, this is where storms are starting to fire once again. So you've got to stay on your toes. Once again, there's no active watch in place, but these storms still could get warned on if they do get stronger and pull down some of those upper level winds. Most of the instability now, which is the areas in yellow and orange, is away from where that line is developing. You can see here a little bit of more stable air mass, same thing out across North Georgia. So that's kept the severe weather threat limited, I guess I could tell, here through the morning hours. But that doesn't mean with the front coming through, once again, that we get another thin line of storms to develop, and those storms going through and coming in out across North Georgia here as we go through the early morning hours. So right now, Todd, one active warning, couple of flash flood warnings, but all in all, not much in the way of a tornado outbreak right now, but there may be more storms as we head through this afternoon.
Yeah, as far as the overnight hours, we'll take that now. Take a look in Raleigh, North Carolina right now. This is a live shot for you. 50 degrees your temperature. So at least for now, somewhat stable air in place. It won't be the case as we head through the rest of your Thursday, like Ray was alluding to, because, well, we actually have warmer and be much more moist air that's going to start heading our way as your Thursday progresses. Let me time this out for you for Raleigh. And this is your Thursday morning, relatively quiet start. It'll be foggy and cloudy, maybe a hit or miss shower or storm. But here we are as we head into the afternoon hours. The question is, what is happening upstream from this, and how is this going to end up moving in our direction? Again, this is future radar, so it's a guidance. Doesn't mean it's going to be exactly like this, but it's something we're going to have to continue to watch. A few showers and storms, hit or miss, and again, any one of these storms could at least be severe as we head through the afternoon hours, and then even over toward Greensboro as we head toward tonight. As far as the future radar goes, at least for Raleigh, it does not look to be as bad as it did earlier, but the Torcon values, we're going to be tweaking that as we take a look at the newest numbers that are coming in with the 2 o'clock Eastern update. As far as Charlotte goes, again, a relatively quiet start to your morning, maybe a couple of hit or miss showers and storms. Look how the activity really gets going, though. Late this morning in the afternoon hours, right around the noontime hour, this is going to be the best opportunity for us to end up seeing the worst storms moving through, but for the most part, it's going to be something we're going to really have to pay attention to as we head through at least the late morning, early afternoon hours for your Thursday, and then into, again, coastal parts of South Carolina. We're going to have to watch the late morning, early afternoon hours again for Columbia. I really think it's going to be that 2, 3, 4 o'clock time period where we end up seeing that main line moving across. Damaging wind gusts will certainly be the main threat. Hail and, of course, tornadoes can certainly be there as well. All of what's going to end up happening ahead of that. So we're going to have to keep our eye on the Carolinas as we head through the rest of your Thursday, because this is an ongoing threat. We're at a period of time right now where at least things are relatively quiet, but that's not going to be the case as Thursday moves along. Let's take a live look at Jacksonville, Florida, and at least for Jacksonville, yeah, again, you're ahead of the system. This storm will be coming your way eventually, but for now we're relatively quiet. 67 degrees, a lot of cloud cover out there. The gusts will be up as we head through your Thursday.
Thanks for joining us this morning for our special live coverage of severe weather, the outbreak that's striking parts of the South. I'm meteorologist Ray Staging.
And I'm meteorologist Todd Borick.
And we'll continue to watch these severe storms. Although the storms and lines weakening just a bit, we do still have some severe weather going on. No active warnings at this point. The one out across southwestern Alabama has been allowed to expire, but Pensacola, get ready. Some thunder and lightning on the way here. Right now, yeah, dark 30, but 74 degrees. air mass unstable enough to actually get you into what looks to be a stronger storm heading in your direction. So just a heads up, might want to just take a look at it, see what's going on. Right now, it is not an active tornado warning, but we do have that chance of seeing some of these storms potentially rotate. You can see the line right now, anywhere from northern and northeastern parts of Tennessee down through North Georgia, heading into Alabama, and just getting into the panhandle of Florida. This is the line of storms right now out ahead of the main cold front, which is actually starting to produce a few more showers and thunderstorms as we speak. But no watch here. There is a watch here, though, for some of the counties in northwest Georgia and South Georgia, too, for tornadoes, at least the potential for tornadic activity. But an impressive looking line nonetheless. Strong storms don't necessarily need to be severe and meet the criteria, 58 miles per hour winds to produce damage. But we do have this storm heading toward Pensacola. Look at all the lightning, some vivid lightning, clearly waking people up, watching us if you did get woken up. Thanks for joining us. Notice here in the panhandle in southern Alabama, this is where we do have a tornado watch in effect. Tornadoes possible in and around the watch area. That's until 6 a.m. Central Time. So Pensacola, Crestview, even into Panama City, your potential does exist for tornadoes and some of these storms to rotate. Now, as the line goes through, we'll start chipping away at this watch, and those places to the west will actually end up being in the clear. Mobile, right now, you're out of any active storms, but look at all the thunder and lightning here heading toward Gulf Shores and Alberta. Certainly a night where we'll get some strong winds. I don't know if these storms will meet severe criteria, at least at this point, but they could. 40, 50 mile per hour winds, and we get to that threshold of 58, then we may see some more active warnings being issued. But still, going to get quite windy here around Gulf Shores and Alberta, further on off toward the north, crossing Interstate 10 near Fairhope. You may get clipped here by this second little batch coming on through, and then Pensacola over the next couple of hours. This line will push through, and you may see some active severe weather. Little up the chain here in central, south central Alabama. Here's Montgomery toward the north. Just general rain there further south in this kind of thin line and then thicker line of rain and thunderstorms. Gusty winds, thunder, lightning. I'm not sure about small hail, but right now none of these are severe. Around Troy and just to the northwest of Jack, a little cluster of showers and thunderstorms producing some moderate to heavier rainfall at times in a few places. Fronts just to the west now of Jasper and Tuscaloosa, but starting to see some development and lift with the front. This air mass much more stable, so less favorable for severe weather than we saw earlier. So these storms, potentially isolated severe storms, not really having too much of a punch here. So most of this activity should stay below severe criteria. Now, I'm not going to rule out the chance of a warning here, but the better chance will be further south, at least for now, as that front pushes through. Heavier rainfall right now, the biggest threat in North Georgia. But as we had said, there is a tornado watch in effect. But notice we're starting to see the western edges of that watch get clipped away as most of west central or east central Alabama now getting out of the tornado watch. But in through parts of the metro Atlanta area, west and south, especially of the perimeter, we do have a tornado watch, meaning the potential is there for some of the storms of that next line to come through to potentially rotate. Todd?
Well, at least 21 reports of tornadoes so far from this outbreak. One appears to have caused significant damage near the town of Clanton, Alabama. That's in the Birmingham area. Our Mark Elliott talked a short time ago with storm tracker Charles Peak, who shared one family's incredible survivor story.
I got into the area and was seeing so much damage around multiple homes that were just totally destroyed. And I saw a home that had a few vehicles out and went up and talked to them. And as I'm hearing this incredible survival stories, literally of one woman being sucked out by the tornado is what they described. And his son ran out and grabbed her and was able to pull her into the basement just as the tornado was getting there. And so Tommy Cox, I was able to interview him, and he shares his story with us tonight.
Well, the weather had got bad, and there was one line of storms come through, and we all got in the basement. They went through, they missed us, and went below us. And not long after that, another line started coming through, and all my family came and got in the basement of the house. They live across the road, both sides across the road from me here. And within 15 minutes, it hit here. We heard a loud noise, loud like a train coming. It hit, but we had all got in the basements. All my kids, my grandkids, and my two great-grandbabies, 1-year-old and 4-year-old, got in there, and I had a section in that basement to get behind, a wall built. And when it come through, it wiped out everything around here. It blew the doors in on the basement. But thank the good Lord, all my family's safe. All the kids are safe. We was holding things up. There was stuff blowing everywhere. We was holding all over the faces. But my son's house and everything around here, my mother's house, is all just demolished and gone. I mean, if my son hadn't got out of that, his family hadn't got out of that, his house, it was over here 15 minutes, they would be scattered across that field, a half a mile wide, just scattered pieces. And I'm just thankful the good Lord got them over here. It's just stuff, it's our stuff, and we want it, but, you know, it's just stuff. And we're just so thankful that the good Lord spared us, and I can't just recommend so much that people to get in those safe places when these storms are coming.
Tell me what happened with your sister that you was telling me about.
My sister was down at the basement. She pulled up, tried to get out of her car, and it was just, the wind was just sucking her away. And my son, Trent, went out the door, grabbed a hold of her, and jerked her through the basement door, got her in there. He was pulling on both of them, but he got them back in the corner where we were. And when it hit, I mean, it was just a mess. It destroyed everything around here. It done some damage to my house, but it's still, my house is fixable.
An incredible story there, Charles. You know, I want to ask you about that again. You know, you've been storm tracking for us for a while now. You've been in some of those crazy winds, maybe not right in a tornado, but even the inflow winds can be so strong. And if you're trying to open a door into that wind, or, you know, that wind catches the door, it can absolutely feel like you are being thrown into the air as those as the winds can get really violent leading into these storms.
Oh, absolutely, Mark, and just the emotion that they're having to deal with at that point in time as you're literally seeing things scattered. He was saying in his house, the back doors on his house actually blew open and completely covered his house in leaves and debris, and then right outside, literally about 20 yards, one of the single wide trailer was completely destroyed, then across the street. And so just going through that, it's just the emotions, but such a great attitude that everybody was okay. Just really, he was just so thankful for that, and that it's just stuff. And, you know, he goes, it's our stuff, and we don't want to lose it, but it's just stuff, and we've got all our family members.
So it was a very active day. You obviously came upon this area with, you know, debris from this home everywhere, it feels like. What else did you see today? Was it more of this, or were you in a lot of different tornado paths today? Tell us about it.
I was started out southwest of Tuscaloosa in Moundville, and catching that as it came to Tuscaloosa, and again just barely caught glimpses of the tornado because of the trees and stuff, and it kept going, and I sort of hopscotched it for, I'd say probably a couple of hours, and ended up northeast of Birmingham with that storm, and it finally got away from me. But there was some damage up there, trees down. I interviewed a gentleman that had a tree come crashing on his house and limb coming through the roof of his house. And the police chief there was just telling me that the community was just quick to get out there and help one another and get out there and start getting the trees cut down, and the power companies. So it was also a good feeling to see the community coming together in a difficult situation, but helping one another as they could.
Just an amazing story out of Alabama. We're taking a live look at Atlanta, and we actually had a line of showers and storms move its way on through. Temperatures actually rising a bit. We're at 61 degrees now, so we're starting to tap into a little bit more of that warmer, moist, more humid air down to the south and west. It's been more of a cloudy, cool day across Atlanta as that wedge has been in place, that cooler air that's been filtering down around the Appalachians. That's one of the reasons why things have been relatively stable as far as the atmosphere goes from Metro Atlanta up toward the northeast Georgia mountains. Well, as we head through the rest of the early morning hours on this Thursday, we still have the main cold front back track off to the west that's still heading its way on eastward through western parts of Alabama, at least at this time. Now, the little yellow shades right here is the available energy that's involved. And anytime you look at that yellow, that's really more of that rich air mass that is in place that could really start seeing the showers and storms develop. Notice, though, in this area here, not quite seeing that yellow yet because, well, it has been cool. It has been a little bit more stable, and a lot of these storms we're seeing in Atlanta and then in the northeast Georgia mountains will be more elevated. Doesn't mean that they won't be severe. There's still potential for severe storms, but the better potential, at least as we head through the pre-dawn hours, will be for areas farther south. But notice how we're starting to bring in that nose of that warmer, more moist air, a little bit more unstable air through pre-dawn hours. Here we are by 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, so really just a couple of hours from now. Now we're starting to see the showers and storms head into metro Atlanta, head into western parts of Georgia and down into southwestern parts of the state, also down into the Florida Panhandle. And now 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning, this is going to be the best time we're going to see that line move through. Could there be a few severe storms? Absolutely. Damaging wind gusts could certainly be in the main thread, but at any time you have a line, particularly if it's a squall line, there could be little spin-ups right along that squall line, so that tornado threat is certainly there. Now, we're not seeing anything active right now. It is, thankfully, a very quiet hour at the moment. It doesn't mean, though, that it's going to continue to stay quiet through the rest of the mornings. Here we are by 7 o'clock in the morning, and a lot of the activity now pushes off to the east. So Birmingham, the worst is basically happening right now. In fact, really, the worst already happened. We could see a couple of showers and storms pass through within the next hour or two. After that, though, things really calm down for you by 4 or 5 o'clock this morning, at least Central Time. Eastern Time, and for Atlanta, we have that first wave that moved through, but really the most active time of the day will be as we approach 5, 6, 7 o'clock this morning as that main line. Again, there is that potential for some damaging winds. We're going to have to keep our eye on the tornado threat as well, but for now, we're not dealing with any watches, but this is going to be the worst activity, basically between 5 o'clock and 8 o'clock this morning for Atlanta Metro, Ray, and then eventually the activity pushes off to the east where worse conditions could end up happening for the Carolinas. But boy, check out what we saw earlier on Wednesday with some of the video here, Ray.
Yeah, and it was Tuscaloosa in Alabama where we got this chilling video. Almost looks like night in the middle of the day here. Watch this tornado blowing that building apart. Look at that, ripping it right off its foundation. And even a rotating funnel in there. Damage, yeah, I'd say so. And now up to 23 reports of tornadoes across the south here from our tornado outbreak on Wednesday, now getting into Thursday morning. So look at the power of Mother Nature here. You could just see, almost looks surreal when you do see these situations where you're further enough back, but the power of the wind in these tornadoes is certainly something that can be life-threatening. Now, the good news is that at least at this point during the morning hours, most of us have been able to escape any additional severe weather in terms of tornadoes. We had a couple of warnings, but in terms of severe thunderstorms, but now's a good time to just go over the watches and warnings. For a tornado watch, that does mean conditions are favorable for development of a tornado. So this means nothing is actually occurring, but is actually forecast to occur in and around the watch area. And then when you go to warning, a tornado warning, that means a tornado is imminent or is occurring, meaning on the ground, spotted by a trained spotter or reported, or rotation indicated within the thunderstorm. The warning doesn't necessarily mean there is an active tornado. When you have a radar indicated tornado, it indicates there's at least rotation within that thunderstorm and it is capable of producing a tornado. And nighttime tornadoes at its worst in the south. 43% of tornadoes from 1950 to 2010 in Arkansas, 46% overnight in Tennessee. As you can see, the south is, I guess, famous, something you don't want to be famous for getting nighttime tornadoes. And in this case, luckily, this time, it doesn't look like we've seen much action, but we're not completely out of the woods yet as we go through the next few hours. We'll continue to monitor the overnight tornado safety, too, and what to do before you go to sleep. Have your safe room ready, food, water, helmet, shoes. Communicate with your family and friends about your severe weather threat. Turn on your weather radio and or your mobile alerts on your phone. You're going to have to wait to get woken up. And places to shelter or not to shelter, mobile homes, vehicles, and under overpasses is the worst place to shelter, and some of the better places to go, an interior room or a basement or a sturdy home or building, but the best place to go is actually a above or below ground shelter by FEMA and a FEMA safe room. And as this severe weather outbreak continues, stay with the Weather Channel 24/7 on Amazon Fire TV, Roku, and your smart TVs. Existing cable and satellite subscribers can download the app now and get access to the latest alerts, forecasts, local radar, and live coverage. We will bring you live coverage all night long as this threat continues.
Losing it.
We log at the top of the world, a mile high into the mountains. And that's where some of the best logging is.
It's absolutely insane up here.
Careful, careful, careful.
There's lots of things that can go wrong.
The mud just does not stop.
You can't stay on the road. You just hope you make it.
It's a battle against Mother Nature. It's not for everyone.
Let the fun begin.
And you know what it is? It's sirens going off in Houston, Mississippi. This was Wednesday. Strong storms ripped through the area. Ominous looking skies and an ominous sound. Thousands of customers did lose power. Hopefully we're starting to get a lot of those back online. And the severe weather threat continues here early on a Thursday morning. Thanks for joining us. I'm here with Todd Bork, Ray Stajic, meteorologist at the Weather Channel. The active weather continues this morning, but it's kind of taken a little bit of a break in terms of the severity. Still, dangerous thunderstorms continuing to push through. Now, northeast Georgia, getting into the northeast Georgia mountains. None severe, but still strong storms producing heavy rainfall and gusty winds. And down toward the south, this has seemed to be the stronger of the storms where we've had a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings about 30 minutes or so ago. But at this point, don't have much in the way of active storms, but we are seeing strong storms with thunder and lightning heading toward Pensacola. Now, this cluster was warned upon a little bit ago out in Baldwin County. So as it comes east into the Panhandle, still may have some stronger winds. There's plenty of vivid lightning, and the line extends up toward the north into Montgomery. So this is an area where we do have quite a bit of instability. So there is the opportunity for these storms to go severe. And further toward the east, this is where that severe weather threat will continue with a tornado watch until 6 a.m. Central Time. So conditions favorable in and around the watch area for tornadoes, especially now on off toward the east and going through Pensacola, heading toward Crestview and Panama City and Dothan, and eventually Albany in South Georgia, also under that threat for potentially some severe storms here early this morning. Now, this line coming through, at this point, there's no warning, but there could be some strong gusty winds and maybe even some vivid lightning. As the lightning tracker's on, you can see all these lightning strikes coming in here and some heavy rainfall. So the winds, although they may not gust to 60 miles per hour and reach a severe criteria, we still may have some of those stronger winds kind of rattle you around a little bit. Woke you up here this morning, you're watching us. As we had said, these storms not severe, but still strong winds and heavy rain. Even further up the chain here as you go north-northwest, seeing a little bowing feature on that little thunderstorm. Could be some stronger straight line winds with that as that thunderstorm complex kind of bows out there. And out across central Alabama, south here of Montgomery, you can see stronger storms, none severe, but this little cluster here showing a little bit of a sign here of potentially producing strong winds. In Greenville, you're just getting out of thunderstorms, but again, none of these are severe. Further to the north and northeast around Columbus and the Grange, just scattered showers around and back toward the west. We are starting to see out ahead of a cold front a few more showers and thunderstorms coming in, but the question is going to be, Todd, what happens as all this goes on off toward the east?
And not only that, going off to the east and then adding more of the heating of the day for your Thursday. Now we're taking a live look at Chapel Hill, North Carolina. Current condition right there, 50 degrees. You can see the low clouds, fog at the moment. Now, as we head through the rest of your Thursday, though, we're going to start tapping in a little bit more of the available energy there. And I'll not be surprised we have a couple of storms that could pop and become severe. particularly as we head from late morning more so into the afternoon hours. Let's take a look at the newest Torcon values just being created by great staff here. We're still seeing, look at that, Torcon value of 7 now for a good part of the southern parts of coastal North Carolina into far, eastern parts of South Carolina, and a big area under the Torcon value of 5 for really the eastern half of the Carolinas. What does Torcon value of 7 mean? Well, numerous tornadoes are possible in that area. Again, right around the coastal Carolinas, increased chance for strong tornadoes. We're talking EF2 or stronger. Some could be long track and be ready to take cover. This is mostly going to be during the course of the afternoon hours. Let me take you through the rest of the morning. And again, we still have to deal with that line that'll pass through the Atlanta metro area between 5 and 8 o'clock this morning. As we head into late this morning in the afternoon hours, now we're going to start tapping into more of the heat of the day. And we're also going to be bringing in more of the available moisture, more of the instability ahead of this line of showers and storms. Here we are by about 3, 4, 5 o'clock this afternoon, and this is when things really get dicey for parts of coastal South Carolina and North Carolina. We're going to have to watch out for the possibility for a few severe storms during this time, and that's going to be where that tornado threat could certainly come out during that time period. And then back behind this, we can still see some leftover showers and storms. So timing out this for a place like Charlotte, we're still in the Torcon value of 3, but notice really just outside the metro area over toward very near Rock Hill and toward Monroe, where Torcon values of 5. So showers and storms a little bit spotty this morning, but then you can really see that main line trying to come its way through late this morning and early afternoon. Could see a couple of Boeing echoes out of this, and that can certainly be the possibility where we end up seeing that spin up there. So really by about 11 o'clock this morning until 2 this afternoon is going to be the worst times for Charlotte. Down toward Charleston, it's going to be a little bit late arrival time, but that's going to be worse for us because we're talking 3, 4, 5 o'clock this afternoon into the evening hours. That's where we can end up seeing this severe threat. Let's take a live look at Atlanta, Georgia. The worst weather coming your way really just a couple of hours from now. Live look right now, 61 degrees, actually warmer than we were just a couple of hours ago. Starting to get a little bit more humid as well. Watch out between 5 and 8 this morning here in Atlanta.
Starting
That's pretty impressive. This is in Columbus, in Mississippi. This is caught on a rain cam. Strong storms ripping through, and see the wind there and the rain blowing sideways. Chance of showers and thunderstorms will continue after 1 a.m., but then cloudy and some gradual clearing. Partly cloudy with a low of 48 as we get into the early morning hours. Well, welcome back to our special coverage of our southern tornado outbreak. I'm meteorologist Ray Stagik.
And I'm meteorologist Todd Borick.
And we'll continue to watch not only for more severe weather, but that chance for drier weather to settle in back where we had storms with the cleanup beginning. Mobile, Alabama, you just got hit pretty good with some thunderstorms, and now those storms continue to push on off toward the east as we continue to see what looks to be drier weather trying to push in. You still may get a shower with the actual front coming through, but as we take this live look right now in Mobile, Alabama, 66 degrees, and yeah, as you'd expect at this time of the morning, the roadways are cleared up pretty nicely. Hopefully the sky will clear up nicely as we head through the next few hours and into our Thursday and look ahead toward Friday and the weekend, which actually looks pretty good. But severe storms will still be with us, not only early this morning, but maybe more widespread as we go through the day, throw some daytime heating on this atmosphere further on off toward the east. But right now, none of these storms are severe, but there is heavy rain just getting ready to go across the Appalachians and into places like Asheville, heading toward Greenville. Some stronger storms coming in, gusty winds, maybe not to severe, 58 miles per hour, but still thunder and lightning heading towards south and southwestern parts of the state of not only North Carolina, but western South Carolina. And these storms down further toward the south have been the ones that have been stronger, let's say. We did have an active warning earlier, a severe thunderstorm warning for Baldwin County in Alabama. Now those storms heading toward Pensacola with thunder and lightning, but east now of Monroeville for the most part as those storms continue to push on off toward the east. But gusty winds, thunder, lightning, maybe a little small hail, and even the potential for some of these storms to rotate. So we do keep the tornado watch in effect. The tornado watch meaning conditions are favorable for some of these storms to maybe spin up and produce a brief tornado. But at this point, nothing active. So Crestview, Panama City, Dothan, you still need to be on your guard These are areas that still have that chance of seeing some of these storms go severe and potentially rotate and become tornadic. Not a great chance, but the chance isn't zero. Watching this line now go through Gulf Shores with thunder and lightning, heavy rainfall and gusty winds heading toward Pensacola, heading toward Milton, and eventually down the line here to Crestview and Destin. Most likely this line of storms holds together, so we're not expecting this area to weaken. South of Montgomery now we are in Alabama, Troy, Union Springs, showers, thunderstorms just to the west of Troy getting ready to get hit, and then Union Springs, this line of non-severe storms heading up toward your area, and then further toward the east, Columbus, some showers and thunderstorms in Thomaston in Georgia. Just general showers and thunderstorms, Todd, at least at this point, but we are watching these storms head east and potentially push a little on or further toward the north and east. The question will be, do they stay severe? Do we have tornadoes? That question remains to be answered.
We're going to continue to keep an eye on that for you through the pre-dawn hours. Here's a look at what happened Wednesday. A possible tornado in Brookhaven, Mississippi. That's in Lincoln County. Severe weather will continue across parts of the south during the morning, more so this afternoon. A lot of storms that we had in parts of Alabama and Mississippi earlier on Wednesday. A lot of them were rain wraps, so it was really hard to see some of the tornadic damage that at least was going on with some of the storms as they were going. But let me show you through the rest of this morning. Now, this is high-res future radar, and it's overlaid on top of what we are looking at, available energy. That is that little yellow area here. And I want to show you that as long as we have that available energy there and these storms are pushing through during the early morning hours, even without the sun, there's still enough instability where we could still see those severe storms. One of the reasons why that tornado watch does continue for the next couple of hours for parts of southeastern Alabama, panhandle of Florida, and into southwestern parts of Georgia. Now, as we head toward the 5, 6 o'clock hour, notice how the available energy now begins to push its way up toward the Atlanta metro. And would not be surprised we start seeing another round of storms that could end up brewing as that available moisture brings the instability back to the Atlanta metro. So between 5 and 8 o'clock this morning, that could be the worst time for storms, that at least a line that'll move through Atlanta, down to the south from Macon all the way down, turn right around the Destin area into Panhandle, Florida. Those storms also push its way on through. And then here we are into, well, now the northeast Georgia mountains, South Carolina and western North Carolina will start tapping in those storms as we head through the rest of this morning as well. So Birmingham, we're basically almost done with this storm threat as we head through the rest of this morning. Things are going to get a little bit better for you as we head toward the morning hours. Atlanta, a different story, though. We're talking between 5 and 8 o'clock this morning. The worst conditions coming your way. A live look, Columbus, Georgia right now. Cloud cover certainly out there. Storms are coming your way.
You know.
Thunder and a big bolt of lightning. That's in Homewood, Alabama yesterday. Look at that. That's impressive. Minor flooding is also forecast along portions of the Black Warrior River beginning Thursday night. So plenty of severe weather. It has kind of subsided for just a bit here now as we head through early on this Thursday morning. Thanks for joining me, meteorologist Ray Stajic alongside Todd Borick. Severe weather does continue. Right now, no active warnings for severe weather, but that doesn't mean that's not going to change, and it can't change over the next couple of hours as, radar showing that we do have thunder and lightning out there and thunderstorms, just none reaching the severe criteria, none showing signs of rotation at this point. One area of heavier rainfall going through northeastern Georgia and through the mountains and the southern Appalachians heading into western North Carolina, and this area has been the most active, I guess the strongest storms, where we'd have a warning earlier, severe thunderstorm warning in Baldwin County in Alabama. Now, let's take a look at the configuration of the tornado watch. This still does remain in effect until 6 o'clock this morning. The thinking being the front still to the west, going through Alabama now near Birmingham, may still try to produce some severe storms that may rotate. We think the threat has lessened just a bit, but notice how we don't have Cobb in this in Fulton County in the metro Atlanta, the downtown area anyway, because that's where the cooler and more stable air is. So in and around the watch area, though, there is the potential for still seeing it till about 6 a.m. Central Time, 7 o'clock Eastern, maybe some severe weather. So you could see this line trying to get going back toward the west. Right now, not having much luck, and just general showers in and around Atlanta right now with heavier rainfall up near Gainesville and north of Athens. So for now, it's a wet streets. Storms not severe, but again, back toward the west, some of those storms may try to pop here. In northwest Georgia, around Dalton and Rome, this is a flash flood warning that will remain in effect until 6:15. The counties of Chattooga, Floyd, and Gordon Cartersville, Dalton, and Rome, the heaviest rain has pulled away, but we've had some reports of some of the local creeks and streams maybe going over its banks, or over their banks around Canton, some heavier rainfall just east of the warning now. But all that progressive, meaning that at least it's moving along, and that's a good thing here as we go through early Thursday. Further toward the south and southwest, this has really been the stronger line of storms just to the east and southwest now of Montgomery. That line of storms is continuing to produce gusty winds and thunder and lightning, and occasionally a warning. As we had said, there's no active warnings, but down here getting ready to get into Pensacola, even though it's not a warning, could be some stronger winds starting to come on in. And you are in the tornado watch until 6 a.m. Central Time. So the areas in and around the watch may still have the potential of some of these storms becoming severe and maybe rotating. So Storm Prediction Center will leave this watch in place for Dothan and Crestview, Panama City, and further to the north and east into parts of west central Georgia, too, where we at least have some of the parameters and some of the shear necessary for the potential of some spin-ups here with this line of storms as it pushes through. So Pensacola on your doorstep. Milton, you'll have the weaker side and the north side of this cluster of thunderstorms as it comes through. But notice we've got a little bit of a bow feature there, another one here. So stronger winds may get to severe criteria, so I wouldn't be surprised. Along with the thunder and lightning, if we get some gusty winds, 50+ miles per hour as that area of thunderstorms pushes through. Just north of Troy now, coming into the Troy area in Union Springs, further north here in Alabama. Stronger storms once again, Todd, staying below severe criteria. So time to take a little bit of a breath, but more storms expected to fire as we go through this morning and into the afternoon.
That's right, Ray, and especially as we head into the Carolinas, that's where the worst conditions will be as we head through your Thursday. Now, here's Atlanta, and if you've just been outside, well, recently compared to what it felt like during the course of the day on Wednesday, you'll notice that it does feel actually a little bit warmer, and we're starting to tap in a little bit more of that humidity, so more unstable air is trying to creep its way on in after a relatively cool, cloudy, relatively stable day as far as the atmosphere goes. Now, let me time these storms for you for Atlanta. So a lot of the thunderstorms we're seeing, particularly in the northeast Georgia mountains, they're now elevated. We have that dome of cooler air, that wedge is often is referred to as that cooler air that settles on either side of the Appalachians. Well, the thunderstorms are actually riding up along and actually above that cooler air. So we still have the elevated storms. Now, eventually, we're going to start seeing that nose of the more unstable air that could come our way. So by 5, 6, 7 o'clock this morning, we could see a line of showers and storms will work its way on through. It looks like the worst time basically for the perimeter and really for downtown Atlanta along the I-85 corridor would be around 7, 8 o'clock this morning. So really between about 5 and 8 o'clock this morning will be the worst times for Atlanta Metro as that line pushes through. And there is a certain possibility that, yeah, that could be a severe storm. It could be a couple of severe storms out of this, something we have to watch. When I talked about that warmer nose, notice how we're starting to see the retreat of this green or the cooler the cooler cloudy air mass, and it's starting to be replaced by a bit more of that surge of that Gulf of Mexico moisture. One of the reasons why we're looking at that possibility for severe storms that could come our way in the next couple of hours. Now, Charlotte's going to be a later arrival of the threat for severe storms. So a couple of pop-up showers and storms through the early morning hours, but here we are by late morning and early afternoon. This is when we can really get in on the activity with severe storms, at least for Charlotte. And same thing for Charleston. It's going to be more of a late afternoon thing. This is going to be the area that I think we're more concerned about the potential for that tornado risk as we head into later on today. A torque count value of 5, a good part of Charleston. Look at Myrtle Beach at 7. Let's take a live look at Panama City, Florida. Worst conditions certainly coming your way. That line of storms looks very quiet right now. Of course, well, it's also during the pre-dawn hours. 72 degrees, your temperature out the door. Don't let your guard down. A lot of storms coming your way.
severe weather continuing to push on down through the south. Lessening threat here early this morning. Thanks for joining me here at the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Ray Stajic alongside Todd Borick. And the storms have weakened a bit. There's still a tornado watch in effect, but we're going to see what the front does. A cold front, which is currently pushing through pretty close to Birmingham, getting a little bit of lightning now showing up just north of town. So things starting to happen. The question will be, what will those things be? As heavy rain went through, maybe stabilized the atmosphere a little bit in and around the Atlanta metro area. That heavy rain we're heading into western, south, and North Carolina, respectively. These storms, stronger storms actually down in southern parts of Alabama and now getting into the panhandle of Florida, actually have had a better opportunity to become severe. Had a warning earlier in Alabama for Baldwin County. That was expiring about an hour ago. But the tornado watch does stay in effect until 6 a.m. Central Time. So the thinking being that there might be enough instability and enough shear in the atmosphere to actually produce maybe a brief spin up here in and around some of the counties west and south of Atlanta, because this air here, not in the watch, a little bit more stable, so less conducive for severe storm development. But in and around the watch areas, how these watches are defined, so that doesn't mean you're completely out of the woods. So as you get into Paulding and Douglas County and points west and south of that, and also down toward the south and into Macon and Columbus, this is where the opportunity may exist for a brief spin up with some of these storms as they come through. Notice we're starting to erode away a little bit the colder air. All right, or at least a cooler, more stable air. Now up to 61 in Atlanta, and you can see this warm air is trying to push north out ahead of the front, which is sitting back here. So certainly an opportunity for a little bit more unstable air to get into the Atlanta metro area. The question will be, how strong will the storms get that are developing here back toward the west around Birmingham and Gadsden when they get into that watch area, that tornado watch? So again, just general showers in and around Atlanta for now, and even down in south of Alexander City heading into Columbus. None of these storms are severe, nor are we picking up any thunder and lightning, but they may have the potential to be. Leftover flash flood warning here with additional showers coming in through Chattooga, Floyd, and Gordon counties. This is in northwest Georgia. That's in effect until 6:15, so Cartersville, Dalton, and Rome, there may be some creeks and streams bank full or running over their banks. Further south now, south of Montgomery and east, thunderstorms, non-severe but strong, going through in Monroeville, east of you, some thunderstorms, and getting into Pensacola, some thunder and lightning, but no warnings right now. However, there is a tornado watch in this area. The watch meaning that conditions are favorable for tornadoes again in and around the watch area. So a stronger severe storm does have the capability of producing a tornado. So we'll have to keep an eye on that line pretty closely here as it goes through Pensacola right now. Still, the winds could be 40 plus here. Just thinking is we're not looking at 58 plus miles per hour, which would be the criteria for severe storms. But strong winds going through Pensacola, maybe clipping Milton here. Heavy rainfall, thunder and lightning as we go through the next hour or so. And up near Union Springs in Alabama, stronger storms again, non-severe, and off toward the east near Columbus, isolated to widely scattered showers around. And some of those storms, once again with the line back toward the west, may go strong, potentially severe here, Todd. But all this is heading east and heading into places like Raleigh as we head through the day today.
That's right. In fact, taking a live look at Raleigh right now, that is a very foggy start there in Raleigh. Very low clouds, temperature holding at 50 degrees. And at least for now, things are, well, decent. Now, that may not be the case as we head later on this morning, more so into parts of the afternoon hours. Let me show you the bigger perspective here first. And Raleigh, you're right in that area where, yeah, we're starting to see a bit more of that available energy. That'll be around. That warm front lift off to the north. We're going to start seeing more of that surge of, well, unstable air that'll work its way up toward through the Carolinas. And that's one of the reasons why we're a little bit concerned about the severe storm threat and the potential for tornadic threat as we head into later in the day on Thursday, particularly along the coast from North and South Carolina. I'll show you that in a moment. But we have a lot of ingredients certainly there, right? First of all, we have a strong southerly flow. So we're starting to tap in a lot of that Atlantic and Gulf of Mexico moisture streaming all the way off to the north and east. So now we have the moisture in place. Now aloft, we're starting to see the winds, strong low-level winds turning southwesterly. So we're now starting to see that change in wind with direction with height. And in addition, we also have wind shear in the speed as well. So not only have wind shear as directional, but it's also speed shear. So a lot of ingredients that can certainly bring the spin up there. And that's one of the reasons why, look at this, a Torcon value of 7 for coastal parts of North Carolina into South Carolina, widespread area with a torque count value of 5. What does 7 mean? Numerous tornadoes are possible. Increased chance for at least strong tornadoes of EF2 or stronger. And we could see some long track storms as well. So certainly got to prepare. Raleigh, you're sitting right in that torque count value of 5 for today, just down your south and east, torque count value of 7. So as we head through the rest of your morning here in Raleigh, we do have some spotty showers and storms, but things really could get going by the afternoon hours. Still a little bit concerned about that possibility, particularly farther off to the east over into Greenville as well. Live look at Athens, Georgia, where the storms will certainly try to come your way. We got a couple of lightning strikes there, but the worst conditions later on this morning.
Cleaning up from an ugly day yesterday. Thanks for joining us this morning for our special live coverage of the severe weather threat continuing in the south. I'm meteorologist Ray Stagey.
And I'm meteorologist Todd Bork. We are tracking a line of severe storms this morning. They're now moving eastward, and some of these storms can certainly become severe. And check out, we have new video here. The Weather Channel, bird's eye view of a suspected tornado damage in Billingsley, Alabama. This is 37 miles northwest of Montgomery. Look at that damage. My goodness. This is something that we obviously going to be keeping our eye on, the potential for more tornadic activity, particularly as we head into the morning hours in places like Georgia, but even more so in the afternoon into the Carolinas. But oh, look at all that damage. You can see just the amount of look at the roof is being off there, destruction all across the board. And it's amazing to think that these people, anytime, even if you are properly prepared, it's still at that moment when the warnings are going off, the alarms are going off, and you have the weather alerts going off on your phone that you really do need to find your safe space. And you got to do it fast. And this is why it's always good to prepare. It's always good to have the ideas that you're going to have the helmets out there for the kids. And you're going to have to make sure you know exactly where you're going to be going inside your house, Ray. And amazing, Ray, as well, is that we're starting to see a line of storms move through places like Florida, right?
Yeah, Pensacola on your doorstep right now. This is a live look. 74 degrees and bigger storms coming through. Yeah, you can see in the distance there that little kind of flash of lightning off to the left of the screen, and rain, thunderstorms. Now, the good news here, thunderstorms, but non-severe, but that doesn't mean we may not have some gusty winds coming in here as the worst of this line about to push through Pensacola as we speak. Right now, doesn't look like we are seeing much in the way of severe, meaning 58+ mile-per-hour winds, but that doesn't mean in some of these storms we don't get 40+ miles per hour with some of the wind gusts. As you can see, east of Montgomery, thunder and lightning, and even further south, just east of 65 and just to the west now, seeing that little cluster of thunderstorms in, producing potentially what could be some strong winds and maybe some small hail, but no hail reports coming in. Now, this is what we were looking for earlier, about an hour or two ago. Cold front to the west, and now we are starting to see a little bit more development here in terms of thunderstorms. There's no watch in this area, but that doesn't mean that these storms could not be strong and potentially severe, as we are getting a little lightning now showing up in the lightning tracker just north of Birmingham. So we're going to have to watch this area closely. That's forecast to continue to go east and head into a tornado watch that's in effect. That tornado watch is not only south here across southern Alabama and into parts of the panhandle of Florida around Crestview and Panama City and Pensacola, where those stronger storms are coming through, but also further toward the north and east. So Pensacola right now, strong storms, heavy rainfall, gusty winds, but non-severe, non-tornadic. It's kind of the good and bad. Yeah, the wind's blowing, it's raining hard, there's thunder and lightning, but not expecting too much in the way of damage from these storms. Now, this second little batch coming through toward the back, also strong, and may also have some strong winds. So you may get a quick 2 rounds here in through parts of the panhandle as we go through the next couple of hours. A little northeast up the chain, couple of clusters of thunderstorms in south central parts of Alabama and further north. This is the tornado watch we were talking about until 6 a.m. Central Time. As that line comes out of Alabama, we'll see if it can hold together and tap some of the moderately or kind of unstable air. It's really not all that unstable, but it may be enough to give us a quick spin up here as we head on through the early morning hours. Up to 62 now in Atlanta, so we're trying to erode out now some of the colder air as that colder and less unstable air further north and east up into the North Georgia mountains and into South Carolina, where Greenville's currently at 52 degrees. So the question will be, as the storms come east, will they tap some of this instability and moisture? The thinking is that they will, and stronger storms could potentially rotate. As around Gadsden now, we're starting to get some more development. Flash flood warning, Chattooga, Floyd, Gordon counties in northwest Georgia. So Cartersville, Dalton, get ready to see more rainfall come on in here. This is until 6:15, but we are going to have to watch here, Todd, as we go through the next few hours. These storms again become severe as they head across northern Alabama and North Georgia.
Thanks, Ray. At least 23 reports of tornadoes so far from the outbreak. One appears to have caused significant damage in the town of Clanton, Alabama. That's in the Birmingham area. That was earlier on Wednesday. Mark Elliott talked to storm tracker Charles Peak, who shared one family's incredible story.
I got into the area and was seeing so much damage around multiple homes that were just totally destroyed. And I saw a home that had a few vehicles out and went up and talked to them. And as I'm hearing this incredible survival stories, literally of one woman being sucked out by the tornado is what they described. And his son ran out and grabbed her and was able to pull her into the basement just as the tornado was getting there. And so Tommy Cox, I was able to interview him, and he shares his story with us tonight.
Well, the weather had got bad, and there was one line of storms come through, and we all got in the basement. They went through, they missed us, and went below us. And not long after that, another line started coming through, and all my family came and got in the basement of the house. They live across the road, both sides across the road from here. And within 15 minutes, it hit here. We heard a loud noise, loud like a train coming. It hit, but we had all got in the basement. So all my kids, my grandkids, and my two great-grandbabies, 1-year-old and 4-year-old, got in there, and I had a section in that basement to get behind, a wall built. And when it come through, it wiped out everything around here, blew the doors in on the basement. But thank the good Lord, all my family's safe. All the kids are safe. We was holding things up. There was stuff blowing everywhere. We was holding all over the faces. But my son's house and everything around here, my mother's house, is all just demolished and gone. I mean, if my son hadn't got out of his family hadn't got out of his house, it was over here 15 minutes, they would be scattered across that field, a half a mile wide, just scattered pieces. And I'm just thankful the good Lord got them over here. It's just stuff. It's our stuff, and we want it, but you know, it's just stuff. And we're just so thankful that the good Lord spared us, and I can't just recommend so much that people to get in those safe places when these storms are coming.
Tell me what happened with your sister that you was telling me about.
My sister was down at the basement. She pulled up, tried to get out of her car, and it was just, the wind was just sucking her away. And my son, Trent, went out the door, grabbed a hold of her, and jerked her through the basement door, got her in there. He was pulling on both of them, but he got them back in the corner where we were. And when it hit, I mean, it was just a mess. It destroyed everything around here. It done some damage to my house, but it's still, my house is fixed.
An incredible story there, Charles. You know, I want to ask you about that again. You know, you've been storm tracking for us for a while now. You've been in some of those crazy winds, maybe not right in a tornado, but even the inflow winds can be so strong. And if you're trying to open a door into that wind, or, you know, that wind catches the door, it can absolutely feel like you are being thrown into the air as the winds can get really violent leading into these storms.
Oh, absolutely, Mark, and just the emotion that they're having to deal with at that point in time is you're literally seeing things scattered. He was saying in his house, the back doors on his house actually blew open and completely covered his house in leaves and debris, and then right outside, literally about 20 yards, one of the single wide trailer was completely destroyed. Then across the street, and so just going through that, it's just the emotions, but such a great attitude that everybody was okay. Just really, he was just so thankful for that, and that it's just stuff. And, he goes, it's our stuff, and we don't want to lose it, but it's just stuff, and we've got all our family members.
So it was a very active day. You obviously came upon this area with, debris from this home everywhere, it feels like. What else did you see today? Was it more of this? Were you in a lot of different tornado paths today? Tell us about it.
I was started out southwest of Tuscaloosa in Moundville, and catching that as it came to Tuscaloosa, and again just barely caught glimpses of the tornado because of the trees and stuff, and it kept going, and I sort of hopscotched it for I'd say probably a couple of hours, and ended up northeast of Birmingham with that storm, and it finally got away from me. But there was some damage up there, trees down. I interviewed a gentleman that had a tree come crashing on his house and limb coming through the roof of his house, and the police chief there was just telling me that the community was just quick to get out there and help one another and get out there and start getting the trees cut down, and the power companies. So it was also a good feeling to see the community coming together in a difficult situation, but helping one another as they could.
Just amazing devastation there. We're taking a live look now in Atlanta. Look at that nice eerie view there. Temperatures actually been rising over the last couple of hours. Still some very low clouds. Looks like they're actually shooting a movie as far as just the ominous look of the cloud cover and that flow coming in out of the south and west. Let me show you how we're timing things out for Atlanta. Now, the main batch of storms are coming through really just a couple of hours from now. We do have the potential, according to the high-res future radar, to see the main line of showers and storms really begin to brew by about 5, 6 o'clock this morning, basically from Kennesaw back toward the state line into Alabama. But by about 6, 7 o'clock this morning, that is when we're going to have this line move right across metro Atlanta. And there is that potential, as this moves through, that we could see some severe thunderstorms come out of this. Maybe if there's a bit of a bow, there could end up being a brief little spin-up as well. But something we're going to watch. Either way, though, the worst time will be between about 5 and 8 o'clock this morning for metro Atlanta, moving into the Athens area by 8, 9 o'clock this morning. And then after that, rest of the morning, starting to look a little better. We're starting to tap into more of the Gulf moisture, a little bit more unstable air mass after having a very stable air mass, a cooler, drier, cloudy reason. That's one of the reasons why Atlanta Metro, at least downtown Atlanta, was not currently under a tornado warning. So bigger perspective here, you can see that line of showers and storms really pushing through metro Atlanta, now moving into northeast Georgia mountains, North Carolina, South Carolina getting in on these storms later on this morning. Charlotte, it's going to be more of a late morning, early afternoon type of thing. But as far as Charlotte goes, you can see a couple of spotty showers and storms this morning. But really the main action as we head toward the noontime hour, 11, 12 o'clock or so. This one, we're going to see that main band come through. And the threat for severe storms certainly there for Charlotte between about 11 o'clock and 2 o'clock this morning. Farther down to the south and west, or south and east, Charleston. It's going to be more of a late afternoon event for you. Maybe a few spotty storms early this morning, but really the action gets going by about 3, 4 o'clock or so. Look at the Torcon values today. We're talking 7 over toward Myrtle Beach, far southern parts of North Carolina, right around the coast, and far northeastern parts of the South Carolina coast, just in the northeast of Charleston. Raleigh, you're also in that Torcon value of 5 for today. A few spotty showers and storms. As far as the future radar, not as impressive, at least here for Raleigh, but certainly don't let your guard down because, we still have the threat for severe storms as we head through today, particularly from late morning through the afternoon for the Carolinas. Ray?
All right, Todd, thanks. And this just in. Check this out. Wow. Absolutely stunning new video in here to the Weather Channel. This is taken from a drone. This drone capturing at close range a tornado. You can see it right there, just to the right of center of your screen, moving to the left. This is in Silas, Alabama. That's about 85 miles north of Mobile. near the Mississippi-Alabama border. And you can see there just this impressive picture and video from a drone. Power flashes showing where the tornado's actually taken down what looks to be power lines and some of the power boxes on those power lines. So a real impressive shot here from a drone. Look at the trees there. They're kind of just getting whipped around just like matchsticks and getting blown over. So pretty impressive and very dangerous nonetheless, unless we've got a drone video of it. So, obviously somebody's flying that drone, but well away from, there's a power flash right there, well away from this tornado on the ground here in Alabama during the day on Wednesday. And we're not out of the woods yet for severe weather and the chance of seeing potentially more scenes like this as we head through today. Severe weather this morning has been limited, but we may see more as we go through the morning hours. So hopefully not to the extent we saw yesterday with 23 reported tornadoes, but there is going to be a little bit more in the way of severe activity, especially to the east now of where we saw the storms fire yesterday. So an impressive drone video there. Severe weather continues here. I want to give you a couple of reminders. A watch versus a warning for a tornado. The watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of tornadoes, and the warning meaning a tornado is imminent or occurring, whether that's been spotted by a trained spotter or indicated by Doppler radar. Now, nighttime tornadoes from 1950 to 2010 really kind of congregate here out across the South. So it is not uncommon that during the night and early morning hours in Arkansas and Kentucky and Tennessee especially, that we do see nighttime tornadoes. But at this point, nothing imminent. And your overnight safety, too. Be prepared before you go to sleep to prepare yourself in a safe room with food, water, helmet, shoes, protective clothing, and turn on your NOAA weather radio and your mobile alerts on your phone so you have a way to get alerted. More on the continuing live severe weather coverage coming up next.
You never leave the house without...
It was just living in the moment of disbelief.
Oh my God!
We really were caught off guard.
We couldn't leave. We were stuck there.
There was going to be nothing we could do except try to make it through safely.
That is the most scared that I have felt in my life.
Oh my God!
It's surreal.
Holy!
Yeah, just an awful sound here in Mississippi and Houston. This is sirens going off. Yeah, certainly nothing that you ever want to hear. Strong storms whipped through the area. Thousands of customers did lose power. Now up to 23, the official count in the south of the tornadoes reported by the Storm Prediction Center. So the beat goes on here as we go through early on a Thursday morning. Thanks for joining us. I'm meteorologist Ray Stajic. For now, at least, we do have a little break in the action, at least in terms of the severity of the storms. We know that that's going to be changing. The question will be, how soon will that change? And things starting to happen here over the last 30 minutes. We haven't had a warning in over an hour, but we've got heavy rain going through and getting into the western Carolinas. We do have thunderstorms down here. Some of these have been strong. We even had a warning earlier. Our last warning was Baldwin County in Alabama, severe thunderstorm warning. And now, as this front gets into western Alabama, we're starting to see what some of the models started to pick up on, and that's another line of thunderstorms starting to develop here. So we're getting thunder and lightning. There's no watching effect here around Birmingham, up near places like, let's say, Gadsden and eventually into North Georgia. But the potential here could be some of these stronger storms to go maybe severe, possibly tornadic. That's why there's a tornado watch in through, not Alabama, but out into western and northwestern parts of Georgia, not Atlanta, but some of the western and southern suburbs. So we're going to have to watch some of these thunderstorms very closely. Non-severe at this point, but starting to see more thunder and lightning and a little more in the way of at least, let's say, strength to these storms here over the past, I'd say, 30 minutes or so. The tornado watch is south and into the Panhandle and south parts of Alabama, Dothan, Crestview, Panama City. But as the line goes through, we're starting to peck away some of these counties here. So Mobile, you're out. Pensacola, you're in. And further on off toward the east of Pensacola now, this line of storms coming through, at least the first line, and now a weakening line coming through here, maybe with some gusty winds. But hopefully, the way it looks right now, they will stay below severe criteria. But thunder and lightning with that line as it goes east of Montgomery. But Montgomery, you may get clipped again by some isolated showers and thunderstorms. And then into the Atlanta metro area. As we had said, Atlanta, Fulton County not in the watch, but tornado watch for the western counties, southern counties, all the way down to Macon and Columbus. This is where maybe we get a spin up here as we go through the morning as that next line of storms comes in from the west. Some areas in and around the watch area may see a brief storm go severe, potentially have some spin up and maybe go tornadic as temperatures are starting to come up into the low 60s around Atlanta. So this is really where we are seeing the more unstable air, the tropical moisture, as this air mass here is more cooler and more stable, not unstable. So this is unstable, this is stable, so that's why that watch is where it is. As the line comes through here, not only heavy rainfall with a flash flood warning for Chattooga, Floyd, and Gordon counties, but some of these storms around Gaston now starting to show a little bit more in the way of strength. But no warnings at this time, but we will be here as we go through the next couple of hours to continue to give you updates on not only the intensity of the storms, but any storms that become tornadic or severe over the next few hours. Todd?
And that's the short term that Ray was talking about. In the long term, we're going to jump ahead to a place like Chapel Hill. This is a live look right now. 50 degrees your temperature, very low clouds across a good part of the Carolinas, at least for right now. We are going to see the activity begin to ramp up later on this morning, more so in the afternoon. And, of course, some of these storms this afternoon could become severe, but of course we have to deal with the dense fog early on. So here's the setup. So we're jumping ahead in the short term that Ray was talking about as far as Georgia. Now we're jumping into the Carolinas, and we certainly have the setup there for the potential for more severe storms. First of all, we have a very strong southerly component that is bringing a lot of moisture, Atlantic Gulf of Mexico moisture that will push that warm front farther off to the north. So we have moisture-rich air in place. Now, as far as the winds, we have strong low-level winds that will be turning southwesterly. So we have a bit of a what we call wind shear, or directional wind shear. Well, winds at the surface will be coming in from a different direction, winds a little bit higher aloft. In addition, we also have a stronger push of air moving in from the southwest as well. So that's also what we call directional and also speed shear. So now we're starting to see a bigger push of air. That's going to be a greater uplift that does occur. That's one of the reasons why Torcon Valley's, look at that, of 7. For coastal parts of North and South Carolina, Torcon 7 means that numerous tornadoes are possible. Look at that. Increased chance for strong tornadoes. We're talking EF2 or stronger. Some could be long tracks, so certainly be ready to take cover. And we're talking late this morning and the early afternoon. So a place like Raleigh, you are in the Torcon Valley of 5, but just down to your south Fayetteville. Certainly in that Torcon Valley of 7. As far as we looking at future radar for Raleigh, future radar is just picking up a spotty shower and storm chances. But again, this is just what the guidance is suggesting. I really think that things could really get going for Raleigh, particularly as we head toward the afternoon hours. It's going to be more so down into Charleston and into the coastal parts of Carolinas, where I'm more concerned about the threat for severe storms that could become tornadic, particularly later on this afternoon. Atlanta, things are going to get worse for you very soon. The worst line of storms coming your way between 5 and 8 o'clock this morning. Right now, we'll be coming back in just a bit.
Losing.
Yeah, check this out. New video in now. Silas in Alabama. A huge wedge tornado here. A drone capturing this large wedge tornado chewing its way across the landscape near Silas, Alabama yesterday. That's about 85 miles north of Mobile, near the Mississippi-Alabama border. And yeah, that's what it looks like. You can kind of see it right there in the center. Yeah, touching the ground, see some of the debris. And this tornado, one of many reported yesterday. 23 reports of tornadoes. And from one of our weather producers back behind the scenes, Greg Diamond just sent out a stat. Almost 100 warnings issued for tornadoes and almost 200 severe thunderstorm warnings coming back in from yesterday. storms tearing through Columbus and Mississippi, captured by a ring camera. Showers and thunderstorms will continue to push out of Mississippi, but that threat's pushing on off toward the east. Eventually, the weather's settling down, but look at this. Kind of hear the wind chime there over on the left in the background. And that windswept rain and strong winds continuing, but gradually they'll become partly cloudy, with temperatures in the early morning hours in the upper part of the 40s and quieter days ahead. Welcome back to our special coverage of the southern tornado outbreak. I'm meteorologist Ray Staging.
And I'm meteorologist Todd Bork. We have a lot of active weather happening right now, Ray, across the south, and it's amazing to think how things could get a little bit worse for some people later on today.
Yeah, Asheville here in North Carolina. I'll be jumping on the radio here shortly, WWNC 570 AM in Asheville, to talk about the threat for severe weather. Right now, calm, quiet, looks like a little rain on the lens here, but storms have stayed below severe criteria for now. We think this first batch will go through, and then with the actual front coming in sometime this morning, we may actually get that threat for maybe some strong to severe storms. Now, right now, the threat isn't as great as maybe it looked 12 hours ago, but still stronger storms starting to develop now and pushing into Greenville. None of them warned on. And with the front here now going through Birmingham, no warnings on these storms, but they're starting to get a little bit stronger here with each passing hour, each passing minute, actually. So around Alabaster and Birmingham, no watch here, but that doesn't mean we can't get warnings. These storms producing gusty winds right now, thunder, lightning, and heavy rainfall. Even another cluster here developing northeast of Marion and south of Alabaster. So we'll have to keep an eye on these storms very closely, as we do have a tornado watch to the south as the front comes on in. Crestview, Dothan, Panama City. That's until 6 a.m. and up near Albany. But at this point, the storms have weakened as they've gone through Pensacola, as the radar's dropped out there a bit. But still, some heavier rainfall toward Crestview, heading toward Destin, further off toward the north. Columbus, some stronger storms coming in right now. Once again, non-severe. Union Springs to your east. Looks like you're just about done with that line of storms. And then as we get into North Georgia, Central Georgia, tornado watch is in effect for that line developing out toward Alabama and central Alabama. So we'll have to watch that very closely as these storms come on in. Could they be tornadic? They could be, and maybe severe too. Either way, this next line coming in of strong storms is going to tap into now what looks to be a little bit more unstable air. So Atlanta, you're getting up into the low 60s. Some of that moisture is now starting to build in with the instability. LaGrange, Columbus in the 60s, so plenty of moisture around, Todd. We'll have to see as we watch these storms roll east. If they get stronger, they keep their intensity as they run into that tornado watch.
Yeah, looks like the worst weather for Atlanta coming shortly. Now, possible tornado in this video here from Brookhaven, Mississippi. That's in Lincoln County. And yeah, you can really get a good idea that where the worst conditions will be there. A lot of these storms we had across parts of Mississippi and Alabama were rain wraps. So it's actually tough to see. But this one, again, that potential tornado is certainly there. And the National Weather Services from a lot of the areas there will certainly be doing some surveying as the day wears on. Let's go back to Atlanta and talk about that next chance for precipitation. Really, the main action for Atlanta will occur basically between about 5 o'clock and 8 o'clock this morning. And that line that Ray was talking about with the head of the cold front that's back in Alabama, well, that's going to start pushing into Georgia later on this morning. So there's the potential here by about 6, 7, 8 o'clock or so. We can see that line come together. There certainly is that potential for severe storms right around the rush hour. Around 7, 8 o'clock this morning, and we're going to have to keep our eye on the potential for severe storms pushing farther off to the east. Places like Athens could get in on that line by about 9, 10 o'clock or so. I want to show you a bigger perspective on how we're starting to see that warmer air surging northward. Already looking at Montgomery with some rain, again, a good part of Georgia with the rain as well. So as we push ahead in the next couple of hours, Georgia getting in on the more widespread showers and storms. Atlanta, again, between 5 and 8 o'clock today. Macon gets in on it by about 6, 7 o'clock, and then over into places like Augusta and even Athens. We're going to see the storms as the morning wears on as well. In fact, live look at Athens right now. A lot of cloud cover out there, still holding at 56 degrees. That warmer surge air will try to come your way, bringing up the severe potential your way.
Wow, how about that in Homewood, Alabama yesterday? Just one piece of a severe weather outbreak. Thunder, and yeah, that big bolt of lightning yesterday from severe storms. Minor flooding is also forecast along portions of the Black Warrior River beginning Thursday night. So Plenty of thunder and lightning out there. There will be more right now. Actually, we haven't had a severe thunderstorm or a tornado warning in over an hour, but we do think that threat is going to continue to be with us here early this morning and also as we get into the afternoon, especially as we get some daytime heating. But right now, as we had said, no active warnings, but pretty impressive line of storms here coming through southeastern parts of Alabama. And now with the front, we are seeing a few isolated clusters of thunderstorms trying to get going. Strong, not severe, but still enough to maybe wake you up here if you woke up from some of this thunder and lightning going through Birmingham. Just here to tell you, not severe, but heavy rainfall, maybe some gusty winds below severe, 58 miles per hour. And then down south of Alabaster, another cluster of storms here with thunder and lightning and most likely some gusty winds. Right now, not seeing any indications that they are severe yet, but they may be as they continue to roll east into this area that's under tornado watch until 6 o'clock. So we're going to keep this watch just to see as these storms come out of Alabama and enter into northwest central Georgia if we do have any rotation or any severe weather coming in. So no watch here, but this watch means in and around the watch area, we do have that potential for severe storms that could be tornadic in this tornado watch as we go through early this morning. So the Atlanta metro area not in it, but that doesn't mean you may not get strong storms as you're starting to see some of that milder air, some of that more rich tropical moisture work north. LaGrange 65 right now into the 60s here in Atlanta. The cooler air is retreating, the more stable air getting into Carolinas. The Carolinas around Greenville and Asheville, and weakening storms continue to push on through. But Columbus now getting ready to rock pretty good with some thunder and lightning and some heavier downpours in some spots. So right now, no active warnings, but we're going to watch the line here over the next couple of hours roll east. It doesn't look like widespread severe, but a thin line trying to come through. Strong, potentially a severe storm or two here coming across northern Alabama and North Georgia. Further south now in the Panhandle of Florida and southern Alabama, tornado watch in effect until 6 o'clock. Conditions favorable for tornadoes, but right now no active warnings. Just a few showers, thunderstorms, non-severe at this time, pushing through the Panhandle, going through Milton, getting ready to go to Crestview and Destin and Freeport. Get ready for some strong winds, some thunder, lightning, and heavier downpours. And even this line of storms here shows a little bit of a bow configuration right there, maybe a little bit of a twist. You can kind of see that line echo wave pattern there. That's what we call it in the business. But right now, strong winds, maybe going severe here in this cluster, possibly around Columbus too. So at any time you may get a warning on these storms, but not expecting widespread severe activity. We'll keep an eye on the storms, as we had said, back to Birmingham once again. If anything's going to happen now until at least the early and mid-morning hours out across not only Talladega, Anniston, but also into North Georgia, that would be the line in the cluster that we'll have to watch as the model actually had this happening. The intensity of them probably getting a little bit stronger here, Todd, over the next few hours.
In a place like Atlanta, well, we're going to be seeing those storms shortly. So live look right now, every time we keep going back to live look at Atlanta, it seems like we're getting warmer as that surge of more of the southwest flow coming our way. So temperatures actually jumped up about a good 4 degrees over the last couple of hours here in Atlanta. So we're warmer now than we were during the evening hours yesterday. Let's take a look at how things are shaping up with that line. Now, of course, our guidance may be overplaying the amount of activity, but we're not done with the severe threat. It looks like the worst conditions for Atlanta will occur. Atlanta metro area will occur anytime between 5, more so by about 6, 8 o'clock this morning. And again, anytime if we have a line that does pop up, like Ray was mentioning, if we have any type of bows that come out of that, there could be a brief little spin up though. So we will not let our guard down, at least for downtown Atlanta, not under the tornado watch at the moment, but it's just outside, just to the west. So we cannot let your guard down this morning. Once we hit about 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock this morning, it will continue to push a little bit farther off to the east. Macon gets in on it, Athens, Augusta, then eventually we'll start working into the Carolinas. Now the timing for a place like Charlotte is a little bit more unfortunate because now we're heading into the late morning, early afternoon. We have more time to heat up the day, and that will also bring the instability around. So Charlotte, the worst conditions will arrive by about 11 o'clock or so this morning with that line of showers and storms. Again, the severe storm threat looks to be a little bit greater in places like Charlotte as opposed to Atlanta. And yeah, we're going to be a little bit concerned about how things are shaping up, not only for Charlotte, but also closer to the coast, like Charleston, South Carolina. This is going to be more of an afternoon event for you, where we're going to see the showers and storms pass its way on through, already on a Torcon value of 5 in Charleston, but 7 in Myrtle Beach. So there is a better likelihood of we can end up seeing some tornadic activity there. Looking at how things are looking for Myrtle Beach and Wilmington, North Carolina and South Carolina, Wilmington, North Carolina, and Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. A few spotty showers and storms this morning, but here comes the activity. 3, 4, 5 o'clock this afternoon, and that is really the timing does not work out very well because we're basically at the warmest, most unstable part of the day, and that is why we had that Torcon value of 7 that is out for Myrtle Beach and Wilmington. So prepare and plan now for the potential for tornadic activity later on this afternoon. Panama City, live look, tower cam, and well, we're starting to deal with the showers and storms. You can see the waves battering there as well. Storms coming your way.
Well, we've seen a little bit of a lull in the action in terms of severe weather here this morning. Welcome to the Weather Channel meteorologist Ray Stajic as we continue to cover severe weather in the south. Right now, chipping away at a tornado watch, but we've had numerous warnings issued during the day on Wednesday. This graphic put together to us by one of our behind-the-scenes meteorologist, Greg Diamond, and 92 tornado warnings issued yesterday. Look at the number here out across Alabama, some in southern Mississippi, and 198 severe thunderstorm warnings. Now, this doesn't mean that they all verified. I think we've had 23 verified reports of tornadoes, and that number's probably going to go up, but right now we are looking at what looks to be a weakening line of storms coming in here into North Georgia and the Western Carolinas, at least for now, but as we go through the day, we do expect that to change just a little bit. So right now, looking down toward the south, we do still have some stronger storms. None are severe. None are tornadic, but look at the cluster that's just developed out ahead of a cold front around Alabaster and around Birmingham. Thunder, lightning, potentially some gusty winds. So although not severe, still stronger storms. And then where the tornado watch remains is from Macon and southwest. Columbus, you're in that also down toward Eufaula. This is where conditions are favorable till 6 a.m. this morning Central Time for potential rotation. But further north now, notice these counties that were in the watch in west central Georgia are now out of the tornado watch. Now, that does not mean we may not get strong storms with that line coming in from the west, but the threat is lessened at least for anything in terms of widespread tornadic activity. May see a strong storm or two as that line comes east, but for right now, we are looking at mainly showers with stronger storms around Columbus, actually significant weather advisory for wind and maybe some small pea-sized hail with that storm coming through Columbus right now. So not a warning storm, 58 plus miles per hour, but still maybe some gusty winds with that storm and that complex as it comes on through. Now, here's your watch, your tornado watch for Crestview and Dothan, Panama City, Albany, and Georgia. That's until 6 a.m. Conditions still favorable here for potentially some spin-ups. We had one warning just over an hour or two ago that came through Baldwin County, but we haven't had a thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning in quite some time here this morning. But again, emphasizing these storms are strong. There's thunder, there's lightning, there's gusty winds and heavy rain. So these are all things can have impact, and that impact will continue through the morning. Birmingham, the worst now over with you. You're probably done now with the rain. Thunderstorms pushing east. Alabaster just about done with it. But again, none of these storms are warned on. Gusty winds, thunder, lightning as the line continues to push on off toward the east, heading toward Talladega and Anniston. If anything, they hold their intensity. It might get a little bit stronger, but nothing widespread in terms of severe here. But still, dangerous storms having impact with, as I had said, some gusty winds and most likely some vivid thunder and lightning. Todd?
And we're going to look a little bit farther off to the east. Look at this live look in Raleigh. And yeah, the camera is operational. It's hard to see things, but yeah, there is fog, low clouds, Raleigh, 49 degrees, your temperature right now. So we're going to deal with the low clouds and fog all morning, and then things get a little bit dicey this afternoon as far as the shower and thunderstorm threat. Now, this is a future radar. So again, this is a guidance. Doesn't mean it'll be exactly like this hour by hour, but just giving an idea of what the computer models are suggesting. And as we head through the afternoon hours, really just a broken line of storms being suggested, at least by Aaron House model. But again, we could end up seeing a few of these storms that could end up becoming severe, particularly as you work your way to the east of the I-95 corridor, heading into the coastal parts of North Carolina. So certainly don't let your guard down here in Raleigh as we head through the remainder of the daytime hours today. Into your Fridays, we have some of the shower activity on the backside of this. Now, as far as the Torcon values for today, still relatively high, particularly down to the south. Look at Fayetteville, still at 7 for Torcon Valley today, showing that we have a good chance of possibly seeing a few tornadoes, some of which could be a bit on the strong side. Now, if there's ever a watch or warning that does pop up, remember some of the guidelines here. A watch means that conditions are favorable for development of a tornado. It does not mean that there is a tornado on the ground. It does not mean that a tornado is threatening your area, but there are conditions are certainly favorable. It means that a tornado warning could occur at any time. And a warning means that a tornado is imminent. It is currently happening in your area. So if you do find yourself under a tornado warning, that is when you exactly want to take cover immediately and make sure you find your safe spot. And this is why we want to be able to bring out and mention this now, is that now is the time to prepare. Obviously, it's very early in the morning, but leading into this, we still have several hours for the Carolinas in order for things to get a little bit worse for you. So make sure you certainly prepare ahead of time and make sure you know exactly where your safe spot is. Let's take a live look at Tower Cam Athens. Now, for now, things are looking a little bit ominous there. You can see 56 degrees your temperature, low clouds, and relatively quiet for now. But as we head through the rest of this morning, particularly 7, 8, 9 o'clock this morning, we're going to see that line of storms work its way on through. So it's going to be a rough morning commute for many in Georgia. Stay with us. Right now, we'll be right back.
Oh.
An active day of severe weather out across the South. Thanks for joining us this morning for our special live coverage of this severe weather event striking the South. I'm meteorologist Ray Staging.
I'm meteorologist Todd Bork. We are tracking a line of storms this morning, and everything's starting to move off to the east. And the idea as we head through the rest of this Thursday is that more of these storms could become severe. Let's take a look at some more new video that continues to come in here in the Weather Channel. This is from Alabama. Check out, there's a drone video shot by storm tracker Charles Peak revealing tornado damage in Chilton County. 16 of the 23 tornado reports across the South yesterday were in Alabama, and just absolutely amazing amount of destruction coming out of this. Obviously, all it just takes is one tornado, and this is why we continue to watch these storms heading through the South for today and then pushing into the Carolinas for the rest of today, Ray, because unfortunately, we're not quite done yet with this outbreak.
No, we're certainly not, and tornado damage in Alabama. More incredible video here from areas near Billingsley. It's about 37 miles northwest of Montgomery. You can see a trail there. The Weather Service will have to go out and do an assessment and confirm a tornado and then confirm its rating, its EF rating on a scale of 0 to up to an EF5. So damage continues to pour on in here, at least damage pictures and video. Keep them coming as we go through the next 12 to 24 hours. Probably going to see more, unfortunately, with damaging storms expected here as we head on through the daytime hours on Thursday. The good news, though, right now, things have settled down a bit. Pensacola, here we are, 74 degrees right now, and cloudy sky. Most of the storms now have pushed on off toward the east. That's good news as the good news continues to come in here out across the Panhandle, though there is a tornado watch for some of these counties. Yeah, still got some leftover thunder and lightning there on off toward the east of Pensacola showing up in the background. But these storms non-severe, but still thunder and lightning could cause problems along with some of the heavier downpours that are expected to continue here through this morning. So we haven't had a severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning now in over 2 hours, but still stronger storms coming through the Panhandle now and a line developing right on the front up toward the north. We'll get to that in just a second here. Here it is, right ahead of a cold front now, just as some of the models predicted, thunderstorms developing. Now, will they have the intensity predicted? Right now, it doesn't look like they will, but we are certainly going to keep our eyes on these storms as they head toward Gadsden and in toward Talladega. Non-severe at this point, but that doesn't mean we're not getting heavy rainfall, brief bursts of heavy rain and gusty winds up to 40, maybe 50 miles per hour as that thin line rolls on off toward the east. So we'll see if they hold together as they hold into North Georgia here over the next few hours. Tornado watch is south of Atlanta now. All the Atlanta metro counties are now out of the watch. Macon and just southwest of you toward Columbus and Dothan, places like Albany and just east of Eufaula, you are under a tornado watch, meaning conditions are favorable for tornadoes in and around the watch area. Atlanta, you're up to 62 degrees. LaGrange, 65. So there is some unstable air now that has moved into the Atlanta metro area. The question will be, how unstable is it as we watch these storms come into Rome right now, producing showers and embedded thunderstorms, and then back toward the west, east of Birmingham. We'll see how that thin line comes on through and if we get a strong storm or two. It's certainly possible, but we don't think widespread. Columbus had a significant weather advisory for this cell earlier. That's now beginning to weaken, but to your southwest, some heavier downpours with this cluster of rain and thunderstorms pushing through. So Omaha heading toward maybe Buena Vista and Butler over the next couple of hours. These are areas that could be impacted, along with Thomaston, some gusty winds and some thunder and lightning continuing here this morning. Tornado watch further south, Dothan, Panama City, Pensacola, Crestview, all along Interstate 10 west of Tallahassee. Conditions favorable here for potentially some isolated tornadoes, but there now east of Pensacola, as we saw from that last video, some of those lightning strikes. Milton, and then eventually Crestview here shortly. Thunder, lightning, heavy downpours. But again, looking at storms, Todd, that have remained below severe criteria, but that does not mean we may not have impacts. But those impacts not going to be too damaging, at least here, probably over the next couple of hours.
And that's been a good thing for us over the last several hours here. Now, at least 23 reports of tornadoes so far from this outbreak. One appears to have caused significant damage in their town of Clanton, Alabama. That's in around the Birmingham area. Earlier on Wednesday, our Mark Elliott talked with storm tracker Charles Peak, who shared one family's incredible story.
I got into the area and was seeing so much damage around multiple homes that were just totally destroyed. And I saw a home that had a few vehicles out and went up and talked to them. And as I'm hearing this incredible survival stories, literally of one woman being sucked out by the tornado is what they described. And his son ran out and grabbed her and was able to pull her into the basement just as the tornado was getting there. And so Tommy Cox, I was able to interview him, and he shares his story with us tonight.
Well, the weather had got bad, and there was one line of storms come through, and we all got in the basement. And they went through, they missed us, and went below us. And not long after that, another line started coming through, and all my family came and got in the basement of the house. They live across the road, both sides across the road from here. And within 15 minutes, it hit here. We heard a loud noise, loud like a train coming. It hit, but we had all got in the basement. So all my kids, my grandkids, and my two great-grandbabies, 1-year-old and 4-year-old, got in there, and I had a section in that basement to get behind, a wall built. And when it come through, it wiped out everything around here, blew the doors in on the basement. But thank the good Lord, all my family's safe. All the kids are safe. We was holding things up. There was stuff blowing everywhere. We was holding all over the faces. But my son's house and everything around here, my mother's house, is all just demolished and gone. I mean, if my son hadn't got out of that, his family hadn't got out of that, his house, It was over here 15 minutes. They would be scattered across that field, a half a mile wide, just scattered pieces. And I'm just thankful the good Lord got them over here. It's just stuff. It's our stuff, and we want it, but, you know, it's just stuff. And we're just so thankful that the good Lord spared us, and I can't just recommend so much for people to get in those safe places when these storms are coming.
Tell me what happened with your sister that you was telling me about.
My sister was down at the basement. She pulled up, tried to get out of her car, and it was just, the wind was just sucking her away. And my son, Trent, went out the door, grabbed a hold of her, and jerked her through the basement door, got her in there. He was pulling on both of them, but he got them back in the corner where we were. And when it hit, I mean, it was just a mess. It destroyed everything around here. It done some damage to my house, but my house is fixable.
An incredible story there, Charles. You know, I want to ask you about that again. You know, you've been storm tracking for us for a while now. You've been in some of those crazy winds, maybe not right in a tornado, but even the inflow winds can be so strong. And if you're trying to open a door into that wind, or, you know, if that wind catches the door, it can absolutely feel like you are being thrown into the air as the winds can get really violent leading into these storms.
Oh, absolutely, Mark, and just the emotion that they're having to deal with at that point in time is you're literally seeing things scattered. He was saying in his house, the back doors on his house actually blew open and completely covered his house in leaves and debris, and then right outside, literally about 20 yards, one of the single wide trailer was completely destroyed, then across the street. And so just going through that, it's just the emotions, but such a great attitude that everybody was okay. Just really, he was just so thankful for that, and that it's just stuff. And, you know, he goes, it's our stuff, and we don't want to lose it, but it's just stuff, and we've got all our family members.
So it was a very active day. You obviously came upon this area with, you know, debris from this home everywhere, it feels like. What else did you see today? Was it more of this? Were you in a lot of different tornado paths today? Tell us about it.
I was started out southwest of Tuscaloosa in Moundville, and catching that as it came to Tuscaloosa, and again just barely caught glimpses of the tornado because of the trees and stuff, and it kept going, and I sort of hopscotched it for I'd say probably a couple of hours, and ended up northeast of Birmingham with that storm, and it finally got away from me. But there was some damage up there, trees down. I interviewed a gentleman that had a tree come crashing on his house and limb coming through the roof of his house. And the police chief there was just telling me that the community was just quick to get out there and help one another and get out there and start getting the trees cut down, and the power companies. So it was also a good feeling to see the community coming together in a difficult situation, but helping one another as they could.
Just amazing destruction there, and yet thankfully everyone was safe. Live look at Atlanta. We continue to warm things up. Look at that nice ominous look, the low clouds and a little bit of fog here and there. Now the line of storms will continue to head toward the Atlanta metro area not too long from now. Basically right during that morning commute. Now, take a look at the high-res future radar. Now, it's actually overplaying what we're going to be seeing, at least in the short term, by the 5 o'clock hour. But there will eventually be a line of storms that association with the cold front that is now moving right across Alabama. And that will end up reaching the Atlanta metro area, particularly as we head our way toward the 7, 8 o'clock hour. You can see how high-res future radar now shows that line by about 7:30 or so, just off to the west of Kennesaw, getting in on Rome. You'll already be out of it by that time. Here we are reaching the Atlanta metro by 8, even pushing toward 9 o'clock or so. So it looks to be a somewhat later arrival than it was trying to show. Either way, though, that line looks rather broken, but there is the potential for at least a few severe thunderstorms that could come out of this as far as the damaging wind gusts. Something we're going to watch. Either way, though, that line comes through, and then by the time we hit later on this morning, it'll be done for Atlanta. In fact, we'll be seeing things wind down as the morning does progress. But places like Augusta, Macon, into Athens, we're going to see that line move its way through. Farther upstream, now we're looking farther downstream. We're actually looking into Charlotte. Now, unfortunately for Charlotte and for a good part of the Carolinas, the timing now pushes into the afternoon. So we're going to start seeing a little more of the unstable weather come our way, or add the heat of the day, and that line could pass through from early to late afternoon hours for places like Charlotte into Charleston up toward Myrtle Beach. This looks to be the area we can have the best chance for maybe some tornadic storms from Columbia, South Carolina by 1, 2 o'clock this afternoon, but even more so in a place like Charleston. Look at this. We have a torque value of 5. Myrtle Beach, so from far northeastern parts of South Carolina, coastal North Carolina, we have torque values of 7 today, and that does look to be more of an afternoon type of thing from Myrtle Beach and Wilmington. Let me time this out for you. Again, the morning, maybe a few spotty showers here and there, but here is the main action. 3, 4 o'clock this afternoon, more so toward late afternoon, early evening, where we can see a couple of thunderstorms, some of which could be strong, possibly severe. And again, that tornado threat is certainly there, Ray, as we head toward late this afternoon, early evening from Myrtle Beach to Wilmington. So we're not quite done yet with this outbreak, particularly for the Carolinas.
And yesterday, it was out across Alabama. Here's some new video that's come on in. Oh, unfortunately, this huge tree is down. This is in the Gardendale area. Look at how big that tree is. This area is about 14 miles to the north of Birmingham. This was a tornado-warned storm, so typical procedure, the Weather Service go out, confirm tornado, then confirm rating on tornado. But, man, unfortunately, look at that. Tree across house, never a good thing. And there's going to be more images coming in from what's now a count of 23 tornadoes and over 92 warnings issued for tornadoes. So unfortunately, reports of damage continuing to pile on in here. And check this out. Look at that over to the lower right there. Yeah, those are power flashes, most likely transformers on power lines blowing up. But this is a drone capturing a close-range tornado near Sileston, Alabama. That's about 85 miles north of Mobile, near the Mississippi and Alabama border. Look at that. Right front and center, tornado on the ground, power flashes, and all the things you see here with typical tornado that moves on through here, out through Alabama. So impressive video. I'm almost kind of trying to check out there if there's any structures in the way of that. But you can see the trees there, see the inflow, watching the trees bending to the left there. And certainly damage from that storm, but it doesn't look like any structures in the way of it. Certainly with the drone staying at a safe distance here, and more of these are expected as we head on through the daytime hours today. So a good opportunity now that we have just a little bit of a lull in the action to kind of review tornado watches and warnings. The watch means conditions favorable for tornadoes in and around the watch area. And then a warning means that a tornado is imminent or is occurring, meaning Doppler indicated rotation or a trained spotter has spotted one on the ground. And at night is one place in the south here that does experience a fair majority of their tornadoes between 1950 and 2010, especially in through Tennessee and Arkansas and into Kentucky. So high chances that climatologically you get tornadoes at night in some of these areas in the south. Overnight tornado safety, prepare your safe room with food, water, helmet, shoes, and protective clothing. Communicate with your family, turn on your NOAA weather radio, and this way you're going to have your mobile alerts here. And then a couple other things in terms of shelter. Your worst, an underpass, vehicles, mobile homes. Your best is a FEMA safe room or a basement or an interior room of your home. We're going to have more continuing coverage of severe weather coming up next.
we log at the top of the world, a mile high into the mountains. That's where some of the best logging is.
It's absolutely insane up here.
Careful, careful, careful. There's lots of things that can go wrong.
The mud just does not stop.
You can't stay on the road. You just hope you make it.
It's a battle against Mother Nature. It's not for everyone.
Let the fun begin.
Here's some new video in. Certainly a bunch of lightning here, but the state of Alabama and down near Gulf Shores taking a beating from ongoing severe weather overnight and early this morning. Check that out. Yeah, the power of Mother Nature here. She put on quite a show. A light show over the Gulf of Mexico. Tornado watch just expired at the top of the hours. The line has now cleared and on off toward the east. And this time of year, it's certainly nothing you want to hear. These are sirens. Those are tornado sirens in Houston, Mississippi, Wednesday. As strong storms whipped through the area, thousands of customers did lose power. Hopefully we start to get some of those online now as the front sweep through off to the east. And now quieter days ahead for some, Mississippi, western Alabama, but not for others as we continue to watch the line push on off toward the east. So we will see more in the way of severe weather here as we hit through the next couple of hours. But now wind advisories are in place as the front comes through. And this includes Atlanta and Macon, Birmingham and Montgomery. Strong winds, 30 to maybe 40 plus miles per hour down near Brunswick and Jacksonville. So these are non-thunderstorm winds that are anticipated to whip as we head on through the daytime hours today. Thunderstorms continue to weaken as they get through Asheville, heading towards Charlotte and back in east of Montgomery, but still strong as you head further south down into the Panhandle and east of Birmingham, some stronger storms. Now, we haven't had a warning in a couple of hours at least, but thunderstorms continue to push toward Talladega. Still may have some gusty winds, may have maybe a little hail with them, but not getting any hail reports, and certainly thunder and lightning. As you can see, lightning tracker showing some lightning lighting up the sky here early on a Thursday morning. Gadsden, get ready. A little thunder and lightning on the way for you. But the good news here, at least right now, not getting any warned storms. We are seeing heavy rainfall, though, with some of these storms as they push on through. Also, we have had some flash flooding, parts of northwest Georgia under a flash flood watch. Tornado watch continues. Macon and near Cordell and Albany, Eufaula, Columbus, and down near Dothan in Alabama. But again, not widespread tornadic activity expected. Milder air starting to get into Atlanta now, 62 degrees. LaGrange at 64. Macon, 63. As the front comes in from the west, we'll see if we can get stronger storms to continue to push east. They should, at a minimum, at least hold the intensity, which really isn't all that intense as they're getting ready to race down I-20 now. One line pushing through Atlanta, the next one getting ready to come in over the next few hours. So the timing might be bad, but right now, not anticipating widespread severe weather as that line is running into and weakening as it runs into a little bit more stable air mass here out across North Georgia. Some stronger storms around Columbus. There was a significant weather advisory earlier. Still maybe some gusty winds to 30, 40 miles per hour, but not expecting much in the way of damage with those storms. And a tornado watch hanging on in the Panhandle of Florida. Crestview toward Panama City and up in southern Alabama here for Dothan. We do have a tornado watch, meaning in and around the watch, conditions are favorable for what could be some spin-ups as Todd would continue to see this line push east.
And we're going to jump ahead a little bit farther downstream. This live look at Chapel Hill, North Carolina. Very cloudy and a little bit dark, obviously. 50 degrees your temperature right now as we head through the afternoon today. Things could get a little bit rough for parts of Carolina, particularly as you work your way closer to the coast. Let's take a look at the the setup for right now. We did overlay not only the area low pressure, cold front, warm front, but also this little area of yellow. That is what we're looking at, is some of the available energy. So we need some more instability to bring about the threat for severe storms. So notice with the area that's shaded in yellow there, a good area in North Carolina, particularly into the coastal regions. So a lot of things coming together to bring about severe storm threat later on today. First of all, we have a very strong southerly flow bringing a lot of moisture from the Gulf of Mexico and the Atlantic Ocean. So we have that low-level moisture in place. Now, as we take a look at the winds, well, we have a strong low-level jet Winds are going to be turning southwesterly, so at least we have southwesterly low-level jet, and then a little bit farther off to north, we have west to southwesterly mid-level winds. So not only do we have directional shear, meaning that winds will be changing with height, we also end up having what we have speed shear. So we're having winds also changing speed with height, and both of which could cause about the possibility for some rotation. That's one of the reasons why we have a very big area here with a torque count value of 7 for a good part of coastal North Carolina and extreme northeast South Carolina, and a good part of the Carolinas into far eastern Georgia with a torque count value of 5. Let's take a look at what a torque count value of 7 means. That means numerous tornadoes are possible in that area for the coastal North and South Carolina, and that's increased the chance for strong tornadoes. We're talking EF2, maybe stronger. Some could be long track, so certainly be ready to take cover. And again, this is going to be more toward the afternoon, so we do have some time to prepare, but the time to prepare is this morning. Now, Raleigh, you're still in that torque count value of 5 today, but notice that 7 is just down to your south. So Fayetteville certainly in that. The I-40 and I-95 corridor certainly in on the possibility for a severe storm. So Raleigh, somewhat of a quiet start. You saw that live look outside, but as we head toward this morning, more so in the afternoon, things really begin to wind up. Let's take a live look at Atlanta, and the cloud cover certainly out there. Somewhat ominous look right now. Things begin to deteriorate a bit as the showers and storms will be around late for that Monday or for that Thursday morning commute. We'll talk a little bit more about the severe threat when we come back.
All right, look at this jaw-dropping video. This is out of Alabama. This is just into the Weather Channel. The drone captured video here. Large wedge tornado. You can see there in the center how it kind of wedges down. It's chewing its way across the landscape near Sealis, Alabama yesterday. It's about 85 miles north of Mobile, near the Mississippi-Alabama border. 16 of the 23 tornadoes reported across the South yesterday were in Alabama, and one of them, at least one of them, looked ominous like that one right there. All kinds of noise here. These are strong storms that are going through Mississippi around Columbus. Kind of hear in the background there, that little jingle. And originally I thought that was maybe glass breaking. You can see over to the left, it's actually a wind chime. Windswept rainfall, the chance of showers and thunderstorms now diminishing. Gradually, the sky is going to become partly cloudy with temperatures this morning into the lower part of the upper part of the 40s, Todd.
Well, welcome back to our special coverage of the southern tornado outbreak. I'm meteorologist Todd Borick.
And I'm meteorologist Ray Stajic, and we have a lot of active weather happening right now. No severe storms or tornado warnings, but that's going to change as we head across the south, and some of these storms are on the move. Heading into Asheville, you've had one round, there may be another one as we go through this morning. No dark 30 right now, and temperature's still at 50, so still kind of wedged in, but more wet weather on the way. Widespread severe, no, but at least that threat of seeing some stronger storms as we go on through probably the mid-morning by this afternoon. Probably done with that threat for severe storms. But right now, looking at radar, we do see what we are seeing out there right now, and that is a line of storms kind of broken up. There's two batches now. One now southeast of Atlanta, getting a little stronger, that extends down into the panhandle of Florida. And this other one with the actual front coming in and pushing on through northeast and north central parts of the state of Alabama. So not looking at widespread severe because there's no warnings right now. But if we look at this cell right here, yeah, look at that. Getting a little bit stronger there, as you can see some red starting to show up. So maybe some stronger winds there. And as it heads toward Talladega, I'd certainly want to get yourself prepared for maybe some of those strong winds and the thunder and lightning as it heads on through. And just because there's no watch here doesn't mean we can't get a warning, severe thunderstorm warning, or even that chance of a brief spin up, maybe a brief tornado warning. Flash flood warning now, northwest Georgia continues until 7. This is for Chattooga, Floyd, and Gordon counties. Cartersville, Dalton, and Rome in that until 7 o'clock this morning, so flash flooding is possible there. Now, the tornado watch has been chipped away at quite a bit. It's now south of Atlanta, even the western and southern suburbs. Macon's in it, Columbus, and Cordell, and Albany. Here, the threat is limited, but it's not zero for tornadoes, as some of the milder air and more unstable air is further south here. Look at Montgomery currently at 68 degrees. Atlanta, you finally got into the 60s, but it almost seems to be a little bit too little, too late as we watch the storms come in from the west. Probably going to hold their intensity. We'll see if we get any severe weather here. It's certainly possible, Todd, out across North Georgia over the next couple of hours.
And as we take a look at some of the video that happened on Wednesday, this is a possible tornado in Brookhaven, Mississippi. That's in Lincoln County. We're going to continue to watch possibility for more shots like this across parts of the South, more so in the Carolinas as we head through the rest of today. So let me show you the future radar, a bigger perspective here and what we can expect. And again, this is a guidance. This is what the future radar is suggesting. And as we head through the rest of this morning, that main line heads through a place like the Atlanta metro area a little bit later on this morning toward the latter end of the morning commute. Now we're looking more so toward the 7, 8, 9 o'clock hour, and then eventually into parts of Athens and Augusta later on today. Macon, you'll see that line go through. And then things get active into, let's say, the afternoon hours. Now we're starting to pay attention to places like Raleigh, Charlotte, into Charleston, even more so into the coastal parts of North and South Carolina. This one we have the best chance for seeing the possibility for maybe more tornadoes across parts of this outbreak that's been around. As we head through the rest of your Friday, could see some shower activity on the backside of this as that low will continue to drift its way up through the mid-Atlantic states. So let's take a look at Charlotte. Torcon value today of 3 in Charlotte. Just down to your south, though, Monroe, you're in that Torcon value of 5. So as far as the morning goes, maybe a few spotty showers here and there, relatively quiet start to your day in Charlotte compared to what's going to look like later on this afternoon, as we could see that line of storms come through by 2, maybe 3 o'clock or so, maybe a broken line by that time, but still the threat for severe storms certainly happening. This is the area I'm a little more concerned about, from Charleston up toward Myrtle Beach into Wilmington, North Carolina, where we have the shower and thunderstorm activity really beginning to ramp up. Here we are by 2 o'clock already moving through Columbia, South Carolina, and then spreading off to the east. So a place like Myrtle Beach, you are in that area. Look at that. 7 Torcon value today. The rest of a good part of coastal South Carolina, Torcon value of 5. Live look at Athens right now. Cloud cover's out there. Storms will be coming your way later on this morning.
And thunder rolling, lightning striking, a big bolt of lightning here in Homewood, Alabama yesterday. Minor flooding also forecast along portions of the Black Warrior River beginning Thursday night. But check this out here. The power of Mother Nature. Wow. Look at that. And more of this expected as we head through today. It's been pretty quiet through the overnight. That's a good thing. The bad thing is that we are expecting more showers and thunderstorms as we head through not only this morning but into the afternoon. And now a wind advisory. These are non-thunderstorm winds expected across most of north central Alabama, most of north and central Georgia, Atlanta, Birmingham, Montgomery, Macon, and everybody in between. Wind advisories, winds could gust 30, 40 miles per hour as a cold front comes through. The drier air works in, especially as the day progresses. Jacksonville, Brunswick, also you have a wind advisory in effect for you for some of these strong gusty winds. Now in terms of thunderstorm winds, below 58 miles per hour, the criteria for a severe storm. So no severe thunderstorm warnings in over 2 hours, no tornado warnings in over 2 hours, maybe even longer. And now it doesn't look like many of these storms are going to reach that criteria. Now, it does mean that some may as we head through this morning, but at this point, even in this watch area, tornado watch for Macon, Cordell, Albany, Eufaula, and down toward Dothan in Alabama, at this point doesn't look like anything widespread. Columbus seeing some storms push through, heading on off toward the east, thunder, lightning, some gusty winds to maybe 30, 40 miles an hour, and that's it. Thomaston, get ready for a few showers. Further down toward the southwest, the line's a little more intense. And near Talladega now, probably one of the stronger cells on radar here this morning. Not warned on, but still a stronger cell with maybe some strong winds, and I don't know if there's going to be any hail in that, but it's certainly possible. Right there, you can see that core. That core may be producing some small hail, but this is really it on the front. As these storms roll east, though, more development is possible, and they could stay strong as they get into west central and north Georgia here over the coming hours. Rain's been a big problem here. Chattooga, Floyd, and Gordon counties. Heavy rainfall has left this flash flood warning in place now until 7 o'clock Eastern time. So Cartersville, Dalton, and Rome, if the water hasn't had a chance to recede now, we've got more heavier rainfall coming through. The good news Good news here is that it's progressive, so what that means for you is that it's moving along, and the water should be allowed to subside here as we go through the first few hours of the morning. The warm air now is starting to come further toward the north, so Atlanta getting a little milder now in the low 60s, low and mid 60s all across North Georgia and most of North Georgia and northern Alabama. Tornado watch until 6 includes Crestview, Panama City, Dothan. This is the area where we may see a spin up here from some of these storms. This line had a warning earlier. It was a severe thunderstorm warning in Baldwin County, but that was the last one we've had. Strong storms around Crestview. Again, gusty winds, not out of the question, if not probably occurring as you hear near areas further north and near Defuniak Springs. In the next hour or two, you'll start to see this line come east and maybe go into warning, maybe severe thunderstorm warning, maybe a little spin up here as in this line. It is possible, especially as it moves into that watch, that we may have severe thunderstorms. Further north, as we had said, this rain and thunderstorm activity kind of petering out as it heads towards Charlotte, but as the front comes in, we still think we've got a chance of getting some of these stronger storms to push on through. So things have settled down quite a bit here, Todd. That doesn't mean we're out of the woods, but at least in the short term, at least no active warnings at this time.
And that is good news. We'll certainly take that, and certainly would take that in places like Atlanta. Live look right now, 62 degrees. I just love that shot here. Just showing the low cloud deck and the quick moving clouds this morning. A bit of a break as far as the precipitation right now. Now that line of storms that Ray was showing back just to the east of Birmingham, that's going to be the line that will be passing through Atlanta later on this morning. And then that's it. Once we get behind this line, things do begin to wind down. We have to wait for that cold front to come through. Now, as far as the high-res future radar, it's overplaying this a bit as far as the amount of precipitation we're seeing and the cells we're seeing. But I just wanted to show basically the timing of when that line moves through later on this morning. Here we are by the 7, 8 o'clock hour. You can see that line really is starting to pick up a bit, basically from Kennesaw over toward Noonan, and that will continue to drift off to the east. So a later arrival for that morning commute for a place like Atlanta. Here's the 8, 9 o'clock hour. Eventually passing off to the east. So basically between about 7 and 9:30, we have the best time for the Atlanta metro area getting in on that. Gainesville and Athens will be closer to the 10 o'clock hour. The main line of storms. And as Ray was showing how the warmer air will filter through, we're trying to push that colder air a little bit farther off to the east. Let me show you a place like Charlotte. We have a couple of showers and storms that may pass through this morning into the afternoon. That's when I start thinking we're going to end up seeing the threat for severe storms coming our way. Maybe a broken line by late afternoon or so for a place like Charlotte, but I really think that the worst conditions down here. A place like Charleston over toward Myrtle Beach, Wilmington, where you can get in on that line of showers and storms. I'm really concerned about the timing here. 2, 3 o'clock or so, Columbia, South Carolina, and then more so in the afternoon or so. Excuse me there. Torcon value of 5 for Columbia. But look at Myrtle Beach. We're in that Torcon value of 7. That's why we're a little bit concerned about the timing here. Again, this morning, maybe a spotty shower or two, but as we head in the afternoon hours, things really get their roll. And here is that line from Fayetteville over toward Florence. And then this is the 4 o'clock hour. So we have the heating the day. We're really tapping into that Gulf of Mexico moisture and the Atlantic moisture. And then we're also seeing that low-level jet and the spinning with the changing of direction with height. And here we are by 5, 6 o'clock, maybe a broken line of showers and storms. And any one of these storms could have a spin there. And that is why we have that tornadic threat possible for places like Myrtle Beach to Wilmington over toward Hatteras. So just don't let your guard down today. This is going to be the area we're really going to be concerned about for the possibility for some widespread tornadic activity. So let's take a live look in Panama City, Florida. And for the most part, well, things are going to be a little bit quiet as far as the short term, but not too long from now. We're going to see that line of showers and storms moving your way. Ray and I will be back for one more block.
We made
Well, so far, the state of Alabama is bearing the brunt of the tornado outbreak in the south. 16 of the 23 tornadoes reported so far were in the state. Nearly 100 tornado and 200 severe T-storm warnings were issued so far. Unfortunately, a dangerous day lies ahead for the southeast and the Carolinas. As you can see, a couple of tornadoes on camera up above, a little power flash there on the upper left, and a wedge tornado on the right. And then the damage reports continue to come in with video from not only drones, but also people on the ground. Unfortunately, on the right, lower right, a tree through or at least on top of a house here out across parts of Alabama. So really, that's where most of the warnings had been for tornadoes. Now, we haven't had a warning in, I think, almost 3 hours or over 3 hours, the last one in Baldwin County in Alabama. And things have now settled down a bit, so we can recap here. This is the count as of now, as of 2 a.m. this morning. 92 tornado warnings issued. That doesn't mean there were 92 tornadoes. There were warnings issued. As we had said, 23 confirmed, 198 severe thunderstorm warnings. So those two not confirmed severe thunderstorms, but at least potentially they were severe with winds 58 plus miles per hour, large hail, and they had the potential to rotate. Now wind advisories replace most of the tornado watches. So these are non-thunderstorm winds that are forecast, 30, maybe 40 plus miles per hour, as cold front right about in that position right now. And with the front coming in, the cooler and the drier air coming in, the more stable air mass producing some strong winds as we head through today. Weakening line, at least the leading line here, until you get into the panhandle of Florida. That's where we do have some stronger storms continuing to push, also south of Montgomery. And then the actual front right there where you're starting to see the clearing. And along that front, we have had a few additional thunderstorms. Tornado watch stays in effect until 6 Central Time. It does cover up parts of the Panhandle, Panama City, Crestview, and also southeastern Alabama around Dothan and parts of Georgia around Albany and points north and west, but not a widespread severe weather threat. These storms have gone through, and this is the line actually that was warned on earlier, but didn't have any confirmed reports of any significant damage. But thunder, lightning, and the winds to maybe 40 miles an hour below severe criteria. Still an impact, though, if you do have to head out early this morning and travel on Interstate 10 or 331. It does look like there'll be some wet weather, obviously some puddles on the streets here, and some gusty winds with some of these storms with the thunder and dangerous lightning. Atlanta, a few showers, some stronger storms now east on I-20. As we get now south of Montgomery, those storms showing a little strength here, so we'll see if we get a warning as they head toward Dothan. And this is the thin line, the very small area here in northeastern Alabama, getting ready to go into northeast Georgia of thunderstorms forecast to push through. The tornado watch until 6 Central, Macon, Cordell, Columbus, Albany. Again, as that front comes in, there is at least the potential for some of these storms to rotate. And as we've seen, though, we haven't seen too much of that so far here this morning. This area is actually pretty quiet right now, but the front looms back toward the west. That's when we are expecting to see in this a little bit more unstable air mass, that potential for maybe some of those stronger storms. But for now, Columbus, you're in a lull. Thomaston, a few showers in, maybe a rumble of thunder. And then this cluster getting near Troy and just getting into Montgomery, non-severe, but still some gusty winds. Anniston about to get some stronger storms. We'll watch these storms as they head on off toward the east. Todd?
And we're going to jump a little bit farther off to the east. Look at that fog and cloud cover over into Raleigh. And one of the reasons why we're looking so far ahead is that this is going to be an area that could be impacted by severe storms later on today, more so into the afternoon hours, but currently 49 degrees and just otherwise, a very dreary start there. Let's take a look at one of the reasons why we are looking at the possibility for more severe storms for the Carolinas. Look at the amount of moisture, the available energy that is building in the warm sector of this big complex area of low pressure. And with this, we're starting to look at that instability beginning to build. Also, the timing as we head into the afternoon hours, we're going to start really tapping into a lot of the warming of the day that could lead to severe storms. So at least at surface, we're starting to see a lot of the moisture that's going to be streaming northward from the Atlantic Ocean, the Gulf of Mexico. So we're tapping in that low-level moisture. On top of that, now we're starting to see other things that could lead to tornadic activity. First of all, there's a strong low-level jet, and that's going to be turning more to the south and west. So we have a strong low-level jet coming in from this direction, and then a little bit higher up in the atmosphere, we're starting to see a strong west to southwest mid-level wind. So now that is the changing with height. So not only do we have the low-level moisture in place, now we're having the changing directions with height. In addition, we also have some speed shear. We have some stronger winds aloft as well. So all these ingredients coming together is one of the reasons why we are looking at the possibility of tornadic activity later on today into your Thursday for a good part of the Carolinas. And look at that. We have a torcon of 7. For extreme southeastern parts of the North Carolina and extreme northwestern parts of South Carolina. So what does Torcon Valley of 7 mean? Well, numerous tornadoes are certainly possible. There's an increased chance for strong tornadoes. We're talking EF2 or stronger. The possibility is certainly there. Some could be long tracked, so be ready to take cover. And we're talking now. When you're getting up this morning, make sure you know where your safe spot is and get yourself prepared. Have the bike helmets all ready to go and be ready to put on if you need to get into your safe spot this afternoon. So as far as the morning goes, we'll see the storms pass through the Atlanta metro area. Then eventually, by the time we hit into the afternoon hours, this is when we're going to be really concerned about that threat for severe storms as we head into the mid to late afternoon, evening hours. Live look at Athens, Georgia, and very cloudy right now. The storms will be passing through later on this morning. We have early AMHQ coming your way at the top of the hour. They'll give the latest on the storms happening now and what we can expect later on today. Stay with us. Ongoing coverage of the severe outbreak coming your way.
You're right.
It's right there.
Oh boy. Home just heavily damaged, so home just now.
Ooh, what was that? A home, an outhouse, over 100 severe weather reports yesterday. We're talking hail, wind, and tornadoes. The threat is ongoing. Welcome into AMHQ. I'm meteorologist Stephanie Abrams alongside meteorologist Jen Carfagno and Jordan Steele. Look behind me here. The National Weather Service issuing 198 severe thunderstorm warnings from the Texas Panhandle to Georgia. In addition to that, 92 tornado warnings. This is over the last couple of days. Some of those warnings producing numerous hail reports at damaging wind and, of course, tornadoes. Yesterday, 23 tornadoes reported, including this one in Silas, Alabama. Check this out. We have drone video giving you a bird's eye view of the reported tornado. This is something new that we're starting to see here. The twister spinning up in the afternoon. Look at that, because now we're just getting drone video more and more. So we're getting a totally different perspective from these beasts. This toppled trees, it tore up roofs. Thankfully, there have been no reports of deaths or injuries. All right, let's go now to Jen and find out about all the damage that we had yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of cleanup to be done. It's still actually a dangerous day ahead, too. And it was certainly a dangerous St. Patrick's Day for the southern half of the U.S. With forecasts calling for an elevated risk for severe weather and the possibility of strong tornadoes, new this morning, a tornado outbreak strikes across multiple states.
More than 20 reported tornadoes striking across the South.
We all got in the basement.
An entire region on alert, with torcons reaching a 9 for the first time since 2019. The National Weather Service issuing alerts for a particularly dangerous situation.
Oh boy.
Students seeking safety in a storm shelter.
It's right there.
In Alabama, homes wiped from their foundations.
When it come through, it wiped out everything around here.
Rooms torn to shreds. The storm system marches east this morning with another dangerous day ahead.
And we have warnings ongoing right now. In fact, breaking news, we take you into the radar where we are watching thunderstorms just to the south of Montgomery that are moving through southern Alabama. A new tornado warning has been issued. We'll take you into that, watching this particular cell here near the Brantley area and moving just east of there. Brantley, Glenwood under this tornado warning. You can see the circulation right there based on the Doppler radar velocity. In fact, you zoom in and it's just to the south and east of Brantley, and you can see that circulation. We often look for the red and the green pixels next to each other. That indicates air moving towards and away from the radar, but we're having some of this yellow show up, just indicating some even stronger winds associated with it. So this is a tornado warning. You need to seek shelter immediately in that area. Just to the south of there, we are looking at a tornado watch that remains in effect until 6 o'clock this morning. That includes cities like Dothan, Alabama, Crestview, Florida, Panama City, Florida, Destin, you're in it, and also parts of Georgia, like around Macon and Albany. Now let's watch that line. We're tracking this, where that tornado warning is, and tracking that to the east. But you notice how it's also lifting up to the northeast a little bit as well. So Montgomery, we still have thunderstorms in the area. They're on their way out, but for now, just keeping a close watch on the radar for you. Watching this cell around the Brantley area, Glenwood, under that tornado warning. This goes until 4:30 local time. It is radar indicated. We'll keep an eye on radar to see if any debris signature comes out of this. For now, it is a radar indicated rotation. And then jumping south here along this line all the way down through Crestview, Florida. Thunderstorms loud this morning, blasting into parts of the Florida Panhandle right around Miramar and Okaloosa County. And we're going to be watching as we get through the day. This all track east. Things will evolve through the day today, Jordan, in places like Atlanta. For now, thunderstorms coming through this morning.
Of course, and we do want to see where this is going. It is all shifting toward the east, and so some of these storms overnight actually hammered the Atlanta area, especially northwest of Atlanta. Mike Seidel is in Midtown, and Mike, I know the cooler temperatures in Georgia helped avoid the brunt of the severe weather for this area, but I got to ask you, if you were in East Georgia, let's say Savannah, should you think, oh, I must be in the clear because that cold weather is wedged up near the Appalachians?
No, they're not in the clear, and we're not exactly in the clear here in Metro Atlanta. Yes, that wedge, Jen Corfagna likes to say nothing comes good from an east wind, but boy, that east wind held in here, and the wedge broke here just a couple of hours ago. We have some lightning and thunder and some heavy rain, brief downpours. But you can see on the radar right now, around Metro Atlanta, it is mostly dry. We're watching that line of storms to our west now, clearing through Birmingham. The Storm Prediction Center is in discussions with potentially issuing another tornado watch. They haven't done that so far. The current watch was clear. The counties west of Atlanta have been cleared in the past half an hour. So now what's left of the watch that goes until 7 Eastern, 6 Central is south of Atlanta into extreme southeast Alabama and parts of the Florida Panhandle. That's till 7 a.m. In the meantime, this is downtown Atlanta, the connector. We've got the low overcast, but the difference now versus a few hours ago is the wind is south. The temperature is 63, the dew point 60. So we're in the warm sector, and it is unstable. But is the atmosphere going to reload before everything, all the instability moves on out of here in the next, say, 3 to 4 hours? That remains to be seen. So we'll keep an eye on it, keep you safe. In advance of that severe threat this morning, many schools here in North Georgia, Metro Atlanta, are either on a delay or they're all virtual. Everybody's staying home today because they were concerned about kids getting out of the bus stop this morning, 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, and that severe threat. So right now it's dry, and we'll continue to watch the radar and keep an eye on SPC and any watches, additional watches. But again, big threat later this morning and this afternoon well east of here in the Carolinas. Stephanie?
That's where we want to take you now, of course, SPC, Storm Prediction Center, who we look at. They're, help give us the forecast for where we're going to see some of that most severe weather. So where are we going to see it today? Anywhere from Fayetteville to Wilmington, New Bern, Myrtle Beach. We're going to have a line come through, and there is the potential for some of those bigger, stronger thunderstorms to pop off as the line gets through today. We do have that low-level jet that's coming in, and we also have the jet stream that's going to be coming in. So we have some of these stronger winds that are going to be making their way into portions of eastern North Carolina and also portions of South Carolina. This is going to be a more afternoon threat, and we can show you that hour by hour. I think our graphics are a little stuck here, guys. All right, there we go. So here we go. Today, there is the threat where we are going to see the storms. As the whole system continues to move east, there is your 7 there on your Torcon, 3 as we look back towards, places like Charlotte and northbound, but we do have forcing in the atmosphere. And as I mentioned, moisture in that that southerly flow will be coming into the warm sector. And don't forget about that low-level jet that I was mentioning. And you can see the winds turning with height ever so slightly, and that's all you need. And not to mention just the low-level jet, we also have the jet stream that's going to be coming into the area. But it's really as we head into the afternoon hours. So damaging winds are certainly likely here, and of course tornadoes as well. Jen.
Well, Steph, we got a severe threat targeting the coastal Carolinas, as you're talking about, and storms sweep across the southeast this morning. The National Weather Service in Charleston warning residents that all threats are possible, including tornadoes, to be prepared for the possibility of structural damage and power outages. Charleston County schools will release 3 hours early, and all after-school activities are canceled. So let's time this out, Jordan. Dew points are high. You start the day feeling very steamy out there.
Yeah, of course. And if you take a look at just the line of storms, Jen, and how they're oriented and the direction they're heading, you know if you're in Charleston, South Carolina, Savannah, Georgia, Wilmington, Raleigh, all these locations need to be on alert because you see these storms coming in from west to east. And of course, today's the day we were talking about they're going to be knocking on your doorstep. So notice what we have out the door right now. All these showers and storms kind of in a line, stretching from Pensacola all the way up into the Raleigh area, up into Norfolk, and it will be tracking east ever so slightly throughout the day today. We do have that tornado warning that is out in Alabama. We got flood issues in northwest Georgia where some storms produce 2 to 4 inches of rain. And this is all overnight, right? So once we get into the daytime heating this afternoon, things will really get going. So if you're around Atlanta, know that by the time we head into late morning, all this is shifting out of your region. We're still watching for severe weather in your neck of the woods, but then all eyes go to places like Savannah, Charleston, Myrtle Beach, Wilmington. All right, here's the timing, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We're seeing those thunderstorms really get going around Columbia, of course, and then moving into parts of the Outer Banks. Now, don't discount some of these storms on the backside of this thing. They're more isolated, but they could maybe even be a little bit more severe also as we get all of this to swing in on the back edge. So throughout the day today, we'll watch that main line shift east. If you're in the Virginias, West Virginia, notice your Torcon is still up there. It's about a 3. You're at that choke point right where that cold front and that warm front come together. So timing for you, of course, today is just going to be a day full of rain, moderate to heavy rain, thunderstorms, and severe weather threat, of course, and that goes into tonight, Stephanie. It does not go away until we head into maybe overnight hours into tomorrow morning.
Well, the thing is we have that upper level low to get through, which also is going to kick off some thunderstorms as well. This storm still packs a whole lot of punch. And now the Carolina coast is in its sights before it heads out to sea. Wilmington, North Carolina had patchy fog overnight, but sits in a Torcon of 7 severe thunderstorms are on our way. As I mentioned, that low-level jet, those upper-level winds, those are going to come into the area as we head towards the afternoon. So that's really going to amp things up. Here's a look at our 7 on our Torcon. Fayetteville down towards Myrtle Beach and over to New Bern, North Carolina as well. And it's really going to come in as a line. We will see first a few storms come through, just like we were seeing yesterday. There's going to be multiple rounds. As we hit 2 p.m., of course, we get the daytime heating too, as Jordan was mentioning, but we see this line come through here at 4 o'clock, Myrtle Beach, right along into the coast here. Not going to be the day to go fishing, not going to be the day to go surfing, and it takes its time. I mean, it's still going to be into the Outer Banks as we head towards bedtime around 9 o'clock. Raleigh, you can't let your guard down either. Even though you're in a 5, you're still 5. Remember, our scale goes up to 10, so keep that in mind. When does it come through us? You have that humidity, you have that moisture in place, and some of those lifting and forcing mechanisms come through as we head towards the afternoon. It will be scattered in nature, but don't let your guard down right when the storms come through, because we are going to see a couple rounds. Charlotte as well, Gastonia down towards Rock Hill. Here, if you're doing that drive on 77. Our timing here is going to take us through the morning hours, bringing a few on and off showers. And then here we go. Again, 2 p.m., you're going to see some of those stronger thunderstorms. And remember, you don't necessarily need a tornado in order to see damage. Jordan, even just with really strong winds, those trees fall down. I can't tell you how many times, going right through houses, slicing through them.
And the lightning threat alone, will want to make sure you guys stay away from any kind of water source. Look at this, you guys. Look at all the rain out of Arkansas just yesterday. 3.5 inches was produced. Evidence here, as you can see, trash bin, there it goes. See ya, debris going with it, unfortunately. You had that heavy rain from the Midwest to the Mid-Atlantic. Of course, that all is developing into today. People need to be aware of the chance for that, all right? The flood threat. You could see torrential rain, of course, come down with some of these bigger thunderstorms, Jen, and that's not going to go anywhere today.
And it's just going to be windy for so many of us across the Midwest, eventually the Northeast here. So there's so many different facets to the storm system. Let's go to the Midwest, and I'll talk about what's coming our way. We have that big upper level low spinning, and you can actually see all of that happening around it. St. Louis, it's very chilly rain, some snow out there south of Kansas City, down getting towards the Springfield area, and then all the rain lifting north from Springfield, Illinois, into Indianapolis. So we've got the rain out there, some of it heavy at times, and because everything is fairly slow moving, you're going to see that concern for too much rain at once. Now, St. Louis, your biggest story is that it is cold. Temperatures are in the 40s. The wind chill is in the 30s out there. We've got a north wind, very chilly. We've already had 1.5 inches of rainfall. Then we go to where we do have some snow chances. Look at Joplin, snowing right now. Temperatures down to 33 degrees. Northwest wind for you. Wind chill 24 degrees. So here's our low, and we've got all these isobars. You see this? This means that we've got a lot of pressure change happening between the high pressure up to the north that's going to sink down into places like Green Bay and Milwaukee. Your nice day is the reason why we've got such a windy day across this whole region, because that pressure change between the high and the low drives this wind. Milwaukee, Chicago, Fort Wayne, Columbus, all under wind advisories for today. Very strong northeast wind across this area. There's some lake wind advisories as well. 40 to 50 mile per hour winds right across Lake Michigan into Chicago. Watching that through today, just a raw, blustery day. The rain moving out as we get into tomorrow morning, and then it heads to the northeast, Jordan.
That's right. Let's go ahead and take a look at what happens once it arrives to the northeast. Could we be looking at some snow in places like New York? Okay, let me paint the picture here for you. This morning, we're seeing the atmosphere thicken up with moisture. Notice the rainfall coming from west to east. We're dry in New York and Boston right now, but that will change. Oh, yeah. And by the way, notice your temperatures this morning in the 40s. By Saturday morning, NYC, you're going to be dropping into the upper 20s. So we're getting colder with the front that pushes through. There's a fine line here where it basically goes across mid-Jersey, or middle part of New Jersey and through Pennsylvania. Everything due north, as you can see, 30s, 40s, and 50s. Due south, upper 50s, 60s, or higher. So that's where we're seeing the warm cutoff. So as we head throughout the day, even though it's a cooler air mass, we're going to start off with rain. It's not cold enough to see snow yet. That's going to be somewhat damp as we go into the second half of your day today. And then there's that back line that finishes things up. By the time we head into the overnight hours, temperatures cool. We see that line push through overnight tonight, going into tomorrow morning, waking up with a few flurries all the way out maybe towards Long Island and Boston. It's not going to be much, but it will give us maybe 1 to 3, all right? That's how much I'm thinking most of us are going to get right around here, around New York and, of course, Boston. There could be a couple of pockets of 3 to 5, but other than that, it's not going to be too high. All right, Steph, over to you.
Yeah, we need to get right back to that tornado warning in Alabama and show you exactly where it's located. And right now, it is located near Brantley, 11 miles south of Laverne, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour very quickly here. This is radar indicated, meaning there's rotation in the storm, and that means we could have a tornado on the ground at any moment. Watch out in Carmen, Glendale towards Little.
I saw them out of...
Good morning, everybody. A reported tornado on St. Patrick's Day in southern Mississippi. This is Strangford, which is northeast of Hattiesburg. There were reports of extensive damage here to a chicken farm and homes. There were also reports of widespread downed trees in the area. A lot of folks waking up this morning going to have to play cleanup. If you think you're going to get to your destination in a smooth commute, if you're around the south, be mindful of that because there could be debris along your commute. Make sure your head is on a swivel. I do want to give you a travel update, but first, we are still talking about this tornado warning in Alabama, south of Montgomery. Big picture here shows you the line of storm still pushing through and shifting to the east. We got a parent rotation right outside of Troy. And of course, this storm system is still very, very dangerous. So the tornado warning is out there right now. Just zooming in, showing you a little bit of the wind profile, the green and the red coming together right near Glenwood as this storm continues to move northeast rather quickly. It's still apparent that the storm could produce that tornado. So there is rotation, radar indicated. And at one point, there was a debris field. So we think it did actually touch down prior to where it is right now. So the movement of this is shifting northeast. Your timeline is here. You don't have much time to get in your safe place. If you're in Glenwood, you got to go ASAP. If you're in Goshen, hurry up. And of course, going up farther to the north and east, you have a little more time. But all of this is heading into that direction. It's a very dangerous storm, to say the least. Now to get to your travel update, let's focus on Charlotte this morning because early on, you're pretty quiet. All these storms are pushing from west to east, so early your commute's okay if you got to get out and do something, but by the time we head into midday, those thunderstorms are pushing through. A dangerous situation for you because we do have that tornado threat in your neck of the woods as well, and this will stick with us all day long today. Steph?
And we could see video like this coming out of those areas today. This is from yesterday in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, and there was a tornado that tore through the college town. What you want to look for, look at all the debris. There you go, heavy damage. Now here's the thing. This is a weaker tornado at this stage. And one thing that you need to know is that tornadoes can weaken and strengthen during their entire lifetime. And one thing that you should look for, this is a little rope tornado. It looks here. See how it kind of ropes out and it dissipates. You don't let your guard down because they can still crank and happen. Now, one other thing I want to give you guys as advice. A lot of times we look up in the sky because we're looking for that funnel to come down from the clouds, right? But what I want you to do is actually look towards the ground first. This is damage from that tornado. But a lot of people, again, you're looking up for that funnel. But what we should really do is look for debris to being kicked up from the ground because there's still rotation. Do you see that? You see the debris flying right there? Oh, there's the tornado. It takes a second to find it. But again, look closer to the ground for that rotation rather than looking right up from the cloud because that's when you know you have a tornado. When there's debris coming up from the ground, you can see it a lot better typically than maybe just looking right up at the sky. Jen, especially when they're first just starting to develop.
Exactly. An important thing to know too is that a tornado is rated based on the damage. And we want to show you the aftermath of another part of Alabama from a tornado, Billingsley, which is northwest of Montgomery. You can see the widespread damage across this area. You can see the debris strewn, houses with significant structural damage. This one, you can see the roof, the entire roof gone, portions of the house entirely gone. Look at how that debris field is just scattered all across this area. This is Billingsley, Alabama, and the tornado was reported to cross US 82 right in the vicinity of 187. Significant roof damage. Now, this is the kind of thing the National Weather Service and their surveyors will look at when they go out today. If you see large sections of a roof structure removed and most walls standing, that might be EF2. But once you get to big destruction like this here, this could be up at EF3. But there's a lot of factors that go into determining that strength. What was the structural integrity of the building beforehand and how was it constructed? And Jordan, those are some of the things the National Weather Service will look at when they go out to survey. But certainly this is pretty significant when you see some of the big damage done to a couple of these homes in this area.
I know. I just hate seeing the damage like that. And of course, you could prepare for it, but we're still going to be seeing potentially some more of that today. All right, here's the good news. By the time we head into this weekend, all this is clearing out, and a lot of us are going to see a lot of sunshine and calm weather. But here's the plan. Today, you've got all those storms in the south and the eastern part of the country moving into the northeast. By the time we head into your day tomorrow, there's only a little bit left, and we'll be clearing out. New York, you're clearing out. You'll be cooling down, though. Notice the sunshine in Texas and Denver looking decent. First half of the weekend on Saturday. Look at all the sunny icons we got for you. We got a system that'll be working its way into the PNW and the Intermountain West. But other than that, most of us look pretty darn nice. Chicago at 57 on your Saturday. How about Sunday? Sunday's looking decent as well. Got a little bit of rain up towards northern part of Minnesota and still some lingering flurries just outside of Denver, especially just west up, hung up in the mountains. But even California looking good, of course, stretching all the way into the Lone Star State, Chicago and New York. Nothing to complain about as we head into this weekend. So looking at that light at the end of the tunnel for a lot of us. All right, taking a look at Auburn, Alabama this morning. Temperatures in the 60s. We got more storm coverage. We'll be back in just a bit.
29 past the hour. Welcome back into AMHQ. I'm meteorologist Stephanie Abrams along with Jordan Steele and Jen Carfagno. It was a day filled with dangerous storms across the South yesterday. This is a neighborhood. Look how flooded that is in North Little Rock, Arkansas. So not only did we have that threat of severe weather, but we had flash flooding, which, by the way, is a form of severe weather. I just don't feel like when people hear severe weather, the first thing they think of is flash flooding. But that looks more like a river than it does a street. And that was not the only place that we saw flooding yesterday here throughout portions of the South. We had it not only in Arkansas, but as you go up to Missouri, and numerous reports from Tennessee as we made our way down into places like Alabama. And Alabama also had multiple tornado reports yesterday. In all, there were 23. So let's talk about where the weather is right now and get back out to meteorologist Mike Seidel, who's live in Atlanta, Georgia. And Mike, we did have some rain go through, but that does not mean we're finished for the day.
No, and you mentioned the flash flood problems. We still have that flash flood warning in the northwest corner of Georgia for about another hour, and that's it. And then things wind down. But let me show you the radar. This is what we're watching for Metro Atlanta. Cluster of thunderstorms south and west of us between here and Montgomery around Opelika. This is along and just north and west of I-85. It's going to move right into the Atlanta area this morning in the next couple of hours. There's lightning with it. There are no warnings right now. We're in the unstable air finally. That wedge overnight really protected us here in Metro Atlanta from the tornado threat. We did have some lightning and thunder in the middle of the night, but other than that, the tornado watch is now south of here. We have some counties west of here. They've been cleared. Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center still monitoring for an additional watch. But right now, the threat for tornadoes is south of Atlanta. We still have the severe threat here, Jen. And again, the worst of it may be the lightning in the next couple of hours. Once we get past 8 or 9 a.m., Atlanta is clear, and we're going to head into the weekend cooler and drier.
Yeah, I mean, but Mike, I do say there's nothing good about an east wind. This is one thing that is good, is that it really did help sort of, keep us a bit stable a little bit longer in North Georgia, although we have to get through this morning yet. And then we also have thunderstorms that extend all the way down through Alabama. Let me show you where we do have the active weather right now, and there is actually an active warning. It's a severe thunderstorm warning. Now, this is south of the area where there was just a tornado warning. That warning was allowed to expire. Now we have a severe thunderstorm warning for strong winds coming in around Bonifay, Defuniak Springs, and Geneva. This is in the Florida Panhandle and extending up into southern Alabama. Geneva here in Alabama, Defuniak Springs just off of Interstate 10. This is all moving off to the east. Some very heavy rain, blinding rain actually when it comes to driving within this as well. So we're tracking this piece of the line east. Geneva 437, Ponce de Leon 442, 452 in Hartford, Bonifay 501, and in Chipley 512. So tracking this east, a lot of lightning, some strong winds are possible. And again, the heavy rain is going to be a concern. That has now moved into Destin. It's heading over towards the 30A beach area, beach town areas, over towards Rosemary Beach. And we're going to see that track towards Panama City in short order. Now, this whole region is under a tornado watch. This goes until 6 o'clock this morning. Continue to watch for any spin-ups out, ahead of this line. But you look at where the energy is. This is the upper level low keeping back. And so we'll have the front go east. The drier air will come in. But underneath this upper level low, don't be surprised about a few rumbles of thunder today. The main threat evolves as the front pushes east out ahead of it. That's where the instability really builds today into southeastern Georgia, into South Carolina, into North Carolina. Very likely that we will see severe weather here. Damaging winds, a threat. We're in that warm sector. We're going to have to watch for spin-ups of tornadoes and hail as well as we get through the afternoon today. So it's all about patience and being ready today, Jordan.
Yeah, and of course, we want to time it for folks that are out ahead of this storm, just so you guys know when to expect it. A couple things I want to point out right now. If we take a look at where the showers are occurring, Jen, you talked about that severe thunderstorm warning on the Georgia-Alabama line. You have this leading edge that pushed through places like Atlanta a couple hours ago, and another backside edge that's about to push through, and another batch that's getting around Montgomery that'll all swing through. So you get that initial front to push in. You might see more showers on the backside of it, keeping us active. So don't think you're done once, of course, that originally pushes through. Greg, if you can help me advance real quick, it's not really moving for some reason. Basically, what happens is this storm system will progress east throughout the day. So if you're in the Carolinas, if you're in the Virginias, it does look like we're going to be seeing it, especially as we head into the afternoon. That instability really moves through. And of course, we have chances to see severe thunderstorm warnings. We have a chance to maybe see more tornado warnings. There's a look at that line that I was talking about. This is 2 o'clock. We're really feeling it from Jacksonville all the way up into Wilmington through the afternoon. It pushes offshore by the time we head into tonight, but we still have some leftover precipitation that could technically move through overnight and into tomorrow. So what's our Torcon just north of the Carolinas? Well, you get into the Virginias, and we're between a 2 and a 3. Right here where that storm system is really positioning itself and that wedge pushes in. So, of course, that's going to bring in some heavy thunderstorms for you as well. Once again, this is basically an all-day event for us. Make sure you guys stay weather aware and keep it here on the Weather Channel. We'll be back. Well, a lot of us going to be rather damp today. Let's go ahead and take a look at Carmel, Indiana, just north of Indianapolis. Of course, this is an area where we're going to be a bit drippy. Not only that, we got a wind advisory in effect, folks, until 8 p.m. tonight. So that wind could be cranking 25 miles per hour with gusts as high as 50. Temperature is going to be topping out in the upper 40s today. So umbrellas, definitely going to need it. Technically, we're seeing temperatures in the mid-50s currently, so it's going to be a little bit more on the mild side. But watching what's to come, it's all associated with this big pattern, right? We had that severe weather down in the south. Notice we've got a bit of a damp forecast for all of us all the way up into the Great Lakes, which means commuting might be a little bit more difficult today. Now, those thunderstorms and those severe side of things is going to stay to our south and to our east. So most of the drive, it's just going to be normal rainfall with some moderate to heavy rain at times. You just take a look at just west of Indianapolis, where you got those good cluster of storms pushing through with moderate to heavy rainfall, and of course that trying to lift northward over the next couple of hours. So just be careful if you're going to be out on the roads today. This is going to be sticking around with us as this wave of energy continues to push in from the south. Just to put a future track on it, give you an idea of what we're looking at. Notice kind of picking up through the 9-10 o'clock hour this morning. We do get a little bit of a break, maybe periods throughout the day, but then you have more isolated showers. Just keep us rather active, especially out towards Cincinnati once we go into the second half of the day, and more of a widespread outlook from Indianapolis all the way into Dayton, so even into Columbus. So along that commute, it could be rather damp. And then as we head into tomorrow morning, all that will kind of shift out. And once again, leaving us with a relatively nice weekend. So out the door, you got your yellow bars out there, which would just indicate the rain and the wind. Watch out for high-profile vehicles. And, of course, be careful because it does look like that rain will stick with us. Okay, Steph, that's a travel outlook. Over to you.
We want to talk more about those winds that you were mentioning there at the top of your segment. And look at the winds. Now, you might think, oh, it's just because we have a super strong low pressure. That's actually not what causes winds. And you can see these white lines. The closer they are together, that means the stronger the winds are. So we know we have very strong winds here. We've got them here. We got a lot of strong winds everywhere. Why is that? It's because of this. There we go. The big blue H, our high pressure. The closer high and low pressure are together, the stronger the gradient and the stronger those winds are in between. You can kind of think about it like when you put your thumb over the end of a hose. First of all, the water just comes out, but when you put your thumb there, water really sprays out. That's kind of sort of what's happening in the atmosphere. It's not that simplistic, but it's a way to think about it. There's all the rain in between as well. Very heavy rainfall, actually, between Quincy and Springfield, 55 up towards Peoria as well. Little snow on the northern side of that. Wind advisories, a lot of these last actually through this evening. I'm talking till like 11 o'clock. After bedtime is when the wind advisories will expire. And 40, 50 mile an hour winds easily, and it's going to be a sustained thing. It's not like just a thunderstorm gust that comes through. Breezy all day, so if you're headed outside, make sure that you have your ponytail through the back of your hat, if you could do that, to try to keep it on your head, doesn't go flying down the street. By Friday morning, things a lot better here with our winds. But there's still some good rain to come on the north side of this here. We are going to see it from Ohio all the way back toward Illinois, even into the northeast. We will see it, and we also get the snow. What's causing this? We have a little bit of cooler air, right, that high pressure is delivering. That's going to help give us some snow. By the way, that high we saw, that's helping push this low pressure out to sea, and then that high is going to be diving south, and that means we're going to see a beautiful weekend with high pressure dominating, and we won't have all this messy weather. So we have to get through it. tonight as we head into tomorrow. But once this system is out, Jen, this is the same system causing all that severe weather. The high pressure just drops on in. We're good to go.
But still, you're showing us snow in the Northeast, right?
I know.
I mean, anything goes in March. A wild week of weather across the Lone Star State, from a tornado outside Amarillo over the weekend to a dust storm in El Paso that darkens the sky earlier, the daytime, actually. This is earlier this week, to heavy snow and wind in Amarillo and lightning in Dallas on Wednesday. Now, the swing between seasons isn't all that uncommon for the month of March. Meteorologist Chris Bruin explains 3 tricky things when it comes to March weather.
All right, we've all heard that March comes in like a lion and out like a lamb, and that's especially true when it comes to the weather. In fact, that's why it makes forecasting so tricky in the month of March. I'm meteorologist Chris Bruin, and these are 3 tricky things you might not have known about March weather. Number 1, the clash of the seasons. We have temperatures that are all over the place. One day it feels like winter, the next day it feels like summer, and vice versa. So when it comes to forecasting, we ask ourselves, how cold does it get, especially with the return of growing season and the plants blossoming? It's critical to find that threshold at freezing, and the extent of the warmth and how it plays into severe weather. Number 2, snowfall amounts and ground temperatures. They're key. The days are getting longer and the sun's getting higher up in the sky, so the ground temperatures, they're warming up, and we're getting more heating during the day and less cooling at night. So that really limits on how much snow we see overall, especially when it comes to spring storms, and forecasting the overall snow amounts is very tricky. Number 3, spring rains, ice and snow melts, and runoff all play into effect when it comes to flooding in the springtime. And although an area may only see a little bit of rain, the other factors have to be taken into consideration when it comes to river levels and ground saturation. I'm meteorologist Chris Bruin, and those were the 3 tricky things you might not have known about March weather.
You got to be flexible when it comes to March forecasting, too. So your day is really going to change in Charlotte. Look how foggy and rainy it is right now. We are still dealing with that wedge, if you will, that east wind here, keeping us a bit stable, but also a little bit on the rainy side this morning. Now, that changes, though. We break out of that later this morning. At lunchtime, we could see thunderstorms. It's possible they go severe. You see this come blasting through about lunchtime to 2, 3 o'clock, and keeping an eye on these storms at that point for the possibility of some severe weather.
Oh.
A nail-biting day across the state of Alabama, which was slammed by severe weather. Look at that right there. And this is in Selma. This is just one of many reported tornadoes which struck the central part of the state. And some of these videos are a little deceiving. Where's the tornado versus the clouds there? It's really hard to see from this perspective. So keep that in mind. Just because you see this huge wall doesn't necessarily mean that's the entire tornado. That could be the wall cloud hanging down, and then you could have the tornado within that. So a lot of this stuff, you have to really have a close eye on it. Now, we have a close eye on you here in Geneva, Holmes, and Walton counties as we have a severe thunderstorm warning. When you have a severe thunderstorm warning, that means your winds are going to be 58 miles an hour or more. You'll have hail that's an inch or greater, and very heavy downpours, which we're seeing here. So Hartford, Daleville, Graceville, Taylor, Dothan, this is all headed right in your direction. That's going east. We head south. Man, that lightning is out there. One of you, I would love to give you a shout out. Now I can't remember your Twitter handle. Someone here along the Gulf Coast got this great video of just lightning along the Gulf Coast. There it is for you. 49 strikes here, just looking over the past 15 minutes. 30A is lit up right now. Unfortunately, a lot of people at spring break time might be woken up early, and it's like, man, this is like my one time to sleep, and I'm getting woken up by Mother Nature. Here is our, say that again? Up into North Georgia, we do have a flash flood warning, and that means that flash flooding is imminent or occurring when you have a warning. And as we widen out, things are a little quieter for us here, but as we go into the afternoon hours, things are probably going to kick off a little bit more. Let's talk more about that with Mike Seidel, who is in Atlanta this morning. And Mike, you know, the weather can be a little bit deceiving sometimes, where it's like, okay, it's calm right now. Maybe we've gotten past the worst of it. That's not necessarily the case for the Carolinas.
No, certainly not east of here, because you're in that warm sector. We're going to have daytime heating. But here in Atlanta, we are thanking our lucky stars for that wedge. Now, we still are watching the radar. I don't want to say it's over with. The tornado watch for our counties west of here has been scrubbed. There's still a watch south of here. SPC is watching that cluster of storms where we had that spin up just recently in southeast Alabama. And they're wondering, should we issue another watch? This one expires at 7 Eastern. They are debating it. The radar trends say, no, we were not going to issue another watch. We'll keep you updated. Meanwhile, rain and some lightning moving up I-85. It's going to be here in downtown Atlanta at the connector in about 45 minutes or so. And what you can expect is brief heavy downpours and some lightning, although the lightning frequency has diminished over the past half an hour to an hour. So that would be the worst of it. And once that moves through, we're done. We're done. The sun's going to come out this afternoon. It's going to be a pretty nice day with temperatures in the mid to the upper 60s. So again, we're watching that cluster of storms. There have been no warnings, whether severe or tornado, with that cluster along north of 85. It came through Montgomery earlier. And also more rain moving into that area where we have the flash flood warning in northwest Georgia. That warning goes until 7 a.m. Eastern. They've had reports of over 2 inches of rain, more rain on saturated ground. So, Jen, as we like to talk about, and you always point out, the east wind rarely brings good weather, and this time it protected us from getting bad weather here in metro Atlanta, because we were thinking yesterday, I mean, schools here basically are on a delay, or they've said everybody stays home and learns virtually because of that threat for tornadoes at this point this morning, but that is off the table right now.
Right. No, I mean, it is the one, I think, good thing about the east wind is it saves you from that risk of severe weather in this part of the country. Charlotte has the same situation this morning. They're socked in. Now, Charlotte might not be quite as lucky, though, because we have to watch what happens once that wedge breaks into the later morning hours, into the afternoon. Let me take you back to yesterday and show you all of the severe reports that we had from Arkansas into Mississippi, down all across Alabama. Actually, here, a number of reports of tornadoes. We had 23 total. And you look at where we are now for the year, or for March, we've had 35. The average to date is 61. So we're a little below average. But you can see where we are on this curve, right? Just a little below average. And unfortunately, we're getting into the busier time of year when it comes to severe weather and the risk of tornadoes. So as we get through the month of March, the area to watch for severe weather, just based on climatology, is back right across portions of the southeast and then starting to build back into the plains. But it's honestly not until we get to April, even May, that the southern plains becomes the hot spot for severe weather. And that happens to be when we really see the numbers jump up as well. The averages for March, 76. April, May, we're up over 200, and even June and July still up high when it comes to those typical counts for tornadoes based on averages. So now look at April. I mean, we've got all of Oklahoma into northern Texas, the southeast. Here are still all areas that we look at a bigger risk when it comes to severe weather and the tornado risk. By May, though, we really focus in on the southern plains. Not to say it can't happen in all these same areas. That's why they're on the map, right? Even into the northeast, it's possible. Same thing into June. Here, there's really a large part of the country by the time we get into June that has that possibility of tornadoes. So it's always good to be prepared and have your plan in case of severe weather.
Of course, we've already seen that severe weather this morning. Jen, thank you so much. And of course, we're going to keep you guys posted on who sees it, how the storms are evolving. And of course, all of this is shifting toward the east. Taking a look outside of Atlanta here, just looking at the northwest part of Georgia near Rome, it does look like we've got that flash flood warning in effect. Already have seen 2 to 4 inches of rain. And look at that, more rain currently falling right now. Be careful, flooding is just one threat from today.
My psoriatic arthritis.
It's right there. boy. Home just heavy damage to home just now.
And we can see more of that today. We had over 100 severe weather reports yesterday. I'm talking hail, winds, and tornadoes. The threat is still going on. Welcome into AMHQ. I'm meteorologist Stephanie Abrams alongside meteorologist Jen Carfagno and Jordan Seal. Take a look at behind me. The National Weather Service issuing 198 severe thunderstorm warnings going from Texas all the way to Georgia. This was over the last couple days. In addition to that, 92 tornado warnings spread across the South. Some of those warnings actually producing numerous hail reports, damaging winds, and then of course we actually saw those twisters. 23 tornadoes reported, including the one that we're about to show you here in Silas, Alabama. We have drone video, and what's interesting is over the last couple of seasons here, we've now been getting a new perspective on tornadoes with these drones that are going up in the atmosphere, staying far enough away that they don't get tangled into it. This twister is spinning around 4 in the afternoon yesterday, and you see it's a bit of a cone shape there. Another little vorticity, by the way, here off to the side. That's an interesting aspect to see, not something that you see all the time with these systems. Thankfully, there have been no reports of deaths or injuries. Let's go right now to Jen Carfagno to find out what's new this morning after yesterday's dangerous day.
Yeah, I know, and considering all the damage that we have from yesterday, I think we're very lucky that there are no injuries. We have a dangerous St. Patrick's Day for the southern half of the U.S., with forecasts calling for an elevated risk of severe weather and the possibility of strong tornadoes. New this morning, a tornado outbreak strikes across multiple states.
More than 20 reported tornadoes striking across the South.
We all got in the basement.
An entire region on alert, with torcons reaching a 9 for the first time since 2019. The National Weather Service issuing alerts for a particularly dangerous situation.
Oh boy.
Students seeking safety in a storm shelter.
It's right there.
In Alabama, homes wiped from their foundations.
When it come through, it wiped out everything around here.
Rooms torn to shreds. The storm system marches east this morning with another dangerous day ahead.
And things really are going to evolve through the day today. So right now, as we watch what's happening on the radar, you can see there's a couple of areas of thunderstorm activity. The lightning in northern Georgia with the heavy rain there. Line extends back through southern Alabama, the Florida Panhandle, where we do still have an active severe thunderstorm warning. Watching this track east, there have been some gusty winds, but nothing at severe limits yet within this. Geneva, you're dealing with some of the heavy rain coming down. To Funiac Springs, we've seen some winds gusting over 30 miles per hour. That's not severe, but, you know, might blow around a trash can a bit there if you left that out last night. Then we take a look at where we're tracking this here. Bonifay to Funiac Springs coming through, and then over towards Dothan 521, Headland 530 in Alabama, and Ashford at 536. All right, so then we track what's happening to the south. Let's go down 331. We've got a lot of lightning and thunder out there that is blasting over heading towards Laguna Beach, Rosemary Beach. It's a loud morning. I'm sorry if you're on vacation and this is waking you up. Over towards Blue Mountain Beach, you had winds gusting close to 40 miles per hour. It's already through though, but that's the kind of wind you're going to get with that as it tracks east. This area and over towards Macon, still under a tornado watch until 6 o'clock. But for now, you notice that, we do have some rain. The main concern with it is that it's heavy rain, and we could see flash flooding right around Rome, Georgia, in Chattooga, Floyd, and Gordon counties. You're under a flash flood warning until 7 o'clock local time. We've had very heavy rain in Alabama, and you can see some of the heaviest back across the northern part of the state, especially north of Birmingham and up towards Huntsville, and that's what's now that moisture tracking into northern parts of Georgia. You see it there, but you also see that we have this dry air moving in. So in just a couple of hours, that moves in. Can't give you the all clear, though, without a couple of showers until this upper level moves through. And then, Jordan, we focus in on what happens over here into the mid-Atlantic and parts of the southeast today, since we're in that warm sector.
Yeah, and we want to focus also on an area, one of the big metro areas down in the south, Atlanta. Some of these storms pushed through overnight. We're still seeing some storms out the door this morning. Meteorologist Mike Seidel in Midtown. And I know, Mike, the cooler temperatures helped us avoid the severe weather threat, but it didn't stop the torrential rain. We've got the flood warnings in the northwest part of the state and more precip entering into the Peach State right now.
Yeah, we're still watching the threat for some rain and thunderstorms. The tornado threat has diminished considerably. As Jordan mentioned, that wedge, that northeast wind held in the cool, damp air. It's still in the low to mid 50s in Gainesville. That's not that far away, just up 85. But then you look down 85 on the radar, and we've got a big batch of rain coming in from the south and west out of Alabama, now crossing into the Georgia area. Now, the thing I've noticed over the past half an hour to an hour is the amount of lightning strikes has really diminished. So that's a good thing. Now, we will get some downpours here in the Atlanta metro, but we have not had the amount of rain that we've seen in the northwest corner where that flash flood warning goes till 7, and they've got a line of storms now coming in with a little bit of lightning and thunder up towards Rome and Dalton, as Jen mentioned. So the rain comes up 85, and we'll see if we get any warnings. This cluster of storms, and along with the rain up in northwest Georgia, has not had any severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings, so that's promising. Storm Prediction Center still watching the rain and thunder down to the south. They're still considering another tornado watch, but that's going to be well south of Atlanta. Then the huge impacts potentially this afternoon, later this morning, this afternoon, and this evening east of the metro Atlanta area. But we did get into the warm sector. We're in the low 60s, dew point and temperature-wise, so there is instability, but gosh, we just don't have what we thought we would have, and nobody is complaining here in Atlanta this morning.
Mike, 10 degrees warmer than it was yesterday. It was in the 50s in Atlanta yesterday morning. Let's talk about where that severe weather threat, however, could potentially cause us some problems, and that is into the Carolinas, especially eastern Carolinas. We could see those storms very likely here on the border of North and South Carolina, that we could have stronger storms develop as we have our low-level jet and even some upper-level winds move into the picture as we head into the afternoon hours. We have 3, 5, 7 Torcon values for us here. There is that instability. It doesn't look like it's setting up like it was yesterday, but there's still plenty of moisture with that southerly flow at the surface. Here's that low-level jet. You see the winds turn just ever so slightly. That gets that rotation going in the atmosphere, and so there is a potential today for some of those damaging winds. Raleigh, Hatteras, Wilmington, Augusta, down towards Savannah as well. As we look at our forecast here with a little more detail through today, outbreak of severe thunderstorms and that threat for tornadoes as well. And we could see the potential of some bigger tornadoes within this area too. Jen.
Well, a severe threat targeting the coastal Carolinas as storms sweep across the southeast this morning. The National Weather Service in Charleston warning residents that all threats are possible, including tornadoes and the possibility of structural damage, power outages. Now, Charleston County schools will release 3 hours early, and all after-school activities are canceled today. So let's time this out, Jordan, because you're going to have actually a couple of hours of really nice weather, but unfortunately that sun is going to be fuel for the storms later in the day.
I know, but if you are having to get out and about for any reason this morning, of course, the early hours are the time to do it, because as the day progresses, I know the sunshine might not be a good thing because it adds to some fuel. It does mean you have a chance to get maybe some last-minute supplies before you might get hunkered down in your home for several hours. So here's the plan. Notice where the front is. We see it all the way up into north of the Carolinas, actually, and all the way down in and around Pensacola. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning on the corner of Alabama, about to enter into Georgia. So Atlanta due south, we're watching for a lot of higher chances to see some of those severe weather impacts. And then Atlanta due north, just heavy torrential rain. We've already seen spots picking up more than 2 to 4 inches, believe it or not, and still seeing a lot more precip coming down. So as of 8 o'clock this morning, that line running up and down the Peach State, shifting east. It's that line where we're most concerned to see the severe weather really pick up. So if you're in the Carolinas, if you're in Columbia or Charlotte, know that it's going to be knocking on your doorstep right around the late morning into midday. You go into midday into the afternoon, and all of it's going to be sliding toward the east. Obviously, all these storms are kind of coming in from the south and heading up into that northeast direction. So if you've got your little radar app on your phone, that's where you can start to look. And once the front pushes through, and let's say it's offshore, you still have these pockets of severe or some thunderstorms that could maybe potentially bring in some wind damage or things of the like. So just know that once the front's out of here, we still have to be alert, Steph.
Well, let's take you right now to Wilmington and show you what we are going to deal with before this whole system swings out to sea. Wilmington, North Carolina has had some patchy fog overnight, but we sit with our Torcon of 7, and those thunderstorms, as Jordan was just showing you, are most certainly on the way. So what we can do now is take you city by city here into North Carolina, around Wilmington, Myrtle Grove, as we look into places like Wrightsboro as well. Murraytown, you can see the threat for some of these stronger thunderstorms. There's our Torcon of 7, and that really means that we have a better chance of seeing more tornadoes and some stronger tornadoes. It looks like it will be an afternoon event for us as this all blows through east of 95. 6 o'clock really right along the coast, so dinner time. Think about maybe if you lose power, maybe you go and do takeout or make dinner earlier than normal just in case you lose power, and it still is in the Outer Banks as we head through the 10 o'clock hour. Now as we take you into spots like Raleigh, so if you live in Cary, if you live in Youngsville, Lewisburg, all these areas have to be on alert again today for the storms. We have a little bit of rain, some moisture coming through as we head through the day, but it's not going to be just one event and move through. We still have the storms coming in as we head around 5, 6, 7 o'clock, and we still have to get that upper level low through as well, which really won't be until we head into tomorrow. Charlotte, Gastonia, Concord, Matthews, you guys are all in that severe weather patch as well here along the highways too. So showers and thunderstorms, there's our afternoon chance coming on through. It's going to move through us obviously a little bit sooner than the other areas because we're a little bit farther west, but I do think those clouds will be sticking around again because we have the upper level part of the system that has to move on through. Jordan.
All right, so as we of course take a look at what just happened just yesterday, look at this. All the rain brought more than 3.5 inches to parts of Arkansas, and then you've got that trash bin literally floating down the street. Heavy rain today from the Midwest to the Mid-Atlantic. People, you need to be aware of the chance for flooding. Jen, it's a good reminder if today is trash day. I know it's hard because you want to keep it on the curb for the trash, people to come pick it up. But the problem is if you get too much rain, it'll bring it down the street.
Yeah, well, the wind actually might do that too. So you got a couple of things working against you here in the Midwest. What a storm system, right? Because we go up into Illinois, into Missouri, where we have snow coming down. Yes, underneath the upper level low, we do have some snow. Kansas City, down through Springfield and Joplin. And while it's probably not going to stick, it's just, look, it's snowing and it's March. I know, you're over it. And then we have this very heavy rain around Springfield in Illinois, which I'll show you as well. Here's where the snow is. And Kansas City, yes, you're reporting some snow showers, but temperature 37 degrees. It's about done. We see underneath the upper level low all the way down into Bentonville in Arkansas. We've got some snow, temperature there about 34 degrees. Sun coming up here soon will really help with those road conditions so that we don't have any major issues. But then we go up into Quincy and Springfield and Champaign and Terre Haute, Indiana. Look how this rain is just staying put right over the very same areas. So that is going to be a concern for some heavy rain. We'll keep it out in flash flooding concerns. And the other thing is it's just so windy out there. It's a strong northeast wind. Air moves from high pressure to low pressure. And when they're both strong and when they're close together, you end up with a very strong pressure gradient or a lot of change. And that's going to lead to these very strong north winds. The reason why it's going to be so nice at Green Bay today is the reason why you have strong winds in Milwaukee and Chicago. It's that high pressure and the low pressure and the pressure gradient between the two. Look at Chicago. 40 to 50 mile per hour winds today. We've got some lakeshore flood concerns as well. That northeast wind for us. Indianapolis, we've also got that northeast wind. St. Louis as well. And things really don't change a whole lot throughout the day. You're going to keep it very windy as we watch this whole system stay put for most of the day. It's really strung out. It's an upper level low. You know how I feel about those. It stays with us through the day. And then it heads to the northeast, Steph.
It does. So let's talk about the northeast. Both New York and Boston are getting hit with the rain right now, but that's going to change as we have behind the system cooler temperatures rolling in. So that means we're going to go from the liquid stuff to the frozen stuff. And Jordan has all those details.
Yeah, the question is how much? That's what everybody wants to know. We getting a big snowstorm or maybe just a little bit of a dusting? So check it out. We've got the rain just now entering into D.C., Boston, Philadelphia very close, New York very close. And of course, it's going to continue its northeastern movement. It is starting in the liquid form currently. Notice temperatures, too mild to see snowfall. You got that cool air sitting up north. And believe it or not, once that front pushes through, obviously you got to have temperatures that are going to tumble because we're going to get some snow. And by Saturday morning, places like New York could wake up in the upper 20s. So it's going to be very, very cold coming up very, very soon. So here's the plan. Rain pushes through throughout the day today. Rain jackets, umbrellas, the good sturdy shoes, going to need all that. By the time we head into tonight, we're going to watch the banding of blue coming from the north, dropping southward. As that storm moves offshore into the Atlantic, we'll watch the cold air and that north-northwesterly wind moving in on the backside of it, and it does bring in a bit of snow for places like NYC, Boston, Connecticut, all these locations. Does it come down to Cape May? Maybe a little bit, all right, but it doesn't look like you'll get a ton in the form of accumulation. Most of the accumulations are basically going to be from New York due north. You do get pockets here that you can maybe pick up an inch, but more often than not, I'll say 1 to 3 inches on average, with a couple of isolated spots, maybe on the 3 to 5 side. Steph?
As we take a closer look at some of the serious tornadoes that ripped through the south yesterday, including some hair-raising moments. But first, we're going to take you now to Raleigh, North Carolina. We've got the rain, we've got the fog, and those temperatures. Look at that, 50 degrees. Are we going to see that warmer air move in? The thing is, in the south, we have that warmer air with that southerly flow, but into the weekend, it's actually quite cold. That's a whole other story once we get through the severe weather.
It was just living in the moment of disbelief.
Oh my God!
We really were caught off guard.
We couldn't leave. We were stuck there.
There was going to be nothing we could do except try to make it through safely.
That is the most scared that I have felt in my life. Oh my God! It's surreal.
Holy!
I'm surprised those wind chimes hung on. Oh, wow. Cranking wind. As you can see, the rain moving sideways. This is Columbus, Mississippi, which is on the eastern border of the state. Chimes almost ripped off the porch as they clanged together. There were reports of trees down on homes and roads. Wind gusts more than 60 miles an hour in that area, according to some reports. Yeah, you're going to feel that, to say the least. And of course, we do have some storms out the door this morning, believe it or not, that are actually producing that same type of wind, those 60-mile-per-hour gusts. We got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings currently in effect down on the border of Florida and Alabama, shifting its way and moving towards the border of Georgia. And it does look like these are those storms that have a chance to maybe bring in some wind damage. You have reports of 60-mile-per-hour gusts sitting there. And of course, that is all going to be shifting its way to the north and east. We've been watching this closely. That's a good line of thunderstorm activity. And of course, it goes all the way out to the Gulf. So if you're along the Florida Panhandle, you need to be on alert as well. Notice the heavy rainfall we have in there. And there's your thunderstorm warning. That will stick with us till at least 6 o'clock local time. Lots of lightning in it. Could be cloud to ground. And like I said, that's going to be shifting its way right over the highways here, which could cause some problems for anybody who has to do some traveling this morning. Of course, if you hang tight, then of course that should move out, give it a couple of hours as it moves its way eastward. Now up towards Charlotte, you're quiet this morning is the exact opposite. You're going to stay quiet early on, and then the thunderstorm is going to push through throughout the morning and into midday and into the afternoon. So travel-wise, early on, you're okay, but by the time we head into late morning, you've got the red icons here, which just says, hey, be careful, because there will be lots of rain and lots of lightning and maybe even a little bit of wind with that. Steph?
Yeah, we can't rule out tornadoes into the Carolinas as we head into the afternoon. Will we see video like this coming in? This is from Tuscaloosa, Alabama yesterday. And notice, it's like, where's the tornado? There is the debris flying up. So one thing that I always try to tell people is that when you are looking at either just tornado video or if you're out and there's severe weather, don't look up at the clouds for the funnel. You want to look at the ground to see the debris, because sometimes it's not fully formed like this rope tornado here, but you can't see it. But it is fully formed, but you can't fully see it. Look at that. Looks like it's pretty weak. Is it still there? Yes, it's still there. But you see majority of what's kicking up is on the south, but it's kind of roping out. And also something to note is that these tornadoes, they change intensity during their lifespan. So when you hear a tornado, whatever it's rated, that means it was the strongest on its entire path. Obviously, it did some damage. You saw the trees. You see some of the debris here. You see trees down on the ground over here. But again, wait, there's rotation. There's debris. So you got to always look at the ground. Don't be looking up here for that funnel. Look on the ground to see if you see anything that's being kicked up by this. Jen, you made a great point also about how they determine the strength and the rating of these.
Right, and so you're not necessarily looking at how big a tornado is to determine how strong it is. It's actually all about the damage that it causes, and that's how the strength of a tornado is determined. All right, so I want to take you into some of the damage. This is the aftermath here in another part of Alabama, Billingsley, which is northwest of Montgomery. It was reported to cross US 82 in the vicinity of County Road 187, and you can see what we're dealing with here. Roofs almost entirely torn off, and that one house here, you saw significant structural damage. A portion of the roof here, the cars were moved. You can see all the debris down on the ground as well. And look at this big debris field that you can see out there. Look at this home here, right? You can peer right inside of it because of how widespread the damage is there. That entire side of the house took off. The damage from this home, which seemed to have the worst of the damage that I could see from this perspective here, the roof taken off, an entire half of the house gone, a lot of the exterior walls. So once you look at large sections of the roof structure removed, but most walls standing, that would be winds of about 120 miles per hour. But once you see all these exterior walls collapse, you get up above 130. And Jordan, it could even be higher than that. What the Weather Service and their surveyors will do is go out, look at the damage, and look at what the structure was before, how it was constructed, and that's how they determine the strength of the tornado.
It's so tough, too, because you look at those images, Jen, and you see a lot of field, right? There's a lot of field, and then there's one home, and, of course, the tornado moved right over the home. It is so unfortunate. I do want to give you some good news. By the time we head into this weekend, all this is clearing out, and we got sunshine. In fact, for some of you, it's going to be 2 thumbs up kind of sunshiny weather this weekend. Maybe a little cool for some, but at least you got the sunshine. So today we got the storms still in the south and moving into the mid-Atlantic and to the northeast. You will be cooling down, maybe even a little bit of snow in places like New York. But look, we go into tomorrow, and you've got the sunshine increasing for New York City. Everybody else has got sunny skies. Notice Atlanta, Dallas, even in parts of Denver. We do have a new system in the Intermountain West that could bring maybe a few flurries into the Mile High City by the time we head into your Sunday. But, I mean, still, look, from the West Coast to the East Coast, there's not any real big weather maker, just a couple of small spots here. So you should have a nice weekend to get into the out there. We'll be back.
And we have some breaking weather news to get for you now. We do have a tornado warning in Dale, Henry, and Houston counties. The cities that are within this, Dothan, Alabama, you are within this. Headland, Kinsey, you need to seek shelter immediately if you are in this tornado warning. Right now, we do have radar indicated rotation. The red means the winds are going away. The green is towards. You see, they were going to zoom in. Thanks, Greg, for that. Right there. You see where that red and the green are together? That is where we do have the rotation. It looks like it's on Gilmore Road. And this entire system is making its way very quickly, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. There's Dothan, Alabama camera. You cannot see much. Very heavy rain also associated with this. This is until 6:15 local time. Again, moving off to the northeast at 40 miles an hour. It was located near Taylor, also Dothan. So get to the lowest level of your home, apartment, building, structure. If you live in Brandon, Stan, Kelly Springs, this is headed towards you. We'll be there as we go over really the next 4 to 8 minutes. Kinsey, this is also headed in your direction, could be there by 5:47. So seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. Now, we want to go to Atlanta where we do not have tornado warnings, but Mike, you're in Atlanta covering really the entire southeast and what's happening there. And off to your north is where we actually do have some flooding that's been happening.
Yeah, that flash flood warning continues. To at least 7. They're still getting plenty of rain up here in the northeast corner. Rome, Georgia. Officially at the airport, I noticed about 1.25 inches, but locally we've had over 2 inches of rain. That's Rome to Dalton and then heads up towards the Chattanooga area. And we've been watching this cluster of storms heading into Atlanta. We're getting rain right now down here in the Midtown area off the connector. And I'm looking on the radar, and what I'm not seeing now, what I saw an hour ago, is lightning strikes, so that's a good thing. And so we have some locally heavy showers. Maybe there'll be a bit of thunder and lightning in there. This is all moving very quickly from southwest to northeast. Some of these cells are moving over 50 miles an hour, so they're racing northeast. And you can see the back edge back there in east central and southeast Alabama. So once this moves through, we're done. The tornado threat is lower here. We were very fortunate overnight because of the wedge, that damming effect, that cool air coming down east of the Appalachians. In fact, you just go up 85 right now to Gainesville, half an hour up the highway from Atlanta or so, and the temperature's still in the low and mid 50s. Here in the city, it's in the low 60s, dew points around 60. So we got in the unstable air, but we just don't have the forcing right now, fortunately, and we're not going to see any rotation, we don't think, here in the Atlanta metro. And there are no tornado watches now in this area. The earlier watch west of here, Jen, was canceled, and they're still looking at maybe extending the watch to our south. But again, a whole day ahead of us with a threat, a torcon of 5, 6, 7 across the eastern Carolinas into Georgia, east of Atlanta.
We got a lot to get through yet with this, Mike, here. Right now, the active weather, as you mentioned, North Georgia, we have the rain and some of that heavy. I want to take folks into the south where we are tracking that tornado warning here around the Dothan, Alabama area. All right, so let's show you what's happening on the latest of the radar. This is the cell that we're talking about, severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado warning here within it. The line extends all the way down to Panama City area, and so watching for a lot of lightning and thunder with that. Again, Dothan, Headland, Kinsey, as Steph told you, you are under this tornado warning. Here's the rotation back just to the west, so we can zoom in and show you right along US 84 is where you're watching for that, just south of 231 here, south Brannon Stand Road in that vicinity. This is tracking up to the east, and it's actually tracking a little bit north of east, so I would say pay attention up around 231 as well. If you can avoid travel, I would wait till this gets through and then get out in the roadways. It's very difficult to see what's happening out there when you are in the middle of rain, and of course the tornado sirens are going off here. Definitely a stressful situation. So watching Brannon Stand, Kelly Springs 535, 539, Kinsey 548, Headland at 551 as we track this up to the north and east. That's the direction that the cell is moving. Heavy rain within it as well, and that's the other problem, is you will not be able to see it coming, so make sure that you are in your shelter now in that area. Then we get you in the tornado watch, which includes this area, but also up into Georgia around Macon or south side of town, Albany, down towards Panama City. You are under this tornado watch. We're tracking that line moving through. A lot of lightning with winds gusting to about 35 or 40 across that area of the Florida Panhandle. Here's the upper level low back here. This has yet to swing on through. This is sort of the the mother, if you will, of the whole system. But then we're in this warm sector into the mid-Atlantic and parts of the southeast today, and that's going to be the area to focus on for severe weather as we get through the afternoon hours, Jordan.
Yeah, heads up if you're in South Carolina, North Carolina. We do want to focus on places like Myrtle Beach right now, where you guys are going to be seeing a lot of this activity move into your neck of the woods in the coming hours. Atlanta also needs to make sure that you guys are prepared, just because we still have storms outside your door with some flooding potential possible. We'll be back.
Still your best.
As we watch this tornado warning, the southern part of Alabama, big storms here crossing over into Georgia, right on the border of Florida. This is a big system that everybody needs to make sure they are in their safe place. We've been watching severe thunderstorm warnings and, of course, bringing 60-mile-per-hour winds. And now we have rotation, radar indicated, which means we could see a tornado on the ground if it's not already there. Just outside of Dothan, just to the north of you, is where we see that little couplet there. So the rotation coming around it is all moving to the north and to the east rather quickly. So anyone in this zone, even if you're to the south of where we see the apparent tornado, you need to shelter into your safe place, just because this thing is, well, of course, as you can see, the rotation is sitting right about there. So we'll be watching that closely. If you're up towards Kinsey, you guys need to get in your safe zone as well. This thing could technically cross over. Say that again, Greg. It is near John Oden Road, okay? So this is where we're seeing it right now. It's hard for me to see that road, but there's the road just on that west side, and it could be crossing over a major corridor of 231 here within the next couple of minutes, all right? And it'll continue that east or that northeast trajectory just north of the city itself, but again, very close. Jen had a great perspective. If you have to get out on the roads this morning, please give yourself some time. Let this thing pass before anybody leaves their home, because that could be potentially a deadly situation as it works its way towards Kinsey and Headland and up even towards Granbury as it continues its movement. So there are the timelines, all right? It'll take some time, but it could get into your neck of the woods rather soon. You maybe have a couple of minutes to get into your safe zone if you're a little bit farther away from this, but definitely get there as that storm is still currently present. Steph.
All right, so let's talk about here what this is doing on the north side of it, right? Because on the south side, we know that it caused 23 reported tornadoes yesterday from Missouri to Arkansas, the border of Arkansas and Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama really getting hit hard with this severe weather as well. But on the north side, we are dealing not only with the rain associated with this, but the wind and the cold temperatures. And essentially, here's our low pressure. And we do have a high pressure off to the north. And so between these two, the high pressure is a little bit higher up there, but between those two, you get very strong winds. There it is, as we move it up a little bit for us. Here's our high pressure to the north. And between those two, it's kind of like when you put your thumb over the end of a hose and the water squirts out really quickly. So anywhere you see these white lines tightly packed, that means you have strong winds. And we have advisories that are actually posted with this. And not only do you have the wind, but look at all the rain that's rotating around. Very heavy stuff here in between Quincy and Springfield. 55 is a rough drive this morning. And there are your advisories. Now notice a lot of these are lasting as we head into the evening hour. And I mean, we're talking till 11 o'clock at night. This is not just going to be done around dinner time. Notice 40, 50 mile an hour winds as our low moves east, which by the way, our high pressure to the north is kind of pushing this thing out of the way. It's like, move out, I want to get in, give me some room. Maybe how the kids are this morning in bed with you, or last night if there was some lightning. And so that high pushes our low out of the way, and it brings in some dry air, but actually cooler temperatures all the way down to the south. So there's your rain, 1 to 2 inches, snow about 1 to 2 inches as well. We always have someone that overachieves in these situations, so you could get 3 to 5 in the northeast, but here it comes throughout the day. Notice our timeline. This is going to be an all-day event, all-evening event, and there's your cooler air behind it. And notice that high pressure coming on in for our Friday. And Jen, as we head into the weekend, it's going to be a whole lot nicer.
But snow, Steph? Come on.
I know.
It's March, though. Anything goes. It's been a wild week of weather across the Lone Star State, from a tornado outside Amarillo over the weekend to a dust storm in El Paso that darkened the day sky earlier this week, to heavy snow and wind in Amarillo and lightning in Dallas on Wednesday. But this swing between seasons isn't all that uncommon for the month of March. Meteorologist Chris Bruin explains 3 tricky things when it comes to March weather.
All right, we've all heard that March comes in like a lion and out like a lamb, and that's especially true when it comes to the weather. In fact, that's why it makes forecasting so tricky in the month of March. I'm meteorologist Chris Bruin, and these are 3 tricky things you might not have known about March weather. Number 1, the clash of the seasons. We have temperatures that are all over the place. One day it feels like winter, the next day it feels like summer, and so when it comes to forecasting, we ask ourselves, how cold does it get, especially with the return of growing season and the plants blossoming? It's critical to find that threshold at freezing, and the extent of the warmth and how it plays into severe weather. Number 2, snowfall amounts and ground temperatures. They're key. The days are getting longer and the sun's getting higher up in the sky, so the ground temperatures, they're warming up, and we're getting more heating during the day and less cooling at night. So that really limits on how much snow we see overall, especially when it comes to spring storms, and forecasting the overall snow amounts is very tricky. Number 3, spring rains, ice and snow melts, and runoff all play into effect when it comes to flooding in the springtime. And although an area may only see a little bit of rain, the other factors have to be taken into consideration when it comes to river levels and ground saturation. I'm meteorologist Chris Bruin, and those were the 3 tricky things you might not have known about March weather.
Severe weather, big part of it. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning that includes Lynn Haven, Panama City, and Panama City Beach. Now, the main threat is damaging winds in excess of 60 miles per hour, but we will keep an eye on any areas of rotation because, of course, that's what we've been tracking, all through yesterday and overnight as well. Watching along this line as it tracks east here, watching the severe thunderstorm warning with winds potentially of up to 60 miles per hour. We have seen some other spots with winds gusting over 40, even up to close to 45. So certainly already there's a history of this line producing some strong winds. And then the tornado warning that continues in parts of Dale, Henry, and Houston County here in Alabama.
Well, it was a dangerous day across much of the Deep South yesterday, and here's the reason why. Look at that, a tornado in Demopolis, which is in west central Alabama. This is one of 16 reported tornadoes in the state of Alabama. 4 other tornadoes were reported in Mississippi, and those numbers could rise as the National Weather Service goes out to assess the damage. And we actually have another day of severe weather. Right now, we do have a breaking news for you. This tornado warning that we've been following. Now, the National Weather Service has indicated there's some debris that they've been able to see on the radar, so you need to seek shelter immediately. If you have debris, you must have that circulation on the ground, picking up some of that debris. It's just to the northeast of Dothan here, Headland. And again, red means your winds are going away from the radar. Green means they're going towards. So if you just take your hands and go like this, maybe put a pencil in between them, red away, green towards. That's your rotation. That's your tornado. That's all you have to do to really get a gist of what's happening here. And you can see that this is the area where we are concerned about it. That's Woodham Road. It's all heading off to the northeast. Kinsey, you need to seek shelter immediately. Lowest level, most interior section of your home. And that is where we are concerned about the rotation. Again, racing off to the northeast. Right there, I would say, is your biggest threat because I understand there's a lot of green, a lot of red. It can be confusing, but where you have those pixels that really stand out, it is right there. Now it is going to be moving off here, so places like Headland, Granbury, Halberg, and this should be taken very seriously, again, because the National Weather Service is saying we see some debris on the radar. So that means that there is damage being done. We will continue to follow this tornado warning, and also down towards Panama City, we have some very strong thunderstorms that we're watching as well. Severe thunderstorm warnings, but perhaps a little rotation could spin up with these. Maybe you could have a little water spout that moves on shore here. But again, red away, green towards. Now let me point out a couple little notches here. You see this little notch here. You see this notch here. There's a couple little areas that the National Weather Service and we are looking very closely at because it's like, well, it's trying to go, it's trying to rotate. And so you need to make sure that, if you're in Laguna Beach, Southport, Panama City, that you are paying very close attention to what's happening here. Again, this area, that's somewhere that we're looking at. Right there, the rotation's really trying. But again, as we show you just the basic radar, that last one we were showing you was the winds. We were showing you the velocity. This is showing you the rain. It's going to be embedded in rain, so it'll be hard to tell. Everything also moving off to the east and the northeast as well. Let's go to meteorologist Mike Seidel, who is in Atlanta for us this morning. And Mike, it's been pretty chilly. Things have warmed up a little bit in Atlanta. It's all about where you are along that boundary. That warm front should continue to move north as we head through the day.
Yes, and that's going to set the stage for more severe weather and more tornadoes east and north of the Atlanta metro area. Right now on radar, you can see the rain that's moving through, some light showers. some embedded heavier showers, but there's been no lightning strikes recently. That's a good thing, so things are easing up. And we were never actually under a tornado watch right here in this part of Atlanta. The watch was west of here and south of here. The counties west of here were cleared. Now the Weather Service has extended the tornado watch south of here, making Columbus that area where they've been talking, Steph and Jen and Jordan, about that tornado warning around Dothan. So those areas under watch now till 9 a.m. As far as the flash flood warning, we still have that going up northwest of here, but part of that area has been cleared. We have that line of storms there around Calhoun and heading up towards the Emerson area, and that's all moving northeast at about 35 miles an hour. But the showers around Atlanta, some of those are racing northeast at over 60 miles an hour. So some quick showers, and because of that rapid movement, it moves out. But here's something you want to consider. There's still a lot of chilly air aloft. That leads to the instability. So when the sun comes out late this morning and this afternoon, there's going to be a lot of mixing in the atmosphere. So there is a wind advisory from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. here in North Georgia, Jen. We could get gusts 30 to 35 miles an hour. So that is really going to be about the worst of it where we're sitting here in Atlanta. But again, a big threat for the rest of today, especially after lunchtime in the Carolinas and over in southeast Georgia for more severe weather and tornadoes.
Right. And Mike, we're getting into that time of year where thunderstorms here are certainly become part of the norm, especially as we get through the spring. So I want to take folks into what to expect this time of year and where to expect severe weather. So this is where we saw the reports yesterday of tornadoes. There actually were two up in southwestern Missouri, a handful across Mississippi, more into Alabama. That was the state that we saw the most tornado reports out of. And when you look at where we are for the month of March, now we're at 35 reported tornadoes. The average to date is actually 61. So we are a little bit below average here. Thankfully, the busiest days were the last 2 days, and then you go back to Saturday, which is very busy. Before the big snowstorm right in Colorado, we had all that severe weather ahead of it in parts of Texas. So now we look at March. Where do we focus our attention on? Just based on history and climatology, you typically see across parts of the southern plains and Mississippi Valley into parts of the southeast for the typical areas of severe weather. But look how far north it can get. I mean, all the way up to the Great Lakes. We look at April, we look at May and June. Those are the peak months, and by far April and May are the peak months. And by April and May, you're going back to the more traditional Tornado Alley areas. We're looking at Oklahoma and northern Texas, but you also see how widespread it could be, right? The risk is there in April all the way up through Illinois into Indiana. In May, we're focusing again on the southern plains, but there's still that chance of tornadoes and severe weather here across a good chunk of the eastern half of the country as we get through the springtime into summer.
Losing a tooth